051 Great Elder, thank you for your hard work. The richest man is here. Novice entrepreneur. Congratulations, you have become a well-known entrepreneur in the business. Novice entrepreneur goal, you can't build a first-class enterprise if you stay in the country. Please start going abroad to increase the influence of your own enterprise. With the improvement of the level, Uchiha Fuyu can feel that his spirit has also improved, and his understanding of business has also improved a lot. Chakra has increased, and physical fitness has improved. Strictly speaking, the strength has increased a lot. But even with so much increase in strength, the Mangekyo still hasn't awakened. Will I really experience a violent emotional fluctuation? Then I guess I can only wait for bankruptcy. This is impossible. Otherwise. Brother, I'm sorry, I will take good care of my sister-in-law Inataki. Enjoying the soft fist massage on his back, he hummed comfortably. He didn't notice that the corners of Suzuan's mouth curled up slightly behind him and pressed gently. Then, Uchiha Fuyu didn't think about it anymore and continued to read on. It seemed that he saw something and his eyes suddenly lit up. Is the Research Institute module loaded? Then what to say next? Just when he was about to invest in research to see its use. Crack. Fuyu. Suzuan. You are inside. The careless voice came again. The door was opened directly. Fuyu, who showed his back, and Suzuan, who was a little flustered, looked at Kushina who was stunned and blinking at the door. After a while. Sorry. Excuse me. Kushina bent down and was about to close the door. Ando can't do this kind of thing in the store. What to do? It's normal for the boss to discuss business with the beautiful female secretary in the office with the door closed. What's special? Nothing at all. I have a clear conscience. Clean and innocent. And Suzuan, why are you organizing your clothes? I am the one who should organize them. Uchiha Fuyu put on his shirt helplessly and sat on the boss chair, as if his subordinates had discovered some unspeakable secret. He crossed his hands, placed them in front of his chin, and shouted seriously, "Come in." Okay. Kushina opened the door with a smile, then looked at Fuyu seriously and said earnestly, "Fuyu. Remember to lock the door next time. Don't pretend. As a ninja, let alone naked upper body, even if it is full body, it is estimated that many people have seen it." Uchiha Fuyu rolled his eyes, leaned back in the boss chair, took the tea handed over by the female secretary, took a sip, and said helplessly, "Why are you in such a hurry to see me, Sister Kushina? What's the matter?" "Ha ha ha, too boring. And it's not me who has something to do, it's the nine-tailed fox. This old gambling fox has been clamoring to play mahjong early in the morning." Kushina smiled at Ling Ian, took the hot tea, and then said helplessly, "It's so noisy. I can't find anyone else to play. And fighting with other people can't expose the nine-tailed fox, but the nine-tailed fox is a rookie beast, and it's addictive and has a strong addiction. It's frustrating to fight. If you don't listen to it, it will keep making noise, which is annoying. It's really boring." Uchiha Fuyu put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Kushina in confusion. After all, it's a war period. The various ninja villages started fighting, and the situation in the ninja world has been changing again and again. Tension, all entertainment activities in the village stopped. So, the Nine-Tails guy is annoying. Kushina complained unhappily, always quarreling, even gloating, really annoying. Is it not normal to gloat over others' misfortunes? Originally he lived a happy life, but was treated like a cat, laughed at before being sealed, and finally locked in a dark and damp place. What a big hatred! The tailed beasts don't have face? If Konoha is destroyed, people will laugh. Recently, it snowed heavily, and the old man stopped dancing. From time to time, you can see the elder walking in the snow with old lady Hyaga. The two old men also mocked each other from time to time. Is this a twilight love? I'm scared. I'm scared. Uchiha Fuyu smiled helplessly. He was not in the mood to play mahjong during this period. You know, he is a village businessman now. He pondered for a moment, looked at the system information that he had not finished reading, and was stunned for a moment. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the puzzled Kushina, and said, "Maybe there will be fun in a while. I didn't expect the next industry. It turned out to be such a classic industry. Winter is gone and spring is here. Spring. All things are revived, and it is the mating season for animals again. The air is filled with the smell of hormones. The snow disappeared, and the grass in the Uchiha clan became lush again. The leaves also grew green buds, and the spring breeze blew slowly with the soil. Take a deep breath, refreshing. But in the courtyard, an old man looked at the wet ground in front of him with a melancholy face. It rained yesterday. The ground is not dry yet. Uchiha Ishizawa sighed and tapped the ground lightly with his cane. People get old. Even once powerful ninjas will become weak. For example, this winter, he almost froze to death. Another example. Last night's rain made him sore all over and he woke up many times in the middle of the night. What a pity. They are old, but they can't rest. They have to continue to work hard for the Uchiha family. Otherwise, if they are gone, they don't know what will happen to the Uchiha family, which is already in an increasingly tense situation in the village. Maybe the Uchiha family will disappear. Just look at his eldest brother Uchiha Shion, who has experienced the first generation of Hokage and seen the powerful and domineering Madara-sama, survived World War I and World War II, and now for the sake of the younger generation he still has to work hard every day. The elder he has been running around for most of his life for the Uchiha family. He had to endure the severe cold this winter and go out, of course the effect is also quite good. The elder is out, one is worth two. Now he has a good relationship with the old guys in other families. One day he saw his eldest brother talking and laughing with the old people in other families. The elder really contributed to the Uchiha clan silently. In winter, he saw his elder brother dragging his tired body and shivering in the cold, and his heart was very painful. But he wanted to share the burden with his elder brother, but was rejected by his elder brother. After all, the water was too deep and involved too many things, and he couldn't grasp it. And that rich man never understood the elder, laughed and did not do his job all day, and got together with the little girl of the Hyuga clan. I heard that he was building something some time ago. Now, the major ninja villages are coming in full force. It is the opportunity for the Uchiha clan to make achievements and return to the top, but that kid knows nothing and wastes money on other places. It is simply a shame for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ishizawa clenched his cane, but his hunched body exuded a strong determination. He sighed, Uchiha is so lucky to have the great elder Shion here. The voice was as strong as a rock. At the same time, on the streets of Konoha, the spring rain continued. An old man was holding an umbrella and an old woman was standing next to him, walking slowly. Why did you ask me out on a rainy day? Haven't you moved for a while? Come out for a walk, exercise, and check if you are dead. Ha! Childish. 052 is not that kind of person. Hinata Shiraiha snorted coldly and looked at Uchiha Shion. The old guy of the Uchiha family is still so annoying. But he didn't say much. He continued to walk slowly in a white Hyuga kimono. Walking past the Hokage Rock, the Grove, and the commercial street of Konoha. The spring rain is continuous. Although there is a hint of winter chill, it is not as cold as winter. Hinata Shiraiha looked at the desolate streets and sighed, the village has become much quieter, and even the people in Fuyu milk tea have decreased a lot. After all, many ninjas have gone out. Uchiha Shion nodded with emotion, it is incredible that Fuyu milk tea still has business. I guess we will continue after the war is over. As he said, looking at the desolate milk tea shop, are you thirsty? I am thirsty, do you want to drink it? If you do, I will buy you a cup. Humph. No need to thank me. You can buy your own. Hinata Shiraiha looked at this guy indifferently, still as hateful as when he was a teenager. You are still old, so don't drink too much sweets. Humph. I'm not thirsty again. No, I want to drink. This old guy. Is he sick? Hinata Beiwa smiled helplessly, shook her head, and said nothing more, and continued to walk forward. Not long after walking, she looked at the shop in front of her that was still under renovation in surprise. Is this a new shop? Could it be that kid from your family? It's really that stinky kid. Hearing someone talking about Uchiha Shiin said again, I heard it's a dance hall or something. That kid is just not doing his job properly. He seemed to be disappointed. He is obviously very talented, but he doesn't want to be a ninja, but a businessman. Well, I don't know how much money he has made now. What does it have to do with your Uchiha family how much money he makes? That kid is not Uchiha anymore. Beiwa sneered. This old guy seemed to be disappointed on the surface, but secretly he was complacent in front of her. He deserves to be punished. What's not my Uchiha? His last name is Uchiha, and his brother is the head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shiin said with a glare, if you don't believe me, I'll call him, and see if he dares not to answer. At an old age, your temper is still so bad. Be careful to get mad. I don't want to argue with you. Hyaga Beiwa waved her sleeves elegantly, let's go. It's all raining. Find a place to rest quickly. Let's go. Are you really not thirsty? If you are thirsty, go buy it yourself. Hehe, I'm not thirsty either, what's wrong? I'll get you mad. Childish. When the two left, Uchiha Fuyu and Hyaga Lingian also walked out of the new store, and happened to see the two people. After a burst of surprise, Uchiha Fuyu shook his head with emotion, this elder. The second elder was almost going crazy with nervousness. You are still here shopping with a woman? Vulgar. However, after the words fell, the corners of Suzun's mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of smile, and whispered, Suzun feels very good. The voice was like spring breeze, with drizzle and plain depression. Time passed in a flash. The war became more and more intense. When Konoha was not paying attention, the rock village directly invaded the grass village. When Konoha reacted and was about to take action, it joined forces with the sand village and dragged Konoha into the Kikyo mountain. For a while, Konoha was fighting on many fronts, and its combat power was somewhat insufficient. At this time, somewhere in Konoha's battlefield, Teacher Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, Minato, you are back. Jiraiya laughed happily and put his arm around Minato's shoulders, I heard that you have gained a lot this time. Teacher Jiraiya is still the same. Of course, there are so many messy things. If I'm not happy, I'll be annoyed. Jiraiya sighed and looked at Minato with satisfaction, well done, thanks to you, the situation has eased a lot. After that, he lowered his head and looked at the three little ones, you are not bad either. Kakashi. You are really a genius of Konoha. The little girl is called Lin. Medical ninjutsu is not bad either. If you have any questions, you can ask Tsunade, and the little brat of the Uchiha family. At this point, he suddenly paused, looking at Obito in front of him who looked a bit like Kakashi and had a cold face, his mouth twitched, and he laughed, very good. Very good. Incredible. Let the enemy be terrified. He thought of the injuries of the enemy ninjas during this period. As expected, they were all trembling, clamping their buttocks, lying on the ground with their buttocks sticking out, with a dull look on their faces. That lightning ninjutsu fast. Powerful. There is no doubt that this guy is definitely a genius that even Jiraiya was shocked by. However, Obito snorted coldly, looked at Jiraiya coolly, and was unmoved by the praise of the three ninjas of Konoha, and turned around and left. It seems to be somewhat similar to Kakashi. Since he realized it again last time, and it was a profound understanding, he has been like this. And this also made Lin and the others very worried. I don't know what happened to Obito at all. Sorry, Jiraiya teacher. Minato said helplessly and embarrassedly. Obito has encountered a lot of worries recently. Young people are energetic and have wild thoughts. I understand. Jiraiya nodded, blinked his eyes with a smile, patted his chest, and said confidently, it's time for Jiraiya to enlighten him. Don't worry, it's no problem. Obito is not that kind of person. Teacher Jiraiya. However, with Minato's helpless face, Jiraiya had already walked in the direction where Obito left. Minato finally did not stop him, sighed with a wry smile, and shook his head. I hope the teacher can enlighten Obito. On the other side. Little brat. You are pretending to be cool. Jiraiya directly hugged Obito's neck and said happily, tell me. What happened? I heard from Minato that he used to be a very smiling child, right? After the words fell, Obito struggled, but Jiraiya's arm was not so easy to break free, and he said angrily, you don't understand. There is something that I, the Toad Sage, don't understand? Jiraiya knocked him with a chestnut, and pursed his lips in disdain, it's because of the woman you like. Obito, who felt his body stiffen under his arm, sneered, is it because of that girl named Lin? You Obito was surprised. It's so easy to see. You still want to pretend to be cool? Brat. Humph. That's because you are young and ignorant. Obito was proud again. He nodded his head and snorted, I've already understood. He paused for a moment, his face showing sincerity, without women in my heart, my ninjutsu will be divine. Women will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu. What did this kid encounter? At such a young age, he actually started to hate women? This time, Jiraiya looked at Obito in shock. If there were no women, what would be the meaning of life? What's wrong with you? Come and talk to me, the relationship expert, Toad Sage, maybe I can do something. He, Toad Sage, decided. He must correct this child's three views. Without women in his heart? It's a demon. It's even more evil than that ninjutsu. No wonder he created that kind of ninjutsu. Jiraiya was stunned, lowered his head and saw the eyes staring at him. Suddenly his buttocks tightened, his heart trembled, this guy couldn't be. He quickly loosened his hands, quickly jumped back 2 steps, patted his arms, and said seriously, kid, this immortal is not that kind of person. 053 large quantity, preferential treatment. Is that so? Hearing Obito's words, Jiraiya suddenly felt a special sense of closeness in his heart for some reason. Love. I can't help it. Jiraiya raised his head with melancholy, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if as a person who had experienced it, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he sighed, love is not scary. As long as she is happy, when we return to the village, this immortal will take you to have fun. Keep the person you like in your heart. If you are unhappy, go and relax. Is this what a person says? Obito looked at Jiraiya Sage speechlessly, his eyes suddenly flashed red, and he said expressionlessly, woman. It will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu. To be honest, your ninjutsu is almost the same whether you form a seal or not, even that lightning release forbidden technique. Speaking of this, Jiraiya felt a stomachache, not bad. Very talented. But forbidden techniques still can't be used often. This is a forbidden technique. At first he was still happy and found it interesting, but when he saw the buttocks sticking up all over the ground and the victims' twisted faces. It's terrible. No wonder he broke up. Which girl would like this? At least he is still the dream of thousands of girls. If this kid uses this ninjutsu again, it will become the nightmare of thousands of girls. And Jiraiya frowned, touched his chin, and seemed to be talking to himself. After eating barbecue, we go to eat ramen. Do young people nowadays have such a big appetite? Maybe the girl was just too full at that time and simply didn't want to eat. After the words fell, Obito was stunned, and his eyes seemed to be shining again. However, Jiraiya didn't care. Now it's wartime. To be honest, he is still very busy. The love expert consultation is almost here. The rest have to wait until we return to the village to continue. It's not a serious illness. You can recover after going out for a few days. He patted Obito's shoulder, stood up, and squinted his eyes with a lewd smile. I understand this matter. Hehe, after returning to the village, I will teach you how to relax yourself. By the way, paused, that forbidden technique is very good. After speaking, stretched and walked forward. Obito seemed not to have heard Jiraiya's words, staring blankly, muttering, "Did I misunderstand again?" After he finished speaking, a trace of intelligence seemed to flash in his eyes again. That was the look of hope for love. At the same time, the cloud ninjas who had been unable to conquer for many days also fell into irritation. At this time, the cloud ninjas were looking at their companions with their butts sticking up all over the ground with gloomy faces. The spring rain fell on this land. All the cloud ninjas were sad, their tears mixed with the spring rain, and they clenched their fists angrily. What a shame! What a huge shame! After fighting for so many years, show could they, the cloud ninjas, have never suffered such a shame. The scabby bloodstains and the ashamed and angry eyes made many cloud ninjas feel angry in their chests. The anger cannot be described in words. Especially the wounded who were still alive, drenched in the rain, with his head pressed tightly against his left forearm, his right fist clenched, and he kept beating the rain-soaked ground angrily, and suddenly splashed pieces of water mixed with mud. That unspeakable shame, endless humiliation. It suddenly filled the land. Konoha. No patience. This is too much. I don't know how long it took. The rain seemed to have become much lighter. The medical ninja in white hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath and stood up. He walked to the shirtless, dark-skinned sturdy man in front of him and lowered his voice, "Lord Ai. They were just injured there. It's raining now. If there is rain and mud there." He paused, glanced at the place that turned red in an instant due to the rain, and said with gritted teeth, "It may cause secondary damage. Inflammation and infection will be bad." Yet, although Ai had no expression on his face, his tightly clenched fists could also show his inner anger. He nodded and said calmly, "Heal them." He sighed, "It's because of the hidden cloud village that they suffered such humiliation." Yes. The medical ninja responded quickly, and then quickly arranged for the other ninjas and medical ninjas to quickly take the injured, carry it in. "Slow down. Slow down. Please don't lie down. Lie down. Lie down. Be gentle. It's bleeding again. Be gentle. Don't let our hero get hurt again. Comrade, this piece is already burnt, otherwise let's cut it off." Suddenly, the entire cloud ninja camp became busy. There is war. There will be death. As ninjas, the day they became ninjas, they were ready to accept death. But now, this kind of humiliation is really worse than death. Lord Ai. A cloud ninja with his butt raised, his arms propped on the mud, looked at Ai who squatted down because of his shouting, and immediately held Ai's hand tightly, tears in his eyes, sad and ashamed, said, They are all dead. Dead. Please must avenge us. I will." Ai shook his hand back and nodded seriously, "Please take good care of your injuries." After the words fell, "Lord Ai, he must be treated as soon as possible, the wound is bleeding again." The medical ninja said seriously, "I'm really sorry." "It's okay. Go. AI stood up, although his face was still calm, but his hands were still tightly clenched. Looking at the blood that was entering the medical department, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said firmly, "The disciple of Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Obito." The words fell. Boom! Bathed in the spring rain, lightning and thunder appeared behind him, as if declaring his determination. The man with sunglasses and 7 knives on his back, who was also black-skinned, looked at AI, hesitated, and was about to say, "Brother, otherwise I." Suddenly, "Lord AI! Lord Bai!" A young cloud ninja rushed in and said excitedly, With this, we cloud ninjas are not afraid of that kid's lightning attack." The words fell. AI and Bai were stunned. "Is there a way?" I turned around hastily and saw the man ran in with something similar to a ninja net armor in his hand. It looked small, but it was a familiar little thing. "This is..." As soon as AI opened his mouth, he spread it out and said happily, "As long as we put this on, we can protect the back of us. The ability of that Uchiha boy will no longer be a threat." Underwear net armor. AI took it with both hands, and gathered the boxer-like net armor on his head in a daze, with a sharp light in his eyes. "So that's it. Is it the same as underwear net armor? What a genius idea! Where does this come from?" Reply to Lord AI. The Cloud Ninja also said excitedly, "Rain Country. I got it from the merchants in the Rain Country. I heard that they have a lot of it, and the quantity is large and the price is cheap." 054 Cloud Ninja is despicable. The next day. Kill Konoha. Destroy the unjust, punish Konoha. Konoha has no virtue of ninja. The Cloud Ninja launched another attack, with fierce and angry faces. When they thought of their companions lying on their buttocks, they were furious and wanted to pose the Konoha ninja and do the same thing several times. Uchiha Obito. The young Cloud Ninja, wearing a strange hood and with his left eye covered by a strange eye ornament, looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him with an admiring tone. "I originally heard others say that Uchiha Obito was just a shameless person with good luck and a little cleverness, but seeing your ninjutsu, you are indeed a genius." "That's right. This little guy has created his own ninjutsu. Although that ninjutsu is quite shameful, as a ninja, why should he care so much? Therefore, it is undeniable. Activated the 2 Megatama Sharingan and created a powerful ninjutsu. This guy is worthy of the title of Konoha Genius. Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses." But Dode shook his head, looked at Obito who was staring at him with a vigilant face, and said lightly, "You must die today." No. If he is allowed to grow up, he must be a guy with terrible strength. At this time, Uchiha Obito also looked at the Cloud Ninja in front of him with cold sweat on his face. Jounin. He must be an old elite Jounin. I understood it yesterday, maybe he just thought too much. After all, he was not directly rejected like Jiraiya. What does this mean? It means that Lin still has him in her heart. So, he has made up his mind he will never use that ninjutsu again. Jiraiya-sama also said that it was a terrible forbidden technique, which could easily hurt oneself. Although after each use, only the fingers felt uncomfortable and there were no other injuries, since Jiraiya-sama said so, there might be hidden dangers that he didn't know about. Therefore, don't use it. Only relying on the Sharingan, Uchiha throwing technique, and fire release. He, Uchiha Obito, is still a powerful ninja. You must know that after graduating for so long, he, Uchiha Obito, is no longer the original Uchiha Obito. Now when the friends in the village see him, who dares to speak loudly to him? Even when they heard that I wanted to spar with him, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy and surrendered directly. So, now do you all know my strength? The result was unexpected. Today, I actually met such a terrible ninja. Uchiha Obito held the kunao tightly, and his double Megatama Sharingan dared not relax at all, staring at the cloud ninja in front of him. The kunao failed. The fire escape also failed. So now, he only has the physical skills passed down by the legendary Uchiha ninja. Obito looked at the teacher and Jiraiya who were being dragged by the cloud ninja, and sighed in his heart, "Teacher, I'm sorry." This scene reminded him of the Death Forest that day. Originally, he, Uchiha Obito, had made up his mind, and he did what he said, but he didn't expect reality has been forcing him. He held the kunao tightly in his hand, staring at Dode with scarlet eyes, and said lightly, "When I use these eyes, you are doomed to fail." Arrogant boy! Are all the little guys in Konoha so arrogant? Dode sneered, "Today, you must die at my hands." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Obito had already taken action. Hand seal. Multiple shadow clones, many Obitos rushed up quickly, running and throwing the kunao in their hands towards Tutai. Tutai didn't dare to do anything, after all, there was an explosive tag on it. According to the analysis of the Cloud Ninja intelligence, this person is good at sticking explosive tags on kunao, especially in exploding shit, which can always exceed others' expectations. He is a ninja with no bottom line, so don't be careless. Earth escape? Earth flow wall. A huge rock appeared. With the explosion of the explosive tag, Tutai also frowned. This explosive tag is a bit too much. Thinking of the soaring price of explosive tags during this period, he seemed to guess something. So that's it. Konoha has been hoarding explosive tags for a long time. They keep talking about peace, but they are secretly hoarding explosive tags. Konoha is hypocritical. They don't talk about ninja virtue. Dode dispersed his earth escape technique and immediately saw several Obitos rushing towards him, with a sneer on his face. Pure physical technique. No one can compare to them, the Cloud Ninja. Dode directly held the kunao, raised his hand and slashed, one by one, but after destroying several shadow clones, he still couldn't see the real body. His face suddenly changed, the real body. He trembled in his heart, as if he thought of something. At this time, in this instant, bang! A kunao that was originally stuck in the soil behind him suddenly turned into Obito's appearance. Dode immediately understood. Just now? Clone technique plus transformation technique. What a pity! You have already lost. Obito sneered, his two Megatama Sharingan kept turning, looking at the bull's eye with a confident look. He took a posture that he had already mastered, and under Dode's wide eyes, his hands seemed to have lightning, and his upper body suddenly thrust forward. Lightning escape technique? 1000. He didn't finish his words. The finger that made thunder had already rubbed up. But the familiar scene did not appear. The enemy did not fall to the ground with blood and flesh, but crack! A sound that seemed like a broken bone sounded. The finger hurt. Obito's face suddenly changed, feeling the resistance in front of his finger, which made him unable to move forward at all, like a layer of membrane blocking him firmly. At this time, Dode also reacted and turned around quickly. Obito also relied on the Sharingan to see his movements and jumped back in the blink of an eye. Bang! The ground trembled. Obito, who retreated, looked at the huge pit in front of him, looked at the twisted index and middle fingers, and suddenly raised his head, staring at the Cloud Ninja with shock and disbelief. What are you wearing at the back door? Shameless! Steel plate? Cloud Ninja! Don't talk about ninja virtue! Dode's eyes twitched. Who is shameless? At this time, in the darkness not far away, there are also several figures watching secretly. Ah! It seems to be different from what we thought. It's only been a while since I last saw him. What kind of environment would make the once innocent boy become like this now? It's really worthy of being the child chosen by Madara-sama. He has already opened the 2 Megatama. But it's different from what Madara-sama thought. Do you want to tell Madara-sama? Madara-sama should be happy. After all, the 2 Megatama has been opened. Is it right? Is it right? Several guys with white bodies looked at each other, and they didn't seem to know what to do. Think about the scene after returning. White Zetsu, Madara-sama, Madara-sama, the boy you chose is really a genius. Not only did he open the Sharingan, he also created a terrible forbidden technique. White-haired Madara looked curious. What forbidden technique? White Zetsu, that's it, he thrust forward and gestured. Madara. Madara-sama is so old, will he be pissed off to death? The white Zetsu scratched their heads in annoyance. By the way, should we save him now? That kid seems to be at a disadvantage. A white Zetsu raised his hand and asked. No need. No need. That silver-haired kid has already gone up to help, and he seems to have figured out a solution. After the words fell, all the white Zetsu turned around and looked over again. Suddenly, a scene in front of them. Hiss. A series of gasps sounded, eyes widened, and looked at him in disbelief. It's really worthy of being the one that Madara-sama has chosen, is a real genius. Scared? Scared? 055 really? It was just in the blink of an eye. Kakashi rushed up, and Obito was stunned. The two figures exchanged glances briefly, and seemed to understand something. This may be a bond. Obito also stopped, took out his kunai again, and frowned slightly at the Cloud Ninja in front of him. But Kakashi rushed up directly, and stopped the Cloud Ninja with the swordsmanship of the Hatake family. Hatake Kakashi. Another genius of Konoha. Chuchita sighed, and seemed to have a little appreciation, but he did not show mercy, using taijutsu and ninjutsu together, it seems. Konoha is not as corrupted as those returning Cloud Ninjas said. With such an excellent future, how could he fall? Kakashi also dodged flexibly, but it was still a bit difficult to face the elite Jonin. All of a sudden, he was also injured a lot. He didn't know why he rushed over. He obviously hated this guy and wanted to leave the team. Every time he saw him, he felt a dull pain in his back. But just so suddenly, he rushed over. Kakashi ignored Obito and dealt with the enemy attentively and carefully. At this time, kill him. Kakashi. Obito's voice came again, and Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Although the two did not communicate, in such a moment, he seemed to understand what he should do. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Two ninjutsu were thrown out in succession. And Dode also became serious at this time. Not only was he alert to Obito behind him, he also used ninjutsu to directly smash the earth flow wall and smashed it towards the shadow clone. Suddenly, dust rose up and covered the surroundings. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed before his eyes. He immediately felt a sense of danger in his heart, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth escape? Earth flow wall technique. Then he finished speaking. Bang! It's a detonating tag. A lot of detonating tags. Then there was another roar. Now, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, falling from the sky. Dode ignored the earth flow wall and quickly threw two kunai. All hit directly. However, Shadow Clone. When his face was horrified, he immediately felt the dangerous breath coming from the front and back. But it was too late. A flash of lightning passed by. It was the ninjutsu I just saw. Dode's eyes condensed. At this time, Kakashi and Obito rushed to the same direction from both sides savory tacitly. Thunder escape? Chidori drill. This is the boy's roar. Obito held the kunai in both hands, and there seemed to be chakra spinning on it, and the kunai also rotated together. The thunder attribute chakra drove the high-speed rotation of the kunao, enhancing the piercing ability. This is the solution he thought of. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his refreshing short hair fluttered in the wind. Looking at the frozen cloud ninja in front of him, his double Megatama Sharingan turned wildly, and he said lightly, "I said. When I open these eyes, you are doomed to fail." The words fell. Ahem. It seemed that blood was spurting out. Dode lowered his head and looked at the silver-haired boy in front of him who was against his stomach and the pain behind him. His eyes were full of shock. He seemed to have understood that he had lost, really worthy of being a genius of Konoha. I lost. He lost because he was careless. He didn't dodge. Or it's really lightning release. It's too fast. Both of them used lightning release, and they were hit without paying attention. He fell to the ground under the gaze of the two. At this time, Kakashi and Obito also stood there, looking at the bloody Kumo ninja on the ground. Especially Kakashi, his eyebrows raised again, looking at the red and steaming kunao, suddenly raised his head, and looked at Obito with some fear in his eyes. "Your ninjutsu became stronger again? Ha ha ha." Obito, who defeated the enemy, became arrogant again. "Awesome. This is my new ninjutsu. I released the Chidori directly and attached it to the kunao. I didn't expect it to be so good." After that, he looked at Kakashi in confusion. "The ninjutsu you just used is similar to mine. That sound is like 1,000 birds chirping, can't it be?" The words were not finished. "Taro balls!" Kakashi interrupted Obito himself. His mouth twitched, and he quickly used the name that Minato teacher thought of last time. "The color is like taro balls. It has nothing to do with you." "That's right. Yours is round. It's different from mine." Obito didn't care, and laughed. "No matter what, we won. Ha ha ha." Just about to scratch his head, he suddenly felt a pain. Remembering that his finger was injured now. "Go find Lin for treatment now." "This guy." Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He would never say that he was inspired by Obito's ninjutsu. Looking at the cloud ninjas staring at them in horror and coming back to their senses, covering their hands, it seemed that something good had happened. Obito, who was happy, frowned again, was silent for a moment, and murmured, "Obito, maybe he is really a genius. Being able to create such a powerful ninjutsu. This talent is really terrifying, that's it." Something unexpected happened in the direction of talent. At this time, Konoha also sent out a signal to retreat. Retreat? The war stopped again. On the other side, White Zetsu looked at each other in bewilderment, scratched his head, and disappeared on the ground. "Let's go back and tell Lord Madara." Uchiha Obito. What a scary guy. He is indeed suitable to be Madara's substitute. I believe he will definitely be able to scare the entire ninja world like Madara. Konoha. At this time, spring has passed. The village seems to be no longer so deserted because of the hot weather, and summer is here, and the milk tea business seems to have recovered a lot. Think about it, I am curious whenever I pass by. In the hot summer, I guess that curiosity is doubled. Today, the weather is clear and sunny. Uchiha Fuyu is walking towards the Uchiha clan with a beautiful female secretary. "Fuyu, do you really not need to prepare a gift?" Ling Ian beside him said with a blushing face. "It's Ataka's birthday, in fact, it's good to prepare a ninja tool bag. Really, I feel a little embarrassed to go empty-handed." However, Fuyu rejected Ling Ian's unrealistic idea without hesitation. What ninja tool to give? 2 cups of milk tea are better than ninja tools. He smiled faintly and said confidently, "It's okay. I packed a red envelope. A thick red envelope. It's the gift from the two of us." What ninja tool to give? Is that something for children to play with? I'll tell you a secret. Itaki. He doesn't like those messy ninja tools very much, but likes red envelopes and milk tea the most. Ling Yian rolled her eyes and blinked in confusion. Really? That's right. Listen to me. When have I ever lied to you? 056 Learn to dance with me. There was nothing big happening some time ago, it was quiet, and I just made a little money by accident. Therefore, I added some more bounty to him. And for some reason, I haven't seen the hidden root ninja around me during this period. I guess he should have been taken back to protect himself. Now, 550 million. It's really worth it for others to take risks. Danzo. Number 1 on the Ninja World bounty list. He has realized his dream and surpassed all the previous Hokage. I think he should be very happy now. After a while, entered the Uchiha clan. Master Fuyu is back. There were cheers from the clan again. The Uchiha young clan leader's birthday was quite lively in the clan. Of course, the Uchiha clan was in this situation and there were not many friends, so the clan members were just having fun together. Fuyu walked in with bell music. You don't have to be polite in your own home. He found a random seat and sat down, looking at Fugaku, who originally had a sluggish face after he came in. He turned into a sluggish frown, and said with a smile, "Itaka's birthday today, why are you looking so sad? Come on." He took out an envelope from his arms and stuffed it directly into Itaka's hand, looking kind and amiable. "This is the birthday gift for Uncle Suzuan, and you, take it, don't let your father snatch it away again." "I never took it, it was all taken by Mikoto. Save it for the children." Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyelids, glanced at the red envelope, and said nothing, still looking forward with a sluggish face. It was as if someone owed him tens of millions. No wonder no one from other families would come if there was nothing to do. The host looked unhappy, and thought he was chasing guests away. Annoying. Therefore, this birthday was equivalent to a simple family meeting. After a while, the Uchiha clan members also came. But Fuyu's mouth twitched, looking at the elder Shiyan and Hyaga Beiwa in front of him. What did these two old guys come here for? It's a nice day today, but they don't go dancing? Elder. After Fuyu greeted the elder nodded with his cane and said lightly, "Master Beiwa just happened to pass by, so I came to see." Master Beiwa. Fuyu also gave Hyaga Beiwa a junior salute with a blank expression. Those who understand understand, and those who don't understand even if they say it. Don't ask, the interests are too big, and it's not good for you to say it. I can only say that the water is deep, even the second elder can't grasp it, so I can only say that those who understand understand, and there is nothing I can do if I don't understand. So, those who understand didn't say anything and sat quietly. Fuyu also greeted Ling Yian by the way, especially Ling Yian, who seemed a little embarrassed to be seen by her elders. Is it strange that a female secretary accompanies the boss to attend his family's birthday party? It's normal. What are you nervous about? Suyin blushed and said, "Master Beiwa." Yes. Beiwa nodded. She also knew that the Hyaga family had a daughter who worked as a secretary for Uchiha. Therefore, although she was a little surprised, it was not surprising to think that Suyin was here. Grand Elder, the dance hall will open in a while. I have 2 lifetime free cards. Take them. Uchiha Fuyu lowered his voice, took out the things he had prepared in advance, and handed them to the Grand Elder. I hope the Grand Elder will support you a lot. When the time comes, I will design a pair of handsome bell-bottom pants for you privately to keep up with the trend and make you the most handsome guy in the dance hall. Since I am no longer a grassroots entrepreneur, turnover is not the most important thing. Influence and coverage have become the most important things, especially for the research institute. He plans to develop the signal equipment first, and then rush to develop mobile phones and computers. Who will be more influential than him by then? Thinking about the technology tree of the ninja world is quite strange. Cloning and genetic technologies are terribly advanced. In the later period, there are chakra cannons and Angkor fortresses, but civilian technology it will take a long time before civilian computers, mobile phones, train-like thunder cars, and handheld game consoles will appear. Perhaps the technology of the ninja world during Naruto's time was not weak, but because of the long-term war, the main force was developing military technology. After the ninja world was reunited and fighting aliens, civilian technology developed rapidly. So, he has to be fast too. He plans to go out to the peaceful small country after a while. Maybe there are development opportunities there. Of course, there is a war outside, so you have to be careful. Uchiha Shiin took it expressionlessly and put it away quickly and secretly, as if nothing had happened. As expected of Uchiha, he still cares about his face at such an old age. Then he touched Itaka's head lovingly. Great Elder. As expected of the son of the clan leader, Itaka could greet the Great Elder openly. Not a bad kid. Uchiha Mirai. I can tell at a glance that he has the talent to become a ninja. I think he will definitely be a genius ninja in the future. But Uchiha Shiin paused, frowned, and pinched Uchiha Itaka's chubby face. I haven't seen you for a while. Has Itaka gained some weight? After he finished speaking, the atmosphere was silent for a while. Mikoto smiled helplessly, Suzune lowered her head, Fugaku looked at him with a smile, and Fugaku stared at Fugaku with a dark face. Who do you think hurt you? At this time, the elder's expression became serious, and he continued, Uchiha is not from the Akimichi clan, and there is no need to learn the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan. Under the Sharingan, any speed can be captured. Being too fat is not conducive to action. When he said this, he looked at Fugaku and Mikoto and snorted, Fugaku. Mikoto. You two can't spoil the child too much, or you will raise another guy who doesn't like to be a ninja. I'm offended. Uchiha Fu rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything. He looked at Itaka, who was frowning and touching his belly, lovingly. It's better for the child to eat more. Grow up. It seems that he is not as easy to fool as a 1 or 2-year-old child. After the words fell, 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. After Fuyu smiled awkwardly, Uchiha Fuyu nodded and said seriously, Fugaku knows and will train Itaka well. I believe you. Uchiha Shiyan nodded and glanced at Itaka again. If you don't have time, you can leave it to me. I will train Itaka well. Dancing square dance? The old man took the child to dance square dance. What a warm scene. Fuyu's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at Fuyu, with a caring tone, gently said, with the guidance of the Great Elder, learning the Uchiha family dance physical skills, can both lose weight and strengthen the body. Isn't this good? Brother, for the sake of the child. Just agree. Originally I was going to agree. But now I hesitate. I have a bad feeling in my heart again. However, as Fuyu said, this is indeed good. So, Fuyu pondered for a while, nodded again, Fugaku understands. The words fell. Suddenly, an Uchiha clan member ran over and said respectfully, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi-sama, and the head of the branch clan, Hayashi-sama, are here. Everyone was stunned. Why did the Hyuga clan come? The Uchiha's birthday is not as important as the traditional third birthday of the Hyuga clan. Fuyu looked at Suzune, who was also confused. Is it a return gift? The wedding? Fuyu seemed to have guessed something, nodded to Fugaku, and was about to go out together. At this time, Master Nono is here. Master Kushina is here. Another Uchiha clan member ran in. 057 Brother, you have worked hard. Today is Itaka's birthday. Then, it became like this. Fuyu patted the head of Itaka, the protagonist of today, who seemed to have been forgotten. It was originally just a simple meeting of the young clan leaders within the family, but unexpectedly, many people came, including the director of the orphanage and the Konoha Jinchuriki. I guess at this time, there must be quite a few Anbu outside who are watching the Jinchuriki. But shouldn't it be Ataka's birthday? What's going on now? The clan leaders gathered at a table, especially the Uchiha clan leader with a paralyzed face and the Hyuga clan leader with a straight face, who were all looking forward with their hands folded and expressionless, showing the momentum of the clan leaders of each clan. The atmosphere around them suddenly became serious. As for the female relatives after Kushina came in, she had already enthusiastically dragged them to play mahjong. Could he be bored outside and come here to play mahjong with someone? From her serious expression, it can be seen that at this time, it is probably the Kyuubi who is playing. He is so bad that he has to pick his feet. And Sister Mikoto went from being confused at the beginning to being curious and then excited, and now she is laughing while playing. Fuyu raised his eyelids and looked at the weasel that ate like a fat hamster under his call. Although due to family etiquette, his movements were quite elegant and quiet, but from the side, he was indeed a little fatter. He sighed helplessly, "Itaki. In the future, your mother will forget to cook for you when she plays mahjong. Come to uncle. Uncle promises to feed you until you are fat and white." On the other side of the mahjong table as Suzune was pulled over by Kushina, but she looked a little flustered, as if she was even cautious when playing mahjong. Could it be that she had guessed that it was the nine-tailed fox playing, so she was a little flustered when facing the tailed beast? On the contrary, Nono had been smiling gently, and looked much calmer, but her luck was not very good, and she had been defeated by Sister Mikoto many times. The situation was already quite clear, and Kushina, who had lost several games in a row, was so angry that she scratched her head and probably cursed the nine-tailed fox in her heart. He was still addicted to eating beast food. Of course, the most important thing was the Tsundere beast, who had no self-awareness, always loved to brag, and thought he was just letting others. Just like the past, if the god of Ninja World hadn't been shameless and let 999 hands surround it and beat it up, it would have won long ago. After one round, Suyin and Nono looked fine, and seemed relieved. The big winner Sister Mikoto was laughing. "It's over. Have you experienced the joy of winning money?" Uchiha Fuyu rubbed Itaki, who knew nothing. "Eat more, eat more. Maybe I can only eat takeout in the future." Looking at Shisui who was quietly reading a book on the side, he nodded with relief. "This kid is here too." After coming in, he politely greeted the seniors, and then sat down, sitting very straight, looking forward. But after a while, he felt a little uncomfortable and secretly took out the book. It seems that he has been immersed in it. As expected, children who love learning are likable. As an uncle, he was also very pleased to see Shisui and Ataka's growth. The future of Uchiha is promising. He turned his head and looked at the clan leader's table, and his mouth twitched again. It's been so long. Still holding his hands. Can't he eat something? Because of the clan leader's expression, the clan members around him ate very carefully. As for the great elder Awesome, it's just that his tsundere look is a bit eye-catching. At his age, can't he be more honest? He sighed and turned his head to continue watching the four people playing mahjong over there. At this time, Kushina's eyes changed. It should be a real person playing. In fact, think about it. If the nine-tailed fox was a little more awesome, maybe Kushina would be the protagonist. The god of mahjong in the Six Paths period, the nine-tailed fox, was accidentally sealed. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, it was accidentally awakened by a girl. In order to pursue the god's touch for his whole life, he began to teach the girl to play mahjong. Good guy. Teacher Jiraiya, a new topic is coming. Thinking of this, just as he smiled helplessly, a low, old but elegant voice of an old woman came from the side. Uchiha's boy. Uchiha Fuyu was stunned, raised his head, looked at Hyuga Hakuka, and was silent again, looking at the serious-looking elder next to him. What's going on? Why don't you two old people eat well and ease the conflict between Uchiha and Hyuga, and come to me, a rich man who takes care of children? Don't ask. Young man. The water is too deep in the past few years, you can't grasp it. The elder glanced at him calmly and ignored him. At this time, Hyuga Hakyuka, who was wearing a white kimono, raised her head elegantly and looked at Ling Ian, and said lightly, "They are all good girls." Before Uchiha Fuyu understood what she meant, Hyuga Shiraiha said calmly, "Pharmacist no. A medical ninja with good talent." Hyuga Suzune. He paused. Girls from the Hyuga family are not so easy to marry, especially Uchiha. He glanced at Uchiha Fuyu, who was still smiling, and did not wait for Fuyu to say anything. Instead, he turned around gracefully and said, "I will go back first." After the words fell. Humph! If a big shot of the Hyuga family comes to Uchiha, if I don't see him off, it will show that my Uchiha family does not know etiquette, and I, Uchiha Shiin, am stingy, which makes people look down on me. Tsundere Uchiha Shiin is online. Uchiha Fuyu's mouth twitched as he looked at the two figures leaving. Although Hyuga Shiraiha is now grey-haired, hunched, and full of wrinkles, it can be vaguely seen that she should have been a plain-tempered Nadeshiko when she was young. No wonder the elder went out to dance all day and came back exhausted at night. That's right. The Uchiha and Hinata below don't get along well. It's probably because of the elder's tsunderness. He shook his head helplessly, sighed inwardly, and turned back. Suddenly, he felt a burning gaze staring at him. Fuyu was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw the second elder staring at him seriously. Could Elder Ishizawa have misunderstood something again? Uchiha Fuyu's eyelids jumped, but he ignored it. He pretended to ignore it and continued to look ahead calmly. "I believe it will be later. The elder will explain to the second elder how deep the water is." At this time, Uchiha Ishizawa saw Fuyu, who didn't dare to look him in the eye because of shame, and snorted immediately. "This kid has some self-awareness. The elder is not young anymore, and as a junior, he still makes the elders so busy? It's really ridiculous. Especially the scene just now." The elders of the Hyuga family went up to question Uchiha Fuyu, and they parted unhappily. His eldest brother personally smiled to clean up the mess for the younger generation, and finally, he had to endure the inner irritation and send the Hyuga Beiwa out. When he saw his eldest brother's impatient face just now, Uchiha Ishizawa's right hand was so angry that he immediately scratched the table tightly. There were cracks all over it. How he wished he had said to his eldest brother just now, "Brother! Enough! Don't be afraid of them, Hyuga. Uchiha is the strongest I-technique bloodline family." But his eldest brother said, "The water is deep. He can't control it. Tell him not to interfere." And the scene in front of him, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, other families or individual ninjas actually came to attend the birthday of the young patriarch of Uchiha. Isn't this a kind of friendship? Therefore, the elder brother's efforts are rewarded. As the second elder of Uchiha, if he acts rashly and ruins the elder brother's hard work, he will feel guilty. He sighed helplessly, with a firm look in his eyes. "Big brother, you have worked hard. 058 Stay away from the lunatic. Hee. Walking on the street, Uchiha Shiin suddenly sneezed, then rubbed his nose and frowned in confusion. "Strange, why do I suddenly feel a little itchy in my nose? I caught a cold." "Humph! Are you kidding me?" The elder sneered and looked at Hyuga Beiwa with disdain. "I am very strong, how could I catch a cold? Are you stupid?" Hyuga Beiwa glanced at him lightly, said nothing, and continued to walk forward slowly. After walking for a while, the night wind blew gently, brushing her silver hair. The white-haired girl suddenly paused and stopped, and Shi Yan looked at her in confusion. She raised her head elegantly, looked at the starry sky of Konoha, and said calmly and emotionally, "We are all old." After the words fell, The elder was also stunned, then raised his head, his eyes were turbid, looking at the bright moon, his tone also calmed down, and the old voice slowly sounded, "Yes." "Old." "Second elder." "Humph." Shisui looked at the second elder, who snorted coldly and left with the servants, and hesitated for a moment. What's wrong with the second elder? Usually when he saluted, the second elder would not say much or smile, but at least he would nod. Today? What's wrong? The water is too deep, he can't control it. Fuyu sighed with emotion and shook his head. Don't think too much, maybe it will be fine in a few days. There are 3 types of people in Uchiha. One is a dog licker. One is a brother Khan. One is a brother Khan. But there is no doubt that most of them are more or less abnormal in their brains and can't stand stimulation. As the only normal person in the Uchiha clan, he is also very helpless. Looking at Shisui in confusion, "Tell me. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Sorry to bother Fuyu-senpai." Although Fuyu-senpai wanted to be his father, Shisui still took it as a joke and didn't care. He looked a little embarrassed, but finally, he gritted his teeth and took out the book he had read countless times from his arms. His eyes flickered and he lowered his voice, "Senior Fuyu, why is there no next volume?" Shisui went to the bookstore to look, and there was only this volume in the bookstore. Fuyu was stunned, and then patted his shoulder lovingly. "You kid, it's a good thing to like reading books, why are you so embarrassed?" "It's so short that he has finished 3 volumes." The protagonist went to Yunlin Ninja Village. It seems that he should not have time to read those boring books during this period, and read these boring books instead. Not bad. Good boy. But... Fuyu rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, "Teacher Jiraiya has not finished the next volume yet, and it may take some time. I haven't collected materials for a long time, so how can I have the heart to write a book? And there is a war. Is that so?" Shisui nodded disappointedly, then bent down and said respectfully, "Sorry to bother Senior Fuyu." After that, he turned around and left with Itaki. After a while, "What's wrong with Shisui?" Suzune came over curiously. "Why do you look so disappointed?" After the words fell, she looked at Fuyu strangely again. Could it be that she wanted him to call her father again? She was also very curious in her heart. Why did Fuyu like to be someone's father so much? After hesitating for a while, "Dad." "Pa? What are you thinking about, girl?" Fuyu looked at Suzune speechlessly, and gave her a slap. "You are a secretary." I ugh." Suzune blushed, lowered her head embarrassedly, and covered her head. "I called out without paying attention." Nono and Kushina next to them puffed and laughed, looking at the two of them strangely. Then, "I'll go back first." Kushina seemed to be very happy because of the help she gave later. She shook her head and said with a smile, "Be careful at night." The 3 of them looked at Kushina speechlessly until she walked away. "Thank you for your hospitality today." No. Also smiled slightly, but opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, shook his head again, looked at Fuyu, and said thank you softly. "Thank you, be careful on the road." Fuyu touched his chin and looked at No's back in confusion. Sister No seems to have something on her mind. Ling Yian also looked at No's back and was silent for a moment. "I felt it when we were playing mahjong. Maybe the orphanage has no money and is embarrassed." Fuyu came back to his senses, smiled helplessly, and looked at No, who was leaving. War? I heard that during the Chunin exam, the Uegaku ninja village asked about Danzo. Of course, he didn't know the specific situation. Maybe Danzo felt that he was offended, so he sent out the ace spy early? But I don't know where Kabuto is now. And the bounty? It's still too little. After so long, no one dared to come. Ling Yian looked at Fuyu curiously. "What's too little?" "Nothing." Fuyu came back to his senses and smiled slightly. "It's getting late, we should go back. Ling Yian nodded lightly, with a slight smile on her lips. The two walked forward. However, after walking for a while, Fuyu, are you going out again? Ling Yian suddenly asked softly. Fuyu also nodded. The female secretary knew that the boss's schedule was normal and was not surprised. I guessed it myself. There are some business matters, and I will go out in a while. But outside now. Don't worry, I'm fine. Fuyu smiled and blinked, I'm very strong. Ling Yian looked at Fuyu's smile, smiled slightly, nodded, and said softly, Fuyu is very strong, I will wait for you to come back. The next day, Fuyu went to the orphanage, but didn't see Nono. He hesitated for a moment, told the staff of the orphanage, and left. Then, he took the application for leaving the village prepared by Ling Yian and planned to leave. Although the Hokage was a little curious about what a businessman like him was doing when the ninja world was in chaos, the third Hokage didn't care after Uchiha Fuyu casually said war is full of infinite opportunities. After all, he is a businessman now. It is also quite convenient for local merchants in Konoha to enter and exit the village. It can be said that in the ninja world, in fact, merchants are also a special class. After handing the business to the secretary, Fuyu also set off with his guards. At the same time, in the Rain Country, Yahiko, who received the secret letter, opened the letter in confusion. After taking a look, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother Fuyu will come to us in a few days. After the words fell. Really? Zionin jumped up happily. Sister Channa, that's great, Brother Fuyu is here again, Sister Channa. Yet, Channa was stunned for a moment, then she touched Zionin's head, nodded, and smiled gently like an older sister, saying, that's great. After saying that, looking at the three little ones in front of her, her heart was slightly warmed. She was very grateful for her current life and for the wealth she had now. Really? Very grateful. Only Nagato yawned casually, although his mouth corners were raised. But he always remembered. Brother Fuyu said, stay away from psychopaths. On the other side, a handsome boy with red hair looked at the country in front of him with a blank expression, looking at the country in the summer with a hazy drizzle, and said lightly, the Rain Country. After saying that, after a pause, he also raised his feet and walked forward. 059 Danzo, no time. Busy. My name is Kakuzu. He once fought with the first Hokage, but the outcome was inconclusive. Afterwards, many things happened and he became a traitor. Now he can only make a living by relying on the bounty in the black market. Why can he live so long? It's all thanks to the earth grudge of Takigakuer. Wrapped tightly, with only a pair of green eyes showing, Kakuzu lowered his head and looked at the bounty in his hand, and said calmly, has it increased again? 510 million. How long has it been? It has almost doubled in less than a year. He has also heard of the name of Shimura Danzo. A powerful ninja in Konoha, very active during World War I and World War II, and then his reputation seemed to fade slowly. It is rumored that this person is the first Hokage's younger brother, the student of the second Hokage. Of course, he doesn't care about these. Compared to those messy things, what he, Kakuzu, cares more about is the dazzling bounty on it. Every time he looks at it, he can feel that his eyes seem to emit a golden light. What on earth did this guy do that angered the heavens and the people? Multiple countries have offered bounties on him, and the bounties have been rising. Even the god of ninja world back then was not so exaggerated. At this time, sir, what do you need to order? Hearing the cordial voice of the waiter in front of him, Kakuzu raised his head and looked at him calmly. He didn't care about the waiter's uneasy and frightened eyes. I'm used to it. Summer special drink, sour plum juice, the second cup is half price. 2 cups. The waiter was stunned, but he was relieved when he heard the customer ordering. Now it is a war period. Although there are no enemies rushing into the fire country, the tense atmosphere still scares him. If it weren't for the store manager's guarantee, plus the high salary and good treatment here, and he can be promoted to store manager after working for a long time, he would have wanted to resign and hide in the countryside. But the waiter looked at the mysterious guy with only one person in confusion. Do you need 2 cups? Can't one person order 2 cups? Kakuzu frowned, looked at him, and said calmly, it doesn't say it. It really doesn't say no. The waiter hurriedly bent down to apologize, sorry, summer special drink sour plum juice, 2 cups. Prepare it for you now. Yet. Kakuzu nodded and said nothing more. Buy 1 cup for 10 cents. Buy 2 cups for 15 cents. I made another 5 cents today. Took a look at the simple but comfortable decoration inside. Rich milk tea. In just a few years, it has spread all over the wealthy villages, towns, and cities in the fire country. And I don't know why, every time I pass by here, I have an urge to come in and buy a cup. Itchy. Very strange. Obviously, he never likes to drink this kind of messy stuff. Compared with milk tea, for him free spring water is the best. Just after Kakuzu waited bored for 5 minutes. Hello, your summer special drink is ready. Yet. Kakuzu took it expressionlessly, paid the money by the way, and then found a quiet place to sit down. Looking at the 2 cold cups of sour plum juice in his hand, the summer irritability in his heart seemed to be reduced a lot. Take out the special straw, poke it down, and drink a sip. The whole body immediately felt much cooler. It really deserves to be a summer special drink. At first, he also suspected that he was under an illusion. After all, there was a rumor the boss behind this store seemed to be surnamed Uchiha. The Uchiha family is good at using illusions. Perhaps in order to attract customers, they deliberately used illusions or something. But later he found out that he didn't. Maybe he really just wanted to drink it. Kakuzu drank the sour plum juice while looking at the bounty in his hand. 510 million. He admitted. He was moved. But Konoha, he murmured calmly. Originally, he had thought about finishing this job, and then comforting himself. At that time he would definitely fill up the taro balls, puddings, and pearls that he had never eaten. What a pity. Konoha is not so easy to sneak into. There is a special barrier made by the first-generation Hokage. And to get such a high bounty higher than the first-generation Hokage back then, this guy called Shimura Danzo should be very powerful. When the bounty was just issued, he deliberately went to the forest at the entrance of Konoha village to squat for a while. If that guy would come out, he could try this deal. Especially no 510 million. He wanted to sneak into Konoha to assassinate. It is said that many ninjas and rebels have set their sights on the 510 million, so time is very tight. If someone else succeeds, he can only kill that person and snatch it. Thinking of this, Kakuzu, who finished his first cup and had another, looked serious. Shimura Danzo Konoha. There seemed to be some confusion in his eyes. And at this time, it has increased again. Hearing the voice next to him, Kakuzu was stunned and glanced at the guy at the next table who was also wrapped tightly. Rebel? Traveling? And in his hand. Hey! 600 million? Kakuzu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he noticed the string of numbers at a glance. It has increased again? Instantly. The whole person exuded a firm look. Did. At the same time, Danzo suddenly shuddered again and frowned slightly. He seemed to have a bad feeling in his heart, could it be, but after a while, he disappeared and ignored it. He continued to look at the information in his hand. Has that Uchiha Fuyu left the village? Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninja bowed his head respectfully. Going out at this time? Danzo frowned, his face gloomy, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, "Do you know what he is going out for? Now it's not peaceful outside." Reply to Lord Danzo, according to his application for going out, it seems to be related to business. The root ninja continued, and during this period of investigation, many milk tea and barbecue restaurants have opened in the villages and towns in the Land of Fire that were originally abandoned by him. Maybe they are opening branches. Business related. Danzo muttered to himself, and then sighed helplessly in his heart. Because of the bounty, many of his work has stopped, especially the intelligence collection of various villages at this time. During the war, intelligence is even more important to Konoha. If I also have powerful power. A trace of heat flashed in Danzo's eyes. If he also has the strength of the first generation, what's the harm in going out like this? He can kill any enemy, why is he like this now? Hide here carefully. He seemed to remember something, took the paper beside him, frowned, and took a look. It was written on it. Brother Danzo, for the friendship between Rain Village and Konoha, I agree to your request. Rain Village is ready. As long as you come, I will treat you to the special food of Rain Village, salamander. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. I, Salamander Hanzo, await your arrival. Danzo's eyes seemed a little tangled, uncertain. The eyes of the legendary Six-Path Sage. If I get them. At this time, the ninjas below saw the look of Lord Danzo. Although they didn't know what Lord Danzo was thinking, they didn't dare to say anything and kept a respectful posture. I don't know how long it took. Danzo sighed in his heart, his eyes changed, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision. He looked at the cotters below sharply and firmly, "Come on, give the Rain Village." Before he finished speaking. Lord Danzo! Lord Danzo! Another ninja interrupted him and ran in a panic. Danzo stopped immediately, his mouth twitched, looking at the bounty order that was kneeling respectfully on the ground and spread out by the ninja. A6, a string of zeros. He was silent again. Recently. He seems to be very busy. 060 is quite handsome. My friend Hanzo, I am busy. Of course. The letter didn't say that, it was too long, but if I shorten it, the general meaning is like this. Hanzo sighed, crumpled the envelope in his hand into a paper ball, glanced at the 600 million on the table, and muttered to himself, I didn't mean that. It was just a few days ago. That group of little ghosts seemed to have some movement again, especially in recent times. During the war, their power has increased a lot, thinking it's better to discuss it, and then, cooperate to solve it. Really? Hanzo swears on the salamander. I'm not lying. It's just 600 million. Although it was an unexpected fortune, it was not enough for him to do something to his allies? He was suspected. Hanzo of the salamander was silent for a moment, looking at the rain ninja next to him. Have you investigated what happened over there in the past 2 days? Why does it seem to be lively again? After the words fell, the rain ninja said respectfully, reporting to the leader, it seems that the guy from some time ago is here again. After the words fell, Hanzo of the salamander was slightly surprised and frowned solemnly. That mysterious guy. The weather in the Land of Rain is not too hot and humid. Perhaps it is because of the long-term rain. It is quite cool. In the morning, Fuyu, who got up a little late, stretched and yawned. After washing up, he walked downstairs. It has been more than half a month since I came to the Land of Rain. It was a bit late to do the examination last night. After all, not only did I have to check my body, but I also had to give a lot of chukar that I lost in the gambling game of Nine-Tail to Channa for research. Therefore, it was a little late. For the tailed beasts, the Uzumaki clan is quite familiar, as can be seen from the fact that most of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are related to the tailed beasts. And the Sharingan is passed down from the sacred tree, so maybe there will be some gains. If it really doesn't work, brother, I will take good care of my sister-in-law and nephew. Thinking of this, Fuyu smiled helplessly. Of course, this was a joke. Even without the Sharingan, I believe he can be awesome with chakra. After all, you know Fuyu is his brother. Now, with a full body of chakra, he feels that he can use the great fireball technique as the giant fireball technique like Madara. In the ninja world, having more chakra can really do whatever you want. Of course, when the aliens come, you have to compete in physical skills. For the future as a member of the ninja world, he has been working hard to practice elbow strikes recently. When the aliens come, let's see whose elbow strikes are more powerful. Good morning, Yahiko. Fuyu greeted Yahiko and Konan, who were busy early in the morning, and looked around in confusion. Where's Nagato? As for Kanashe was preparing breakfast. After saying that, Yahiko raised his head, smiled slightly, and said, Nagato has gone to work. So early. Could it be that he drank too much chicken soup at 4 o'clock in the morning? Fuyu was surprised for a moment, not eating breakfast. Some time ago, we found that there were ninjas lurking in from outside. Yahiko shook his head helplessly. The movements were secretive, and the strength seemed to be good. Until now, they have not been caught, so Nagato can only go out and take a look. Is that so? Fuyu nodded immediately in understanding. Perhaps because of the blood of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato's sensing ability is still quite good, and he is indeed suitable for finding people. At this time, Kana, wearing a light pink apron, also came out with breakfast. This morning, it was soup noodles. The soup base is made with fresh salamander. Please enjoy your meal. You're welcome. X3. While eating, Fuyu asked about the rain country. It was not bad because of the war. Many ninjas who were tired of war and ordinary people who fled came to the rain country and were accepted by Yahiko. At the same time, some time ago, Hatosuk took people out to sell underwear and made a lot of money. It seems that even ninjas from Iwagakur, Mist Village, and other ninja villages bought it. It is a very popular product. He also asked about his relationship with Uchiha Obito, whether they would have any effect by doing this. Problem. Don't worry, junior of the clan. I was kicked out of the Uchiha clan back then, so I'm not very familiar with him. Fuyu shook his head and said seriously, we can sell it casually, don't be polite. I'm really relieved. Yahiko smiled embarrassedly. I was really shocked when I received the letter from Brother Fuyu. Inner armor and underwear? Does anyone want this thing? I didn't expect to make a fortune. After a while, I'm full. Xionan wiped her mouth and said with a smile, then I'll go deliver food to Nagato. Just as the words fell, suddenly, bang! There was a loud noise outside the house. The four people were stunned, looked at each other, and then quickly got up and ran outside. Did Nagato find the enemy? This guy is not simple. Scorpion controlled his puppet and frowned at the red-haired boy in front of him. He didn't expect that the guy who found him was so strong. I originally thought that it was just a perception-type ninja, and I should be able to deal with it quickly with the help of the puppets of the third Kazekage. The result? I miscalculated. He looked at Nagato with a serious face and said lightly, who are you? Rain Ninja? No. Nagato looked at him with interest, narrowed his eyes slightly, and touched his chin, puppet. Ninja from Sand Village. After saying that, he seemed to remember something. How many puppets can you control? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? As a ninja, he directly asked for information about the enemy. Who would say that? Scorpion still frowned and looked around. He knew that he couldn't stay too long. If there were ninjas nearby, they would definitely hear the movement just now. I didn't expect that in addition to the old ninja demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, there were actually strong people in the Rain Country that he didn't have in his intelligence. So, We have to retreat. As for the enemy, wait until his red secret technique is completed. However, at this time, several figures suddenly appeared around, and Scorpion's face suddenly became more solemn. Surrounded? Nagato. Yahiko hurried to Nagato's side. Are you okay? Nothing. Nagato looked at everyone in surprise, but soon calmed down. Why are you here? The noise was too loud, so I came when I heard it. Is that so? Sorry. Nagato smiled embarrassedly. I didn't pay attention, I used too much. After the words fell, Yahiko also breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing that Nagato was indeed fine, he turned his head and looked at the guy in front of him who also had red hair and frowned and stared at them, especially the puppet behind him. He was stunned for a moment and hesitated for a moment. Sand ninja? Puppet master. Puppet master. Nagato nodded. It is indeed a puppet master. Conan also nodded. It is indeed a puppet master. As a senior, Kana also nodded. It seems that everyone is sure that this guy is a sand ninja puppet master. Only Fuyu touched his chin and looked at Xia curiously. He probably guessed who this guy was. It's just that he's pretty handsome. After saying that, 5 silent faces looked at Fuyu. Fuyu, brother, what does this mean? 061 has grown up. It's a pity not to go mining when you're so handsome. Fuyu touched his chin and muttered, then raised his head and looked at them in surprise. What's wrong? What do you think? Yahiko smiled helplessly and said, nothing. As expected, Fuyu is still Fuyu. Indeed. It's right to stay away. Nagato rolled his eyes, and the serious atmosphere just disappeared in an instant. Only Xia frowned on his handsome face, looking at the simple clothes and ordinary black hair of the guy in front of him. No information could be seen at all. Who is it? Or who are these guys? The rain ninja from the land of rain? At this moment, Scorpion analyzed the intelligence in his mind, and finally, he planned to execute the decision just now. Insufficient intelligence. Retreat. As for letting him go mining, ridiculous. He is the Red Sand Scorpion. A genius puppet master from the Sand Village. How could he do such a thing? So now, Scorpion looked at the guy with a pair of strange eyes. Just now this guy called Nagato is quite powerful. If he can be used with my poison, maybe. However, the inner words have not been finished yet. Let's go together and get rid of him first. Fuyu suddenly spoke seriously, saying, there is no need to talk about morality with this kind of enemy village ninja. The dignity of the strong, everyone goes together, use the ultimate move directly. If he is killed, it will be his bad luck. Understood, X4. After the words fell, Scorpion was stunned and looked at the group of people who rushed up directly. There was something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say it or not. I thought this group of people would hand him over to the Sand Village, but I didn't expect they would just start fighting. Dig a hole. Paper shuriken. Water escape. Water wave. And Scorpion controlled the puppet with a serious face. At this time, it seems that he can't escape for the time being. But who is that black-haired man? Why didn't he attack? But now he couldn't think too much, his eyes were fixed on the red-haired boy. Compared with the other 3, this guy made him more cautious. That dangerous feeling. There's no mistake. This guy who doesn't look very big is definitely very powerful. Especially the explosion just now for no reason. Is it a pupil technique? The huge chakra, plus the weird pupil technique. It really needs to be paid attention to. At this time, it's poisonous, everyone please pay attention. The red-haired woman suddenly shouted seriously. Have you been discovered? Scorpion frowned again, looked at the woman, and was silent for a while. Medical ninja. He hesitated for a while. Then, he glanced at the black-haired guy again. This guy. After roaring, he didn't attack. It was a bit strange from the beginning. These ninjas seemed to listen to him very much. Are they his subordinates? What conspiracy is there? After thinking for a while, he directly controlled the puppet of the third Kazekage and rushed over there. However, failed. 10,000 of course, the three little ones are still growing up. Fuyu looked around. Now it is a war period. Although the power here is a little remote, but after a long time, it will attract the attention of others. And the demigod of the ninja world Hanzo of the Salamander is also watching this place. So, it must be solved quickly. Therefore, he sighed, and then took out a stack of detonating tags from his arms. Suddenly, everyone saw it, and their hands couldn't help but stagnate and stopped. Especially Scorpion, his eyelids raised, looking at the thick stack of detonating tags. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Which ninja would waste detonating tags like this? It is estimated that you can't earn it back even if you work hard to be an S level. It is said that the second generation of Konoha Hokage developed the forbidden technique of multiplying detonating tags because there were not enough detonating tags. Even if there is only one detonating tag, it can cause a chain explosion, but it is easy to kill yourself, so it is also listed as a forbidden technique. Today, Scorpion's heart trembled. So many detonating tags. There is an unspoken feeling in his heart. His eyebrows also wrinkled. Perhaps it was the rebellious child who came out of the poor countryside, and felt the simple and unpretentious life of the rich for the first time, and was a little shocked in his heart. Of course, Fuyu didn't care. Rich. Willful. What's wrong with letting others look at it a few more times? It's the third generation of Kazekage. Fuyu touched his chin and pondered for a while. After all, it was a puppet made of the shadow of the 5 major ninja villages, so more. At this point, he took out another stack from the ninja tool bag. At this time, the scene became cold. Yahiko smiled bitterly, and Konan looked distressed. So many detonating tags, how many steamed buns can be bought? Only Nagato had a black line on his forehead. What does this guy want to do? Blow them up together? Even Kana looked helpless after such a long period of close physical examination. She also found that Fuyu had flaws in his heart. Although he was cheerful all day long, Fuyu always felt uneasy in his heart. His strength was already very good, and he had stored a lot of detonating tags and kunao. No one could compare to him, but he still felt that the power was not enough. Not enough detonating tags, not enough kunao. Kana looked at Fuyu, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. In Konoha, Fuyu must be very uneasy. However, in the midst of war, who would feel at ease? It's just that he has always been optimistic about everyone and didn't let everyone worry. Suddenly, get out of the way! Fuyu, who was afraid of insufficient firepower, roared, "Look at me, Kyandu!" Before he finished speaking, Tianyin. Nagato spoke directly, roared, and sucked Scorpion over before anyone noticed. Then, didn't give Scorpion time to react. Tianyin of the universe! Tianyin of the universe! Tianyin of the universe! If he dared to move, he would smash him to the ground. In the end, Scorpion's hands stopped. No more moving! No more moving! These bastards! Until Nagato was out of breath, he sucked Scorpion in and pressed his head. With a bang, he smashed the man directly to the ground, unable to move. Then, he raised his head expressionlessly and looked at Fuyu. Done. Fuyu's face froze, and his hand holding the detonating tag also stopped in mid-air. Then he nodded with relief. Nagato is shameless. He has grown up. He has learned to interrupt others' pretense. 062 This little brother is fat. Afterwards, Fuyu patted Nagato's shoulder earnestly and gratifiedly, then asked everyone to clean up the battlefield quickly, and then carried the restrained guy and the puppet back. After a while, after returning, So, this guy may be the one who killed the third Kazekage and started the Third Ninja World War. Yahiko was stunned, lowered his head and looked at the human puppet lying on the ground. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes, and muttered to himself, I thought it was just a strange puppet, but I didn't expect it to be the third Kazekage. Although I felt something was wrong when I saw the puppet that could use magnetic escape at the beginning, after all, the death of the third Kazekage was a sensation, and the murderer was suspected to be Konoha. At this time, a sand ninja appeared in front of them controlling a ninja who could use magnetic escape bloodline. It would be strange if they didn't think it was strange. After all, that was magnetic escape. Bloodline limit. Can ordinary people learn it? He hesitated in his heart, if not. Before he finished speaking. It is indeed not an ordinary puppet. At this time, Kana sighed helplessly and said, after my simple inspection, it is very likely as Fuyu just guessed. How to say it? Very amazing. But very scary. After the words fell, everyone looked at each other. I didn't expect that the third-generation Kazekage who was suspected of being assassinated by Konoha actually died at the hands of a young man from his own ninja village. For a while, the atmosphere was silent. It seemed that everyone was shocked and had not recovered yet. You know. That was the third-generation Kazekage. The shadow of one of the 5 major ninja villages. Until a moment later, Yahiko raised his head and looked at Brother Fuyu with a serious face. Then what should we do next, Brother Fuyu? What else can we do? Of course, we should pretend that we know nothing. Fuyu shrugged and said casually, we can't really send the body back to the sand village, right? Even if the sand village would be grateful to them at that time, they would probably be exposed. So, there is no need. There is no shortage of sand in the sand village. And everyone is a ninja, just have love in your heart, as for the rest you have to pay for it. Without a commission ninjas don't do unimportant things. Anyway, the war can't be stopped now, or in other words, from the beginning even if the third Kazekage didn't die, this war couldn't be avoided. The Cloud Village has been hiding for so long, and they think they can do it, so how can they stop the war easily? And unexpectedly this war they are fighting, the slogan Konoha doesn't talk about ninja virtue. It has nothing to do with the death of the third Kazekage. Yahiko pondered for a moment after hearing this, and understood why it was like this. He smiled and nodded, we just caught a rebel ninja lurking in the rain country, and we don't know anything else. After the words fell, Konan nodded, and Nagato yawned indifferently. For some reason, the war was over. He had a bad feeling in his heart. A strange feeling. It made him very worried about what would happen. That scorpion. Yahiko looked at the scorpion that was gagged, hung in an indecent posture, and was unconscious, and said with a wry smile, how to deal with it. This skill was tied by the knowledgeable and talented Fuyu brother. Mining. He is so handsome. So white. It's a pity not to go mining. Fuyu said happily, and then hugged the yawning Nagato, which was immediately shocked and trembled all over. Frightened. Come on, Nagato. I didn't expect that you have mastered the Samsara Eye to this extent. Let Brother Fuyu come to help you take a look. By the way, learn the advanced Fuyu theory. No need. Nagato's face turned pale. Nagato. You are slacking off. You are slacking off after you have some strength. You don't even want to train. Are you getting cocky? This is not good. You should know this Fuyu theory is a theory I compiled from the secret book left by the legendary strong man of the Uchiha family. Don't underestimate it. Teacher Fuyu criticized Nagato seriously, recite it quietly every day, I believe you will definitely gain something different. Can I refuse? No. Seeing that you are so sincere in wanting to learn, I will teach you a set of Uchiha ancient inheritance system later. Jutsu, Uchiha Dance Jutsu. This technique can improve your responsiveness and flexibility. Do you know why the legendary Uchiha ninja Taijutsu is so strong? It's because he learned this. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. No need to say thank you. As your rich brother. Don't be polite to me. I'll build a dance hall here in a few days, you can also go and practice when you have time. MMP. Are you tempted? Come on. I'll teach you now. Just like that, with everyone looking helpless, Fuyu had already dragged Nagato out. Kana smiled and shook her head, Fuyu is still the same. Yes yes. X2. Yahiko and Konan both nodded with a wry smile. It's hard for Nagato. But it doesn't matter, learning more other knowledge is also good. At this time, Konoha. Fuyu Dance Hall has been open for a few days, and it seems very lively inside. People walking outside can hear strange songs coming from inside. A little shocking, a little exciting. What a pity. Because Fuyu left directly before the opening, and there was no opening ceremony when it opened, so the opening day was not as crowded as when Fuyu Grill opened. Fortunately, there was also the help of the system. Many people stopped and stood aside when passing by. Then I was curious and walked in. Of course, it is not suitable to hold an opening ceremony in the village at this time. After all, most of the ninjas in the village have gone out, and holding a grand ceremony will have a bad impact. And on the first day of opening, Uchiha Great Elder took the membership card and took Hyagabewa to take a curious look. Not bad. The sound is quite loud. Today, the weather is sunny and windy. Bored at home. The fat weasel who was basking in the sun in the courtyard met the elder, and then was brought here directly. The reason is, children should move more. Otherwise, it is easy to get fat. It doesn't matter to it, anyway mom went to play mahjong with sister Ling Ian today, dad needs to go to work, and he is the only one at home. It's quite boring. It might as well go out for a walk with the elder. That's it. It's too noisy here. Itaka drank a cup of milk tea and swung his feet to look at the elder in strange clothes in the center field. Those pants are tight at the knees, but very loose at the feet, looking like the morning glory in the corner. It's really strange. I don't know where the elder bought them, I've never seen them. But watching it seems quite interesting. So he just watched. But I don't know. Now. Aside. A little girl dragged her chin and blinked her sparkling eyes. There was a teardrop mole on the corner of her right eye, which made the whole cute little Lolita more playful. At this time, she was shaking her little feet, curiously looking at Itaka who was quietly drinking milk tea not far away. The little brother was fat, but he looked very cute. 063 Flexible Fat Itaka. My name is Chuan. Girl. I don't know why, but my mother suddenly took me back to the Uchiha family some time ago. Now, I am working in this store with my mother. Actually, it's okay, and it won't be very tiring. I just need to help turn on the lights and speakers at the appointed time, and then get towels and drinks for customers in need, or go out to Fuyu Milk Tea to order milk tea. And most of them are old grandfathers and grandmothers, and they are very nice. Especially the old grandfather who is in the middle of the dance floor now, wearing a very strange, colorful clothes. Although his body is very hunched, he dances really well. Very interesting. Attracted a lot of people's attention. Especially his peculiar clothes, it seems that many people were asking about it just now. Izumi propped up her chin and looked at the old man twisting his body and dancing proudly on the dance floor. There was curiosity in her eyes. He is so old, why can he still twist so vigorously? Should I say? It's really worthy of being an Uchiha. I heard that Uchiha's physical skills are also very strong, maybe this is the reason. The attention of all. The most handsome old man in the audience. Handsome old man. And the brother with chubby cheeks. Izumi turned her head back and looked at the only fat brother who was about the same age as her not far away. Since he came in, he has been drinking milk tea quietly and watching the dance. Although he is fat, he is also a quiet little brother. And from this side view, the chubby cheeks and the chubby hands holding the milk tea cup really look like a fat hamster. I want to pinch it. Is it an Uchiha? Why haven't I seen it in the tribe before? Chuan blinked curiously, shaking her little feet in black shoes, humming a little tune and looking at the chubby cheeks. At this time, the lights were silent, and the dance music stopped. The tapping sound in the dance floor also stopped. Chuan turned her head, knowing that she should work now, and after they had a break, she would start turning on the sound and lights again. Looked up and looked at the center of the dance floor again. At this time, the old Uchiha grandfather was surrounded by many people, and seemed to be asking about his clothes. That dress is really strange. It's colorful, she doesn't like it, she prefers purple clothes. Shi Yan, your clothes. An old man walked over curiously, making a tisk-tisk sound. It's very strange. Which master in the land of fire designed it? After the words fell, other old men also talked about it, and even touched it. Could such a peculiar dress be made by the same master who made the imperial god robe? You know what, at first glance it looks like a morning glory, but after looking at it for a long time it's quite interesting, especially when combined with the dance steps. Not bad. Not bad. How much does it cost to design this set? Or give us one too. Those girls will be so greedy. Humph. Uchiha Shiin snorted proudly, and at his age he still raised his head, looking like he deserved a beating. There is only this one in the whole Konoha, don't do it. What if it's torn? However, everyone is used to Shi Yan's temper, so they won't beat him, and they probably won't be able to beat him even if they do. There are rumors. This old man is not simple. It seems to be related to the wealth of the rich people with a net worth of nearly 100 million. So, don't worry about it. Although the arrogant elder deserves a beating, he still twisted his body and let them take a closer look at the Uchiha dance. You should know that their Uchiha dance. The legendary ninja back then could keep up with the dance steps of the god of ninja world with this. Absolutely amazing. Uchiha Shiyan secretly glanced at Hyuga Beiwa, who was drinking tea quietly. It seemed that he didn't notice him at all. He hesitated for a moment, snorted again, slapped a group of old men away, and walked over indifferently. Give me a cup too. Don't show off your clothes. Hyuga Beiwa raised his head calmly, glanced at Shi Yan, and then poured him a cup. Don't say it. There are quite a lot of things here, even tea can be brewed by yourself. Taking a sip of hot tea elegantly, he said leisurely, although this place is also quite nice, I still prefer to be on the flat grass. There is no way. During the war, that place is quite remote and many places need to be controlled. Shi Yan sat down and drank a sip of tea expressionlessly. Ordinary people are also afraid and dare not run around. This is the best choice. Maybe. Bai Hua nodded calmly, poured another cup for Shi Yan, and glanced at the strange big speaker. That thing is not bad. It's really good, stereo surround sound, shocking bass, controllable volume, low function and no power consumption, it makes people feel like they are there. Shi Yan hummed twice and said, I heard from Fuyu that it was made with the latest breakthrough technology of their company, and it is not available for purchase now. Looking at her with a look on his face that my Uchiha family's descendants are very excellent. Yet. Bai Hua glanced at him lightly and ignored him. He was really not interested in saying anything more. He had been kicked out of the Uchiha family by the Uchiha family. At such an old age, he still loves to show off. This arrogant look has never changed. Back then he was also so proud and thought that he was the best. The thought of that arrogant boy flashed through Beiwa's mind. The look in his eyes became cloudy. Finally, he shook his head with emotion. We are all old after all. Hey, hey! What are you thinking about, old woman? Shaking your head and sighing. Uchiha Shiin shook his hand and looked at Beiwa, who was lost in memories. What? Want it? If you want it, tell me. I don't have it. After the words fell, Beiwa took another sip of hot tea, and looked at Shiin expressionlessly on her old face, not interested. After saying that, he paused, turned his head and looked at the fat weasel beside him. Bring the child here, and you will ignore him? He has been sitting there all the time. Fat weasel? She stretched out her hand and pinched it with a cold face, and it felt good. A good kid, not as arrogant as other Uchiha. Suddenly, Fat Ataka looked up in confusion, looked at the old lady who was with the great elder, and asked in confusion. Excuse me, what's the matter? However, the cold old lady jailing ignored him after pinching him, and continued to drink tea elegantly, while Uchiha Shiyanth old guy just remembered that he brought the little fat boy who was basking in the sun in the courtyard today. Sure enough, people get old. The memory is not so good. At this time, hearing the music start again, Uchiha Shiin patted Ataka's head and continued to say expressionlessly, "Come on. Move. How can a child sit all day? If you don't know, follow me and learn." Hey! Didn't I come to watch the great elder dance? But seeing the elder's words, Ataka looked at him in confusion, then hesitated for a moment, put the milk tea carefully with his chubby little hands, and stood up. Yes, I seem to know it after watching it once just now. After saying that, Uchiha Shiin looked at Ataki in surprise, and after a moment, nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He is worthy of being a child of the Uchiha family. It seems this child is really talented. Especially at a young age, he is not humble or overbearing when seeing the elders, and his mental quality is good. The music started. The old men and women lined up and swayed in unison. And at this time, behind them, a little fat Ataki also swung his body flexibly, and at a young age, he could completely keep up with their movements. The movements were neat and standardized. So much so that Chuan, who had taken a break again, looked at the fat hamster on the dance floor with his crystal eyes wide open. Cute. She murmured to herself in a low voice, although the little brother looks chubby, he is very agile. Like Eggle fat hamster. 064 as domineering as Madara-sama. Rich, you have become stronger again. Kane looked at Rich curiously, and then frowned at the huge burnt pit on the ground. The chakra and reaction ability have indeed increased, but how did the chakra amount become so much, almost catching up with their Uzumaki clan? She murmured to herself in confusion, why? Maybe he is rich again. Nothing. Rich smiled slightly, and didn't say much. This huge fireball was indeed a bit unexpected. He looked around in confusion. By the way, where is Nagato? Didn't I ask him to accompany me to train ninjutsu today? And I haven't seen him for a while. Nagato is worried that Scorpion will mess up, so he hasn't come back for a while. Kana looked at Fuyu with a strange look in her eyes. Although she was curious about what Fuyu taught Nagato that day, she thought about it and decided not to ask. There is always a sense of danger. Forget it. Is that the case? Fuyu nodded suddenly. We really have to pay attention to that guy. Although the Uzumaki clan has a sealing technique that can cut off the ninja's chakra refining, such as the 4 symbols and the inner 4 symbols, but for the technicians he doubts that if Scorpion is given a spoon, he can have a redemption of the rain country in the ninja world. So, we still have to pay attention. Fuyu sighed helplessly. That kid has talent, and with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he will definitely be extraordinary in the future, but he is too proud. It's really wrong. Ha ha ha. Kana smiled awkwardly, nodded, then fell silent again, hesitated. How many days does Fuyu plan to stay here this time? It should be a while. Fuyu touched his chin and pondered for a while. By the way, get used to my body. Since establishing an industry in the rain country is also considered going abroad, it is much more convenient. Some hidden industries, for example, a research institute can also be established here. Although it can be researched by spending money according to the system, it can improve the research speed after it is established, which is not bad. And we can't always have no research institute, and we have to research from the system. Others don't know. And the system is still quite good, rationalizing all industries and products and giving a suitable reason. At the same time, there is a demigod in the ninja world. If the leader of the rain country can be solved quietly, he plans to solve it. There is no way. It's blocking the way to wealth. And now Danzo, I haven't seen him for a long time. I don't know if he will appear in the rain country to cooperate with Hanzo after the Third World War is about to end. Then if I look for Hanzo to cooperate with me and make a fortune together, I don't know if Hanzo will agree to make 600 million. Now that I think about it. Actually, Danzo is quite useful. At least it's worth money. It's easy to attract other people's attention. Thinking of this, Fuyue stretched and said with a smile, so, I should stay here for a while. Especially in the fire country, he has built more than 30 new milk tea shops and barbecue restaurants. The goal is after the ninja war, quickly occupy the market in most parts of the fire country. After all, he is a businessman. Fuyue pondered for a while. Later, let Yahiko try to write a letter to Hanzo to see if they can cooperate. First trick him out, then work together. If it fails, talk to him about the 600 million business. After the words fell, Kana was slightly stunned, then smiled gently and nodded, yet. The two walked towards the house in front. At this time, not far away, in a dark place, two hidden figures looked at each other, as if they were a little surprised by the scene in front of them. Why is this guy here? He looks very strong. That fireball can be compared to Lord Madara. Didn't he give up ninja and go into business? How strange. Should I tell Lord Madara? After all, the Samsara Eye is here. They remembered that they had seen this guy at that time. After all, Lord Madara wanted to find a substitute, and they had investigated all the talented Uchiha. And this Uchiha was talented and had strong inner emotions, but because the will of fire was too strong, there were a lot of articles about the will of fire, such as Konoha boy says, my ninja my Konoha, without Konoha, there would be no me, so they gave up. I remember that they copied it to Lord Madara, who was almost so angry that he had a myocardial infarction. He almost died like that. In the end, he said childish. Shame on Uchiha. This boy is just so capable, he will never achieve anything great. And ignored it. Then, they chose Uchiha Obito. The Uchiha clan's ability comes from emotions. Lord Madara said that the boy has love in his heart. As long as the love in his heart collapses, the potential of Uchiha will be tapped. Now it seems a bit unexpected. Send it back. Send it back. Let the guy over there make the decision. Okay. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is almost autumn. At this time, in a dark and damp cave. A low groan sounded. A burst of panicked voices suddenly came from the cave. Hey, Master Madara is awake. Under the dim oil lamp, a strange, white face with spiral patterns curiously approached the old man with white hair and several tubes stuck in his back on the rock. After a moment, he said in a tone of realization, Master Madara is here to poop. After the words fell. Bang! A loud noise. A white figure was embedded in the rock. The other white Zetsu who were working hurriedly moved away from this guy. Madara opened his eyes calmly, as if he didn't see the figure embedded in the rock, and said expressionlessly, now how long has it been? Master Madara, the little kid who was paying attention, has graduated, and the war has also started. Has it been so long? Madara was stunned for a moment, then nodded, it seems. That guy has always been like a waste as I thought. As long as the time comes. He didn't finish his words. No. Spiral-faced white Zetsu, who dug himself out of the rock, seemed to have forgotten what happened just now, and said the information he had sorted out in the past few days. He is very strong now, has opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan, and is quite active on the battlefield, just like Madara-sama, just standing there, makes many ninjas in the enemy village feel cold behind. Very domineering. He also created a very strong ninjutsu. Madara was stunned again, seemed a little unconvinced, and was silent for a while. He has experienced sadness. He even created a ninjutsu? The Uchiha Obito he knew didn't have this talent. No. Spiral-faced white Zetsu shook his head. Then how did he open his eyes? It seems probably it should be a broken heart. Madara frowned immediately. The girl has died according to my request? Then why didn't you open the Manjiki? Is his love only this extent? No. Baizetsu shook his head again. But... Madara pondered for a moment, but didn't care. Anyway, he only opened 2 Megatama, and there was still a chance to make him fall into darkness. That's it. The creation of ninjutsu. He frowned, and there was a little curiosity on his wrinkled face. What ninjutsu did the kid create? D level? C level? At this point, he snorted, this kind of useless ninjutsu is simply a waste of time. No. It seems very strong. Spiral-faced Baizetsu scratched his head and said in distress, how should I say it? Otherwise, as if he thought of something, he said happily, I'll show it to Madara-sama. The words fell. When Madara was puzzled about how he could demonstrate. Just saw. Spiral Face put his hands together and extended his index and middle fingers. Tiger Seal. Madara nodded calmly, it looks pretty good. Just as the words fell. Looking at the forward thrust, Madara's mouth twitched, and then, looking at White Zetsu who was no longer demonstrating. Silence fell. Until a moment later. Madara raised his eyebrows and said lightly, no more. No more. White Zetsu nodded, that's it. The words fell. What a hell of a ninjutsu. Madara was so angry that his whole body trembled, and it seemed that he couldn't even breathe smoothly. White Zetsu was so scared that he ran over and said in a panic, Madara-sama, Madara-sama, what's wrong with you? Too excited. However. Get out. A furious roar resounded throughout the cave. 065 I won't be sleepy if you say this. Uchiha Obito. A fool who is full of kindness and love for the world from the bottom of his heart. But it is precisely this point that made Uchiha Madara fall in love with him. Otherwise, with so many geniuses in the ninja world, why would he fall in love with a slacker? Originally, according to his plan, he would let this kid develop feelings and bonds in the war, and then do this and that, and then that, and that he would be able to make this guy believe in himself and be controlled by him. You know, not everyone can be a substitute for Uchiha Madara. The result? I didn't expect it. I just took a short nap. The simple idiot with excellent qualities that I liked back then, now has become like this? What has that kid experienced during this period of time? Is the ninja world decaying so fast? I haven't had time to do anything yet. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, looking at the spiral-faced White Zetsu who pulled him out of the soil again, and said calmly, so, the plan has gone wrong. It's not a mistake. Madara-sama. The spiral-faced man scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it. In fact, some of the information during this period of time surprised White Zetsu. I really haven't seen it before. I've learned a lot. We were still watching that kid, but there was a little, the little finger pointed a little, accident. At this point, as a younger brother, of course, I knew what to say now, of course. He is worthy of being Madara-sama's chosen stand. That boy has Madara-sama's domineering manner on the battlefield. By the way, he has also come up with advanced ninjutsu, which is quite powerful. Once on the battlefield, the enemy will be terrified and wailing on the ground with their butts sticking out. A little flattery. But it seems that the flattery was in the wrong place. Another loud noise, the spiral-faced white Zetsu was embedded in the ground again. Get lost. Madara raised his eyebrows and said lightly, then, after a moment of hesitation, he looked at white Zetsu who dug himself out of the soil again. Does he still have love in his heart? This. You ask me, and I'm confused. According to the information, the kid seemed to have darkness in his heart at one moment, and the future in his heart at another moment. Many white Zetsu were confused. Here, I have to say one more thing. He is worthy of being the substitute chosen by Uchiha Madara. Wasn't Madara like this back then? His brother died and fell into darkness, but Hashirama Senju pulled him back and founded Konoha. Noe is like this again. No wonder Lord Madara chose him. The spiral-faced white Zetsu scratched his head. It should be, hasn't completely fallen into darkness yet. Idiot. Madara sighed in disappointment. What he needed was not pure darkness, but darkness that could be controlled by him. After a pause, he said calmly, where is the Rinnegan? It's still with the Uzumaki brat, that is. Madara frowned again. Now he is with that brat. That brat. Uchiha Fuyu. Lord Madara also said that he was not tolerant enough to become a strong man, and was destined to disappear from the ninja world, but he is still very strong now. That brat. Madara seemed to remember something. When he was selecting the spokesperson, he also collected information about other brats. That idiot who believed in the words of that monkey? He became a ninja? A chunin? A jonin? At this point, he sneered disdainfully, boring. Even so, what if he can't open the Mangekyo? He can only be a waste? As soon as the words fell. No, he went into business. Baizetsu said again. Suddenly. What did you say? Senile Ban was silent. It seemed that he was almost doubting whether he was too old and had heard it wrong just now. Didn't he become a ninja? No. Baizetsu nodded. After graduation, he went into business and became a businessman. Idiot. Ban lost interest when he heard this. He was originally a little curious, but becoming a businessman with this capacity, what qualifications did he have to be interested in? It's okay as long as my samsara eye is fine. When the time comes, someone will open the darkness in his heart. I'm sleepy. Keep a close eye on the Uchiha kid. I paused for a while, looking at Baizetsu indifferently. I'm running out of time. That's right. Spiral Face nodded. He knew what Madara-sama was thinking. He was not afraid of others giving them love, but was afraid that the love was not enough, or he fell into darkness before he even started. After thinking for a while, he looked at Madara-sama who closed his eyes again, and the white tube behind Madara-sama, and scratched his head. In fact, with these, as long as Madara-sama did not do strenuous exercise and did not leave here, he could live a few more years. He pouted and whispered, I still have something to say. At this point, he smiled. In fact, the dance of the Uchiha elder was quite meaningful. The words were not finished. Suddenly, Madara slowly opened his eyes again, staring at the white Zetsu in front of him with a calm look. What were you going to say just now? My name is Wiyata Tianjusuk. I was originally just an ordinary ninja in the Rain Village. Later, when I was on a mission, I met Yahiko and his team. I was attracted by the ideals of the leader Yahiko, the wealth of the rich boss, and the beauty of the little girl Zionin. I left the Rain Village and joined them. A few days ago. I just accepted a mission from Nagato, asking him to disguise himself as a captured ninja, break into the small circle of prisoners, and monitor a red-haired boy. Although he didn't know why the leader Yahiko and his team were so wary of that boy, he didn't directly dig a hole and bury it as fertilizer, but since there is a task from above, he can only accept it. Result. Good fellow. I didn't expect that the red-haired boy would collude with other prisoners and prepare to escape from prison not long after he arrived. Originally, when he got the news, he had already told his superiors and planned to ask them to send people to beat everyone up, but he didn't expect superiors asked him to continue to lurk. Don't reveal your identity. This is a prison made entirely of steel. It's not so easy to escape. Scorpion looked calmly at the partners he had made in the past few days. They were quite capable and silly. You could tell at a glance that they were the kind that easily attracted attention. So, he was ready to start leaving here. How dare those idiots let go of a top puppet master? How ridiculous! Even if his chakra extraction was not smooth now, it was not so easy to be locked up here. Scorpion looked at the guy with a thoughtful face, with a sneer on his lips, but soon regained his calm face and pointed to the map drawn casually on the floor. This is what I have observed in the past few days, the map of this prisoner camp. It was too simple, and he knew it after just a glance, and stretched out his finger to point at one of the points. We are all trapped here now, and my room is over here. As long as we dig a tunnel from here, we can escape from here at night. But there are iron plates under the ground here, and we can't use ninjutsu, and there are seals, and there are no other tools. I know this. Scorpion raised his head and looked at the guy who asked the question. Wei Tuotian? Jusuk, a ninja from the Rain Village, who looked careless and like a fool. This guy. Compared to the third Kazekage, it's just child's play. He said calmly, give me some time. As long as there are materials, I can make tools that can dig through here. So, I need you to bring me some materials from outside every day in the next few days, whether it's wood or iron and stone. I need it. After the words fell, everyone looked at each other, and then said in unison, we understand. Even Jusuk nodded seriously. The number of people who escaped from prison, the time, the tools, and the location are all known. Now it's time to notify the boss. Prepare to close the net. And Scorpion on the opposite side, looking at the thoughtful look of everyone, a sneer flashed across his mouth. Idiot. 066 God evening, little brother. You're here. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. Brother Fuyu, can you please stop doing this? Jusuk looked at Fuyu, who was pretending to be deep in front of him with a stomachache. If he wasn't grilling skewers under the awning, maybe he would look like a spy meeting, but now. I smell the fragrance. I want to eat. Isn't this appropriate? Haha. Fuyu laughed twice and continued to lean on the skewers, saying, it's true that grilling outside is not as delicious as in Fuyu's barbecue bar. Come on. Let's eat together. Grilled salamander? This thing is poisonous. Jusuk sat down directly and took a skewer in surprise. Did you handle it properly? I have handled it. Fuyu nodded, ate a skewer casually, and said, tell me, what's the matter with you suddenly running out? After the words fell, Jusuk said with a gloomy face, it's time to close the net. What net are you pulling? Everyone looked at Hatosuk in confusion. No way. Hatosuk looked at Yahiko's confused face, and immediately covered his head and shouted, you clearly asked me to keep an eye on that sand ninja. Oh, you mean Scorpion? Fuyu immediately reacted and nodded in realization, he really escaped from prison. He remembered. For various reasons, Scorpion sneaked into the Rain country and was caught. He couldn't think of a way to deal with him for the time being, so he was sent to mine. After all, he is a talent anyway. Yahiko seemed to be ready to keep him and use love to let him build mining tools for the Rain country, so Hatosuk was sent to observe. And these few days I was a little busy, dealing with the matter of Salamander Hanzo, so I ignored it. Yes. He is going to escape from prison, and he has also won over other ninjas, a total of 7 ninjas including me. Kusuk's mouth twitched. Result. Everyone forgot. He was the only one who was working diligently as a spy. With a helpless sigh, he angrily ate another skewer of sashimi grilled meat. Should we send ninjas to catch them all now? At this point, he complained angrily, if it were you, I would just send someone to beat them up. If they don't obey, beat them. Beat them all the time until they obey. Beating is the wrong way. We are a legal organization. We should use love. What should we do now? I heard that he would make something that can dig through steel, mud, stone, and barriers. That's what he said. Sure enough, demand is the primary productive force. So Hatosuk nodded suddenly, grinning, I understand, don't worry, I will keep an eye on other ninjas who want to escape, and I will never. He didn't finish his words. A Akatsuki cotter ran in and said, Numbers 9522, 9523, 9524, 9525, 9526, and 9527 want to see the leader, saying that they have something important to tell the leader. Yahiko was stunned, looking at the Akatsuki ninjas who came in puzzledly. Number? Aren't those ninjas in prison? Why do you want to see him? And Fuyu also touched his chin in surprise, and said puzzledly, 2 to 7 have something to say, but where is 1? Why is there number 1? Could it be that they are talking about 1? After the words fell. Looking at Hatosuk with a black face, he frowned, what's wrong with you? Didn't you clean up the toxins of the salamander? 1 is me. Kusuk said with a dark face. Everyone was silent for a while. It seemed that they understood something. So, those 6 people. Yes. Kusuk nodded and said with a face that said my stomach hurts so much, those 6 people are planning to escape from prison. A few days later. The corner of Scorpion's mouth curled up slightly, looking at the completed mole in front of him. As long as he had this, even if the chakra extraction was not smooth, he could dig a secret tunnel and quietly leave here. It was also thanks to that group of guys. If it weren't for their help in collecting materials, I guess I wouldn't have been able to finish it so quickly. Of course. The surveillance here is really lax. So many iron stones were secretly hidden without being discovered, and I made moles at night every night. However, those guys never noticed it. It's ridiculous. It seems that they are just a group of wandering ninjas with good strength. Scorpion looked at the floor in front of him, and then at the surrounding barriers. Then what he needed next was to wait for night to come. Then he could start the action at night. He had just notified them, and when he escaped after that, these captured useless ninjas will be used as bait to help him attract the attention of those guys. What a pity. The seal on his body, he will have to find a way to get rid of it when he gets out, and his puppet after those guys got it, they didn't even give it to the Sand Village? Is it because they don't have enough information to guess what it is, or they just want to embezzle it? Scorpion doesn't know. But no matter what, he will definitely get his things back. Go out first, then break the seal on his body, and wait until the chakra is restored, and then find a way to deal with them. These few days, he has collected enough information. At this time, Scorpion closed his eyes calmly, as if he was really waiting for time. And the other 6 people, their eyes were more or less nervous, but they were afraid that others would find out, so they could only pretend to be calm. Only Kusuk, good guy. In fact, the guy called Scorpion is the undercover. He stayed in his cell with a stomachache, and lay down directly, muttering, why bother? Soon, night fell. After everyone fell asleep, Scorpion controlled the mole and began to communicate with the other 7 people. After a while the 7 people gathered together. He glanced at everyone lightly, and then controlled the mole to dig down. Follow me. This position is the closest. Just dig forward, and then to the right. About an hour later, you can leave here. After a while, the hole was formed and could accommodate 1 person. Scorpion said nothing, turned over and drilled in. Now there is no need to talk to them. After leaving here, their use will be over. They can only be used as bait to attract the attention of the group of guys for him. And after Scorpion went down, the other 7 people also drilled in expressionlessly. This wave is stable. By then, using these 7 people as a token of my loyalty will surely make the leader believe me. X6. They are just a group of ordinary people who are moved by the leader's ideals. They want to realize the dream of peace in the Rain country. One after another. Kusuk followed quietly at the end. He arrived here. He is no longer useful. The leader and his men should have been waiting outside. I don't know how long it took. At this time, with a sneer on his face, Scorpion felt the people following closely behind him, and after calculating in his heart, he knew he had arrived at the place he planned. Next, he just had to let the mole dig the ground, and then he would go out, and then make a noise to let those guys attract attention. So, he quickly calmed down again, and controlled the mole to dig the soil with an expressionless face. After a while, his eyes lit up. Through the small hole, Scorpion looked at the starry sky outside. There is the moon and a few stars. Finally arrived. Without any hesitation, Scorpion stuck his head out, took a deep breath, and said lightly, "Today's revenge." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, it seemed a little dark, as if it was blocking his sight. Is it a tree? He frowned slightly and couldn't help but raise his head. Suddenly, 1 orange hair, 1 red hair, and 1 black hair. 3 smiling faces were looking down at him. "Good evening, little brother." Scorpion was silent, his mouth twitched, then he nodded calmly and said, "Good evening." It seems that this time he failed. 067 This ninja world is still ruined. Why? Why? You are a sand ninja. A ninja from the 5 major ninja villages, you don't know the misery of the Rain country at all. I just want to change this place. With a roar, Scorpion was taken back to prison with the other 6 people with an expressionless face. He didn't care about being betrayed. Because he had been planning to use others as bait from the beginning, so it was normal to be betrayed. As for the misery of the Rain country, it had nothing to do with him. No. Even the ninja world, the Wind country, the Sand village, these had nothing to do with him. What he pursued now was just eternal art. So, failed? It doesn't matter. The tools he built were confiscated. It doesn't matter. The Scorpion who was brought back looked at the towering wall behind him calmly, as if it was a series of iron bars separating him from the ninja world. But he still didn't give up. He believed in himself. One day, he would definitely escape from here. Soon. After a while, the prison escape storm seemed to have passed. Everyone was still digging mines and digging sewers calmly every day. Jusuk glanced at Scorpion. For various reasons, he had not been discovered yet. Instead 9,527 left. Thinking of what 9,527 said when he left, Jusuk was also full of emotion. Sure enough. Another guy who was moved by Yahiko's ideal. For the Rain country. Jusuk murmured to himself, his heart full of passion. They all believed it. The Rain country will definitely change. And at this time. Come here. A low voice sounded from his ear. Jusuk was stunned, and when he came to his senses, he was surprised when he saw the guy next to him. This guy. The same identity as him. It's just that he hasn't been exposed last time. So now. Jusuk's mouth twitched, looking at Scorpion who was also looking at this side. That guy hasn't given up yet. We will succeed this time. Scorpion looked at the 6 people in front of him. After the last betrayal, he has been observing calmly for a while. The remaining 6 people have been staying here and have not left. If they wanted to betray, they would have left this prison long ago. After all, he is not a big shot now, but a captured ninja. If he really wants to know something, why bother? So, those who are still here must be preparing to escape from here like him. Otherwise, you don't really like mining, do you? Last time, there was just a traitor. Scorpion finished speaking. Everyone nodded expressionlessly. You're right. Really? The failure was all because of the traitor. And this time I'm not going to dig a tunnel. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Scorpion continued, after my investigation, there are a total of 4 large iron gates and 6 tunnels. When you come out of our cell, there are 2 ways to go. One of them requires opening 4 large iron gates, and the other has 3. But you need to go through a staircase going down. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned and looked at Scorpion in confusion, as if they didn't understand why he said this. This time he won't walk out of the gate openly. However, a sneer flashed across the corner of Scorpion's mouth, as if he had guessed what they wanted to ask. He said calmly, the tunnel can no longer be dug. Those guys will never watch us continue to dig the tunnel. Therefore, the simplest method is also the most unexpected method, just as you thought. This time. He paused for a moment, glanced at them calmly, I'm going to walk out openly. After the words fell, everyone was shocked. After a moment, seemed to understand something. You are going to steal the key. Is this possible? However. But Scorpion shook his head calmly, his eyes flashed with a glimmer, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said lightly, no. That method is too stupid. With a confident look, he glanced at them, I'm going to make the key myself. This time, he was going to walk out of the door openly. I just don't believe it. Those guys can guess his thoughts. So he stared at them with sharp eyes and said seriously, I need your help. After the words fell, there was no pause at all. Everyone was silent for a moment, then nodded and said in unison, of course. With everyone working together, Scorpion began to plan the second wave of escape plan. He used the time of eating, taking a walk, and resting to constantly pester the prison ninjas, secretly and carefully checking the keys on their waists, and memorized them firmly in his mind. Then, after returning, he took advantage of the night and quietly made them bit by bit according to his memory. Then, every time he successfully made one, he secretly conducted experiments under their cover. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. Under the guidance of the old woman, he carefully made his own puppet, and finally successfully made the father and mother who embraced him. Nervous? Serious? Scorpion held the key tightly, with determination in his eyes, I will succeed. Then, take back what belongs to him. Soon, under a group of baits, he successfully made the key and tried to open the iron door successfully. Yes. He succeeded again. With excitement, they agreed on a time. After night fell, assuming that everyone had rested, he quietly opened the door of the bait cell. Then, a group of people quietly walked outside, avoided the patrolling ninjas, opened one iron door after another. The first one. The second one. After passing through the stairs, they finally came to the third one. Scorpion took a deep breath, and under the protection of everyone, he tried the key in his hand seriously. As long as he opened this last one, he succeeded. That group of guys. That's all. The first one. It seems that something went wrong and it can't be opened. But it doesn't matter. He has a spare key. Took out the second one, but it still can't be opened. It's missing a corner. After all, it's made of wood. Then, he took out the third one expressionlessly and rubbed it in carefully. At this time, the 6 people around him also became serious, holding their breath and looking at the key. This is the last spare key. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, click. The door was opened. The corners of Scorpion's mouth slightly raised, looking at the sky outside through the gap. Stars, moon. Everything was so familiar, and the air blowing in through the gap. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This feeling is really intoxicating. He succeeded. Today's revenge. He opened the door gently, then walked out with a calm face, slowly opened his hands, and was about to turn around to let the people behind him hurry up. Wait a minute. Why does it seem like there is someone next to him? Scorpion's face changed, and he turned his head suddenly, and his mouth twitched again, looking at 3 figures next to him. 1 orange hair, 1 red hair and 1 black hair. He was looking at him with a smile. Good evening, little brother. Scorpion looked at the 6 people in front of him calmly and said lightly, who else, come out. After he finished speaking, the 6 people were silent. The breeze blew slowly. Then Scorpion raised his eyelids and fell silent. It seemed that he understood something. I was so angry. Are you bored? Since they are all undercover, then why are you helping me pick up materials and keep watch for me? What about the trust between ninjas? This ninja world. Let's destroy it. 068 Danzo, please wait. The fact that a certain sand ninja escaped from prison is insignificant to the entire ninja world. After the number 1 bounty list of Konoha Ninja Dark reached the 600 million mark, the ninja villages also began to pay attention to this Konoha hero who was once active in World War I and World War II. Although after the end of World War II, for some reason, the Konoha hero gradually disappeared, as long as you carefully check the information, you can still get a lot of information. Konoha hero. Ninja Dark. Disciple of the second Hokage. Active in World War I and World War II. Once a strong candidate for Konoha Hokage. Bounty amount, 600 million. He is also the current Konoha third Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage, ninja hero, and the best friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I heard that the 2 of them were close, and although they had different surnames, they were as close as brothers. Therefore, if you want to assassinate Shimura Danzo to get the bounty, you probably have to offend the Hokage of Konoha. Of course. Now it is the time of the Ninja World War, and it doesn't matter whether you offend or not. If it weren't for the fact that we haven't obtained the information about that guy, it is estimated that Shimura Danzo has become 600 million. At this time, each ninja village. In order to deal with the continued stalemate of the Ninja World War and the increasing prices of kunao and detonating tags, huge financial support is necessary. So, Sagakure Ninja Village. It had already suffered heavy losses after the disappearance of the third Kazekage, and in addition it was located in the desert, there were not enough commissions, the country was not rich, and the price of detonating tags rose during the war, which made it even more difficult to sustain. The fourth Kazekage, who was appointed in a critical situation, immediately condemned Konoha after seeing the bounty order in his hand, hoping that Konoha could return the body of their third Kazekage, apologize for the death of their third Kazekage, and compensate for the losses of this war. They don't want more. 1 life is enough. After all, Sand Village is also a ninja village that loves peace in the ninja world. Otherwise, they will attack Konoha. On the other side, the Rock Village, which launched an attack on Kikyo Mountain with the Sand Village, seemed much calmer and more stable. The third Tsuchikage said that he hadn't seen his old friend Danzo Shimura for a long time. There weren't many of them who were old or dead. No other meaning. Just wanted to invite the Yami ninja to visit their rock village, meet old friends, and reminisce about the past. There was really no other meaning. As for the Cloud Village, they didn't say much, but kept charging. It was said that they opened up another battlefield. The third Raikage raided the Rock Village, which seemed to have achieved good results. At the same time, the Mist Village, which launched a war with the Cloud Village with Konoha's unethical, didn't say much nonsense and was always quiet. It seemed that neither of the two ninja villages was interested in the mere 600 million. At this time, in the Kirigakure ninja village, the third-generation Mizukage with a handsome black hair looked at the 7 ninjas sitting in front of him with different characteristics, and said lightly, "Do you know what to do this time?" "Understood, Mizukage-sama." The fat man with orange hair and a big sword on his back said with a smile, "Bring back the 600 million. After the words fell, everyone licked their tongues, with strange eyes in their eyes, and laughed. 600 million. More than the god of ninja world back then. Doesn't this mean that they have already launched an attack on a guy stronger than the god of ninja world? It's really interesting. On the other side, a certain green bean eye that had been prepared long ago, hiding his figure, looked at the village in the distance, and said lightly, "How to sneak in?" For a while, around the 600 million, the entire ninja world began to surge. At the same time, in Konoha, the increasingly serious situation also made the atmosphere in the village become solemn. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Konoha high-level officials in front of him, was silent for a while, and glanced at his close friend who was not high-spirited and shrank back. "I don't know when it started." The close friend who always jumped out to say a few words during the meeting began to become silent and kept hiding himself. He sighed, glanced at the 600 million bounty order at hand, and then raised his head to look at the people who came to the meeting. "There are two main things today." After the words fell, everyone's eyes condensed and looked at the third Hokage quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen also continued, "First, the Jonin Hitaki Minato and the Commander-in-Chief Jiraiya have sent news that the Chiyunin Hitaki Kakashi and the Chiyunin Uchiha Obito have made great achievements on the battlefield, killed hundreds of enemies, and broke the enemy's conspiracy. They have reached the qualifications of Jonin. I hope to reward them with Jonin." After saying that, he took a puff of cigarette calmly, looked at the people who were discussing, and didn't say anything more. After a while, according to the information sent back, Hitaki Kakashi has indeed reached the qualifications of Jonin, and it is reasonable to let him be promoted to Jonin, but Udaten Koharu frowned and said, "Uchiha Obito, has the merit been achieved?" "It has indeed been achieved. But some of the effects are not good. Although he seems to have developed his own ninjutsu, that move Sori, she, Udaten Koharu, really doesn't like it. It's just an evil heretic. Especially this time the situation is serious, and the village's combat power has been obviously lacking. Hiruzen held this meeting just like this to create stars. Set a benchmark and idol for the children of the Ninja Academy, and inspire more ninjas to graduate and go to the battlefield. If Uchiha Obito is the idol, she really couldn't imagine what kind of disaster this would be for Konoha. But it's a bit unreasonable not to promote him to Jonin, relying on him to repeatedly hit the enemy." After a hesitation, Hitaki Kakashi is a hero, and he has repeatedly made great achievements on the battlefield. He should be promoted to Konoha Jonin. Uchiha Obito, although he has some merits, he is still a little short of Jonin. I estimate it will be almost enough to wait for another week." After the words fell, everyone nodded in agreement. This is to focus on Hitaki Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded. In this case, call back the Minato team. After making some arrangements, he looked at everyone again and pondered slightly. The next step is the reaction of each village. The words were not finished. Everyone stayed quiet again, watching their noses, their mouths, their hearts. Even Midaman glanced at the bounty on the table, then lowered his head and looked at the table. And Danzo on the side, his face was ashen, looking at his best friend with disappointment. "Hiruzen, you have changed. Have you forgotten the vicissitudes of life, the vows we made, the bond as heavy as a mountain?" Result. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his tone, as if he didn't want to say what everyone knew in their hearts. Because of the seriousness of the situation, only the Uchiha clan is still able to send ninjas to support, so I hope to put aside all contradictions and jointly protect Konoha. At this point, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku and pondered for a moment, how about the Uchiha clan leader? After the words fell, Danzo's heart warmed up, and his originally cold face seemed to have a hint of smile. Hiruzen, I misunderstood you. You haven't forgotten yet. Uchiha obeys Konoha's arrangement. Fugaku nodded and said lightly. Sorry to bother the Uchiha clan, let's protect Konoha together. After another wave of the Will of Fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the adjournment of the meeting, just as everyone left one after another. Danzo, wait a moment. The words fell. Danzo stopped and trembled slightly in his heart. 069 Even if I Danzo protect Konoha with one hand. At this time, there were only 2 people in the meeting room. The atmosphere seemed a little dull. I don't know how long it took. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly, poured a cup of hot tea for Danzo himself, and then poured himself a cup, and said in a gentle tone, It seems that I haven't seen you for a while. Calm and indifferent, but also a little emotional, just like chatting with an old friend who hasn't seen him for a long time. The words fell. Danzo glanced at the bounty order on the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, and after a moment of silence, he nodded lightly. Recently, I have some insights into ninjutsu, and I am in seclusion. However, this look made Sarutobi Hiruzen sneer uncomfortably, and quickly took the document beside him and stamped the bounty order, as if nothing had happened just now. Then he put his hands on his chin and said seriously, I don't have any other meaning for letting you stay, I just want you to understand. He paused for a moment, and said in a leisurely and heavy tone, I am the leaf bathed in the sun, and you are the root in the darkness. No matter what, you are my best friend, and I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will never do anything to hurt you. Konoha will never forget your contribution. After the words fell, suddenly, Hiruzen Danzo's heart trembled slightly, looking at Hiruzen's affectionate eyes. The whole person was stunned. He involuntarily recalled that day in his mind. The teacher is dead. Hiruzen was appointed as the successor of Hokage in a time of crisis, but because it was too sudden, many problems arose in the village, and then he came to the Shimura family mansion alone. Holding his hand tightly, he sincerely invited him to serve as the assistant of Hokage. Help him to pacify Konoha. That day, under Hiruzen's sincerity and the bond with Hiruzen, he, Shimura Danzo, voluntarily took on the darkness of Konoha. Danzo took a deep breath, nodded, and said, Even if I have to bear the darkness and protect Konoha, I, Shimura Danzo, will not complain. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, as if he was infected by Danzo's selfless and hard-working spirit. He shook his body and laughed, You are worthy of being my Sarutobi Hiruzen's close friend. The strong will of fire to protect Konoha has not changed. I have you, like a fish in water. Everything is for Konoha. Everything is for Konoha. A decisive response. Then because of the increase in the price of detonating tags and the war, there is a big hole in the village's funds. The words were not finished. Danzo's mouth twitched, and the touch and emotion in his heart disappeared instantly. I was suddenly shivering with anger. You actually lied to me. Hiruzen. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, with his hands crossed and placed in front of his chin, with a gloomy and serious face. Danzo slammed the table in anger and glared at him, Shut up. Hiruzen. I misjudged you. Look at you. You're losing your temper again. Why didn't you say it right away? I was just worried that you might misunderstand me. Can you listen to me first? I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. You have to believe me, Danzo, I'm your best friend. You just want my body. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. You did. You are. No nonsense. How could I have it? Where is it? Where are you talking nonsense? Sarutobi Hiruzen followed Danzo's rhythm, then came back to his senses and sighed, "Calm down, I didn't mean that, it's just..." The words were not finished again. "Shut up. You will regret it." Danzo interrupted him again, his tiger eyes trembled, and he turned away directly. "Hiruzen." The words fell. He slammed the door shut, declaring his inner anger. After all, he made a mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the closed door speechlessly, and shook his head helplessly. He really didn't mean that. It's just that the village has not had enough funds recently, and in order to stabilize the war, so, I hope that the funds from the root can be voluntarily reduced during this period. If possible, the Shimura family and his Sarutobi family will represent and donate something. And the secret experiments should also be stopped. There is no other meaning. All this is for Konoha. How can it be nonsense? Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, "I'm really a little nervous during this period." After saying that, he took out the 600 million on the table again and looked at his best friend who was smiling calmly and naturally. When was it? He seemed to have never seen Danzo smile like this again. Only 600 million? It's not as good as the bond between him and Danzo. He sighed in his heart, "I was planning to invite Danzo to have a barbecue tonight, drink some wine, and relax a little. Danzo's too nervous." Nervous? Really nervous? As the words of the various ninja villages spread, Danzo felt that the eyes of the people looking at him seemed to be full of strange light. It's golden light. It's greed. He and Hiruzen can never go back to the past. Danzo felt very painful in his heart. When did the ninja world become like this? Where is the spirit of the first generation of Hokage? Has everyone forgotten it? Konoha's decayed. Danzo muttered to himself, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, "Hiruzen has changed. For Konoha. He must do something. All this is for Konoha." At this moment, Danzo once again remembered the invitation from the ninja demigod of the Rain Country. If he could gain powerful power, he would definitely be able to set things right, guide Konoha to the right path, make Konoha stronger, and prove to the teacher that he could do better than Hiruzen. Suddenly, in his eyes, it seemed as if there was a burning flame burning. Rain Country. Akatsuki Organization. Hanzang looked at the letter beside the table with complicated eyes. This was sent by Akatsuki Organization a few days ago. There was no other meaning, just inviting him to eat kebabs of salamander and talk about the Rain Country. But he knew things were not that simple. There was an organization in a remote place in the Rain Country, which was helpful, selfless, and yearning for peace. At that time, Hanzo also valued it very much. He admired such children who worked hard for ideals and peace. He also thought about recruiting them to the Rain Village to work together for the peace of the Rain Country. Until Danzo appeared in front of him. And until the ninjas of his Rain Village ran away. Damn it! These brats want to rebel. He's just old. He's not dead yet. Besides, Danzo promised that if they were eliminated, Rain Village would form an alliance with Konoha, and then the Rain Country, which survives in the cracks of many countries, might be able to calm down. So, there's no doubt they must be eliminated. But they were rejected after being invited to Rain Village many times, and ninjas were sent to bring back the 3 leaders but all failed. Unexpectedly, this time the guys who had been hiding actually invited him to eat salamander kebabs. This is definitely not simple. Are you capable of confronting me directly? A cold light flashed in Salamander Hanzo's eyes. In that case, I'll go meet them. It's time to put an end to it. But he's a demigod in the ninja world. Have you ever been afraid? It's just that Danzo didn't come, and I felt like I'd lost a few 100 million. At the same time, Akatsuki Fuito looked at the 3 little ones seriously. Tomorrow I'll use the cup as a signal. If you hear the sound of me breaking the cup. 070 listen to my signal. The next day. It was still drizzling in the rain country. It was all hazy in front of me. Worried about accidents after all, the toxins that Hanzo had raised for most of his life were quite strong. Even when the three ninjas faced him, they still didn't dare to take it lightly. Not to mention, to be treated as a god, whether it's self-proclaimed or called by others, either there's something wrong with his brain, or he really has this kind of strength. So, you must be careful. Ah! Nagato looked at Fuyu in confusion, who looked at him for no reason, and then sighed for no reason, and hesitated for a moment. Is there something wrong? Nothing. Fuyu shook his head, but considering that it was earlier than the time when he originally met Hanzo, therefore, I still feel that I have to remind Nagato seriously again. Remember what I said last time? I rolled my samsara eyes and said nothing. Be cautious at all times. No matter what, don't be impulsive if you are not 100% sure. Fuyu ignored the young man who was good at saving face. If you can use pepper water, use pepper water. If you can sprinkle lime, sprinkle it in the eyes. Dig the crotch and poke the eyes. We are all ninjas. Let's not talk about the morality of the ninja world. So, is this the reason for the detonating tags all over the ground? Nagato looked at the detonating tags buried in the ground, and his mouth twitched. No wonder he chose such a far place. Too close. Is he afraid that even the spectators will be blown to death? Although Fuyu is quite powerful, he is too cautious. Of course. The most important thing is Fuyu nodded with satisfaction when he saw the silent Nagato, thinking that he was listening to him quietly. Remember. If you can solve it with money, use money. Read more and sleep more. Stay away from crazy guys. After the words fell, Nagato pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Fuyu, nodded, and walked to the other side. What does this brat mean? Fuyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Nagato's back as he left. Without thinking much, there are more important things to deal with now. Looking at the detonating talisman buried secretly in the ground, he pondered for a moment, muttered to himself, demigod. With the word god, you still have to be careful. So he took out another stack of detonating talismans. Come on. Bury these 2, 3 layers inside and outside, and don't leave any gaps. Brother Fuyu. Detonating talismans are not used like this. Zionin said with a headache. A dozen are enough. Too many will kill you too. And they are very expensive. You, little girl, are not qualified to say that. It's okay to be careful if you listen to me. After Fuyu arranged the detonating talismans, he looked at Yahiko with a smirk on his face and Nagato, who was a little far away. Come here. Why are you running so far? Be obedient. Nagato said as a matter of course. Do you remember our secret code? Fuyu reminded again, hit the ground when you hear the cup breaking. Just as the words fell. Boss, boss. Someone from Rain Village is coming. Akatsuki Cotter shouted. Hanzo Salamander looked at the village in front of him in silence. Although he had already learned from intelligence that Akatsuki was developing well, he had won the recognition of many villages because of his willingness to help others and selfless dedication. But I didn't expect. It's only been a few years. It's developed so fast. Other villages are still in a mess, but here? There are even barbecue bars and that weird dance hall. Fuyu barbecue bar? Fuyu dance hall? Will anyone in the rain country go to such places to consume now? But it can be seen from here that they are indeed developing well. Especially the number of ninjas among them is not small, especially. He looked at one of the ninjas with cold eyes and said lightly, Vedanta? Kusuk. A ninja from the Rain Village, he was quite strong, and with his special bloodline, he was a good young man. Salamander still remembered. But I didn't expect. He betrayed the village. Leader Hanzo. Haidosuk also saw his former boss, was silent for a moment, and walked over. "Thank you for coming. Traitor." Before Hanzo of the Salamander could speak, the Rain Ninja behind him glared at him. The shame of the Rain Ninja village. "Sorry." Haidosuk didn't care, and said lightly, "I just saw the hope I have always expected in the leader." Hanzo of the Salamander frowned, looked at him calmly, and then, without saying much, turned his head and walked forward. "Take me with you." Sure enough. These guys are ambitious. "Old man, let's see what you call hope." "Here we go." Fortunately, he had time to fill the pit quickly, and Fuyu took people to see Hanzo of the Salamander. At this time, Yahiko also smiled at Hanzo of the Salamander with the Akatsuki organization. In fact, he still admired Hanzo of the Salamander. Demigod of the ninja world. Very powerful. During World War II, he overpowered the three ninjas. And he also worked hard for the peace of the Rain country. Yahiko had once thought about working with Hanzo to bring peace to the Rain country, but for some reason not long after World War II, Hanzo seemed to have become another person. Yahiko. After introducing himself, Yahiko looked at Hanzo. "Master Hanzo." "Hanzo." Hanzo nodded, paused. "You are good." There seemed to be praise and indifference. But at this moment, it can also be said that the two major forces of the Rain country met. Fuyu sighed inwardly. If he hadn't blocked his way to wealth, he would have waited for Yahiko to outlast Hanzo, and then take over the Rain country. And now, it seems the 600 million hasn't come. Is this not going to have the Samsara eye? Not Danzo. It seems that his disguise was in vain. Next. He welcomed the people into the temporary meeting room and made a gesture to Nagato. "Listen to my signal." Nagato rolled his Samsara eyes, looked at the rich man who walked in, and said unhappily, "With so many detonating tags, aren't you afraid that we will be blown up too?" After he finished speaking, Konan and Kana were stunned, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Yes. What's the use of so many detonating tags? What if they blow themselves up? At this time, Nagato also noticed that something was wrong, and what he said made sense. "This detonating tag is useless, right? Are you ready to die together?" Sure enough. Stay away from the psychopath. But now he didn't dare to relax at all, and quickly stared at the other Rain ninjas left outside. However, suddenly, caw-caw! A familiar sound came from inside. It was the sound of a cup being broken. "So fast? We just got in." The faces of Nagato and the other two changed. Is it possible that the land of Rain doesn't have the virtue of ninja? Just attack directly? A surprise attack? If that's the case, Tianyan of Wangxiang. They were not polite. Time moved forward a little. After Yahiko and Hanzo walked in, both parties sat down and arranged for someone to serve tea. But Hanzo of the Salamander was wearing a gas mask, which was not suitable for drinking tea. The surrounding Rain ninjas were also worried that it was poisonous and would not drink it. So, get straight to the point. "You Akatsuki." Hanzo of the Salamander snorted coldly, first to show off his power, stomped his feet directly, slammed the table hard, and then a teacup placed at the corner of the table fell straight to the ground under the stunned eyes of Yahiko and Kigwai Fuyu. Oh no! As soon as his face changed, his heart jumped. However, Hanzo of the Salamander didn't care. It was just a show of power. What's wrong with throwing a cup? Seeing the stunned expressions of the two, he frowned. Were you scared by me? Such character, quality, and magnanimity. How ridiculous! Sure enough, they are just a few young people. It seems that I am a little too worried. He laughed at himself and looked at them coldly. Xiao. Before he finished speaking, Tianyan of Wangxiang. A cold voice sounded. Hanzo was also stunned, as if he felt something, and looked up blankly at the open ceiling. Xiao trap? 071 come on. Rather than saying that the ceiling was opened, it would be better to say the entire ceiling was sucked away, and the cold raindrops fell on Hanzo's face, who was looking up. At this moment, he understood. They fell into the trap. These guys didn't want to talk to him from the beginning. What they said about inviting him to eat mullet and talking about the future of the rain country was a lie to him. Instead, they had already prepared to kill him and control the rain country. As for why they were lured into this small room, there must be some trap here that he didn't notice. At this time, suddenly, Master Hanzo! A rain ninja shouted in panic, detonating talisman. It's a detonating talisman. Densely packed detonating talismans. He has been a ninja for more than 10 years, and he has never seen such an exaggerated detonating talisman. Are these guys crazy? After the words fell. Sure enough, Hanzo the salamander turned his head immediately, and really saw the densely packed detonating talismans buried in the ground. The number. He was a little panicked when he saw it. His eyes condensed, and he quickly turned his head, staring at the two people in front of him, and was silent for a while. I underestimated you, but I didn't expect you were going to attack me directly. Originally, he thought it was just a group of cowards playing house, but now it seems their tolerance is not as small as he thought. But aren't you afraid that he will self-destruct? Have you turned this place into a poisonous zone? However, Fuyu and Yahiko looked at each other in bewilderment. This cup. It fell a little too fast. A bit confused. I haven't reacted yet. Really? They really planned to talk, and if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would send him to see the god of death. But now, the ceiling was lifted, and the detonating tag was discovered. Nagato's attack speed is too fast. Fuyu sighed leisurely, ignoring the angry glare of Hanzo, and said seriously, actually, you misunderstood. This rain is so beautiful. We just want you to see the sky on Akatsuki's side, let you feel the ambition of Akatsuki organization. That is the sea of stars. Everyone was stunned. Even Yahiko's eyelids twitched. Awesome. I admire you. You can even talk nonsense like this. No wonder Fuyu's business is so big. However, Salamander Hanzo raised his eyebrows, twitched his mouth, and looked at Fuyu. Do you think I'm a fool? There was only rain and scorching sun in the sky. Where did the stars come from? This detonating talisman. Fireworks tonight. Fuyu said directly, I wanted to give you guys a good time, but I didn't expect. He sighed, I was discovered, and the surprise is gone. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato led everyone to surround him directly. The scene fell into embarrassment again. Salamander Hanzo's eyes were emitting a strange light, and he didn't listen to this guy's nonsense anymore. It seems you think you can defeat me. Can't we sit down and talk again? Do you think I will sit on a pile of detonating talismans to talk? We also. Fuyu was stunned, as if he remembered something, lowered his head and looked at the detonating talismans under his feet in silence. His mouth twitched, and then he looked up at the Salamander Hanzo expressionlessly. We are sincere. We haven't even eaten the salamander yet. Are you planning to eat my salamander? Then there is nothing to talk about. I don't want to talk to you despicable people. You are the least qualified to say this. Fuyu sighed, was silent for a while, took out a stack of detonating talismans from his arms, and slapped them on the table. Can we still talk? The words fell. The surroundings fell silent again. Even Nagato, who could fly, was sweating coldly. He began to think about what to do next. Fly directly into the sky, and then suck the rest of the people up? Will it work? Don't get blown up later. However, seeing the silent Salamander Hanzo in front of him, Fuyu was relieved, and then, like a local tyrant, he took out another stack of detonating talismans and slammed them on the table. is it still not enough? Is this enough? The words fell. Salamander Hanzo raised his eyelids again. Who are you? You know, the price of detonating talismans is crazy now. Now his whole village probably can't afford so many detonating talismans. An ordinary rich man. Fuyu said with a smile. The words fell. Salamander Hanzo's eyes turned cold, and he snorted, with so many detonating talismans, aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? Do you believe that I will poison you to death right now? As soon as he finished speaking, Fuyu and Yahiko fell silent. Actually, they were going to control Hanzo of the salamander at the beginning. After all, a living Hanzo of the salamander is more useful than a dead one. Especially during wartime. The demigods in the ninja world are quite powerful. And if they want to develop business, they must not be able to conceal the fact that they killed Hanzo of the salamander. Why was Akatsuki able to control the Land of Rain and conceal the news of the disappearance of Hanzo of the salamander from other ninja villages? It's because the Land of Rain has been closed off, just like the Hidden Mist village. The outside world has no idea what's happening inside. So, Hanzo of the salamander can get more use as a facade. Just now, a cup brings a little bit of surprise. Fuyu sighed with emotion, then smiled at Hanzo of the salamander. You can try. You poison. You poison. If you poison, I'll blow it up. Let's see what will happen to the Rain Village without you. You think I don't dare? Hanzo of the salamander was not afraid. He had lived for most of his life and dared to start a second war to challenge the 5 major ninja villages. Would he be scared by a few detonating tags? Don't joke. If you dare, detonate. Let's see if I dare. You go first. You go first. I'll go first, I'll go first. Fuyu sneered and slapped the detonating tags in his hand. After seeing Hanzo of the salamander's eyes condensed, he said confidently, I will directly detonate the detonating tags here and blow you up by surprise. Then I will use the detonating tags in my hand to fight guerrilla warfare. Blow you to death. Ha ha ha. Hanzo of the salamander laughed disdainfully, so many detonating tags. I'm afraid you will be blown to death too. Since we dare to do this, we have been prepared for a long time. If you don't believe me, try it. The words fell. Hanzo of the salamander was stunned, as if he remembered something, turned his head and glanced at Nagato. Is it him? What do you think? Fuyu said half-jokingly. Humph. Hanzo of the salamander snorted coldly, you want to kill me with a mere detonating talisman? Don't be kidding. I will use a summoning technique to resist your detonating talisman, and then release the toxin together with the salamander, and then you will definitely be unable to move. It's ridiculous. Have you seen this antidote? I bought it from the strongest medical ninja in Konoha. Your toxin has been cracked long ago. Let's take a bucket each, and see how you poison it. Fuyu directly took out several buckets of antidote, plus we also have medical ninjas here, and we have already prepared everything. If we use all these detonating talismans together, you will definitely die first. Ignorant child. When I see you explode, I will hide in my summoned beast. Then I will see that all your detonating talismans are gone. He did not finish his words. Fuyu, expressionless, took out another detonating talisman. I will explode again. I will hide again. I will explode again. I will continue to hide. And release toxins. New toxins. You are a bit shameless. You have eaten so many detonating talismans. Your salamander has been burnt long ago. How can you hide? I still have salamanders. What's wrong? You think you are me? So many detonating talismans. Shame on the ninja world. You don't have the virtue of ninja. If that's the case, you would have been blown to death long ago. I told you I wouldn't. If you don't believe me, try it. I'll let you. You go first. You come. You come. That's it. The two of them just stood there and talked, but no one took action. Fuyu now had several stacks of detonating talismans in front of him, and Hanzo also used his summoning beast. The whole house was blown up in an instant. At this time, the ninjas around were speechless watching this scene drenched in the rain, all wet. Hey, hey, hey! Are you still going to fight or not? 072do you have 600 million? Is this what Fuyu said about mouth fighting? No wonder he told him to be careful about mouth fighting, don't talk too much, just go straight up when he meets the enemy. So that's the reason. Nagato felt pain in his eyes, and his mouth twitched, looking at the originally calm demigod of the ninja world now like this suddenly he shouldn't say anything. Is this the power of mouth fighting? Use your mouth to make the enemy fall into your own rhythm? I'm scared. Sure enough, only the enemy knows the enemy best. Nagato glanced at the two people who were gesticulating like crazy, and secretly decided in his heart that if he met someone who talked too much in the future he would just slap him to death. However, Fuyu felt helpless too. Originally he was really going to talk, and if he couldn't reach an agreement, he would sneak attack and kill him with one move, and if he couldn't kill him, he would use a detonating tag to blow him up. But now, there was a little bit of an accident. It was discovered. If the two sides fight again, both sides will suffer, and it may even drag the Rain country into the Ninja World War. No. Why did Hanzo choose to take action when the Ninja World was about to end, and agreed to Danzo's suggestion to use despicable means to quickly solve the enemy? Isn't it because the two major forces are fighting each other, no matter who wins, the Rain country will suffer? I guess Hanzo, the opposite salamander, knows it now. That's why he quarreled with him. Therefore, I don't know if they can still fight. Stacks of detonating tags were placed on the table, just like gambling with people. You think I've already gone all in, but I still have. Fuyu laughed loudly. Only your salamander is strong on your side, the rest hee. I have countless strong men and detonating tags all over the sky, what can you use to fight me? Pulled Zionin, who was watching the show next to him. Come on. Zionin, fly one. Let him know. We can still fly. Zionin rolled his eyes. This scene was a little confusing for a little girl like her. Psychosis? She remembered what Brother Fuyu said about most of the Uchiha clan being mentally abnormal. Brother Fuyu is having an attack? She panicked and was about to say something. Come on, fly one. Fuyu continued, don't be afraid, we'll eat this salamander today. Who's afraid? Zionin muttered, but still used her own paper escape, and saw two white wings appear behind her, and then flew into the air. Is that so? That's right. See? When the time comes, we'll fly into the air and blow you to death. Fuyu laughed, looking at his face. He was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see anything, but from his eyes, he could probably guess that his face was probably not very good now. Demigod of the ninja world? Ha, what are you going to do? What? Water escape? Or poison? Boy! You underestimate my rain village too much. Salamander Hanzo snorted coldly, you underestimate my salamander Hanzo too much. At this point, the salamander under his feet screamed, and the loud sound gave him some momentum. Then my little pepper will pounce, and then I will do a water escape, and the poison will be injected into you and you will definitely die. Humph! Surrender quickly. Ridiculous, there are so many detonating tags here, let's see how you pounce. Fuyu sneered disdainfully, you try it. You come first. You come. Fuyu didn't finish yet. Nagato floated in the air with a stomachache on his face, looking at Hanzo, if you want to fight, fight quickly. Otherwise, if this goes on, he is afraid that he can't control himself. The words fell. Salamander Hanzo also came back to his senses, looking at the strange eyes with a serious face, reincarnation eye. Hey, Nagato! Fuyao looked at Nagato floating in the air with some displeasure. You are floating. Another interruption of my pretense. Do you still remember Fuyao's theory? You shouldn't talk too much at this time, just attack and kill him first. I just taught you a few days ago, and now you forget it. Go back and copy it 10 times for me. Otherwise, you will just turn evil and kill him, and we won't have to go through so much trouble. Nagato rolled his eyes and decided to ignore him. When Salamander Hanzo heard Fuyao's words, he looked at him with a black face. It's worthy of the guy who just fought him with his mouth for more than a dozen times. It's really shameless. Humph. An organization composed of a group of rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas. Despicable. Shameless. Can you still see hope with this? After the words fell, Kusuk beside him lowered his head in shame. In fact, usually he is very normal. Really? This must be just an accident. Yahiko stood up helplessly and said seriously, Sorry, Hanzo, we really just want to talk to you. Use detonating talisman to talk. Hanzo had just finished speaking. Pa. Fuyao took out another stack of detonating talismans and said lightly, Can we talk now? If not, I still have more. He believes in the hope of the rain country. Not to mention so many detonating talismans, just the shameless appearance, the rain country will definitely not be too bad in their hands. Hanzo even felt that brother Danzo was not good enough. Looking at the Akatsuki ninja in front of him. Young. Energetic. And shameless. With a long sigh, do you have 600 million? What does it mean? How many meanings? Prepare to sell the 600 million of Rain Village to them? Fuyao and the others looked at Hanzo of the Salamander, who said something incoherent in confusion. However, Hanzo of the Salamander still looked after himself, and said with a little self-mockery, the Salamander village makes a living by assassination. In fact, the more chaotic the ninja world is, the better the business of the Salamander village is, and the safer the Salamander village is. Peace unless there is a big country to protect it, and the Salamander village also gives up assassination, otherwise, the rain country will only fall into chaos. Recently, the 600 million on the list. He admitted that he lied. Tell the truth. He is mean. Just greedy for people's bodies. So, facing so many countries, facing the endless rain, facing the countless rebels, wandering ninjas and disaster victims in the rain country, what are you going to do? After the words fell, everyone was silent for a while. Fuyao was also a little confused about the suddenly heavy atmosphere, but after thinking about it, he directly picked up a detonating talisman, and then walked to Hanzo of the Salamander. Fuyao, brother, ... In the panic of everyone, he put his arm around Hanzo's shoulder and pointed at the unfinished big house not far in front. That was the big house built some time ago. It has not been renovated yet, but it looks quite luxurious from the outside. He is rich. He will be even richer in the future. Do you see that house? That's me, ba. I'll give it to you. Can we talk now? Is this guy really crazy? Han Zhang, who didn't understand what this guy was thinking, raised his eyelids. Are you humiliating me? After saying that. However, before Fuyao spoke, Yahiko came out and said with a smile, I don't know what Hanzo is worried about, but... He paused and looked at him seriously. Peace will not be wrong. We will definitely succeed. Please believe us, Hanzo. After saying that, he bent down with a confident and optimistic smile. This made Hanzo look at him with a little emotion, and he couldn't help but think of the time when he heard them. This is a group of excellent children. It's just that I thought they were different from me at that time. He glanced at the group of young people in silence, and suddenly, his heart seemed to surge with fighting spirit again, until he glanced at the big house under the rain, and then he was silent for a while, sighed, old man, I will talk to you. If they really fight, It will only be more miserable. Maybe he understood something. And Fuyu looked at the dying old guy with contempt, and then looked at the happy Yahiko. He felt a sense of emotion in his heart. This is the real mouth-to-mouth battle. At the same time, in a cave, Uchiha Fuyu, a businessman. Yes, Lord Madara. But he is quite strong. Do we need to get rid of him? Hide your strength? This may be a good bond. Heavy bonds will make people fall into darkness. A leisurely voice came from the cave. Let someone test his capacity. 073. There is a rich man. Be careful on the road. Have a good trip. Happy cooperation. Good luck. Come often when you are free. I will treat you to barbecue salmon. He is far away, brother Fuyu. What are you talking about? After sending away the group of rain ninjas, Fuyu looked at the lazy Nagato with a look of disappointment. You just sneaked up on him. Be ruthless. Wouldn't it be okay if you killed him? It's okay. Why are you pretending? Why are you shouting? Have you forgotten what I taught you? Nagato rolled his eyes speechlessly. Isn't he worried that the two people inside are in danger? After all, the cup broke just after entering. He thought that the salamander Hanzo had no sense of ninjutsu and killed people directly. The result? Damn, it was the cup that fell for no reason. He felt wronged. Of course. Fuyu's theory, don't argue with a psychopath. He always remembered this. Who do you think buried the detonating tags in the ground? No. Does he need to worry so much? Forget it, just take this as a lesson, don't be so stupid next time. Fuyu sighed with emotion, like a father who spent money to buy a lesson for his son, and said earnestly, also remember, although we are already in a cooperative relationship, don't be so stupid to trust that guy completely. If there is danger, just do it directly and don't worry about other things. The most important thing is don't listen to strangers. Is this teaching a child? Nagato rolled his samsara eyes again, but after a pause, he said calmly, Brother Fuyu is leaving. Now that things here are done, it's time to go back. Fuyu nodded. He received a letter a few days ago, and he might have to go back to take care of his sister-in-law and nephew. He sighed, you guys should be careful too. I don't want to hear that a god appeared in the rain country and wanted to make the ninja world experience pain. In a few years, the ninja world will usher in another peace. Of course, Obito has embarked on a road of no return, and he doesn't know what the future will be like. Nagato glanced at Fuyu. Brother Fuyu sometimes says some messed up things. There is a psychopath here. After leaving, where is the lunatic? Aren't you going to stay? Siang, he paused, his eyes rolled, and suddenly he had a bad feeling, so he quickly changed his words and said, don't worry about Konoha. Even if we can't do business in the land of fire, even if we don't do business, we can sell underwear to support you. What did the brat say? Fuyu slapped him on the head in a bad mood. Is he having a lunatic attack? Peace is coming. After the ninja war, all countries will enter a period of recuperation. It is the time for him to expand his business into other countries and open up the market. You want to stop him from becoming the richest man in the ninja world with just the samsara eye? Dream on. As for whether his industry will not be able to adapt to the local conditions in other countries? Sorry. He can become a rich man because of the system. After the peace, maybe it will be easy to come to the land of rain. He sighed again, spoke earnestly, and looked at Nagato seriously, remember, don't forget what I said, if you meet a lunatic. He didn't finish his words. Nagato nodded expressionlessly, and then ran straight forward. He quickly disappeared from Fuyu's sight. Fuyu raised his eyelids, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself, rebellious period. Is he beginning to feel impatient with the teachings of his elders? It seems that he needs to be educated properly. Soon, he returned to the house and came to the underground laboratory. A beautiful figure was conducting research. After a while, she seemed to hear the movement, raised her head, and smiled at Fuyu. Did it work? Done. My industry will be established in the entire Rain country next, and the rest depends on Yahiko. Yahiko and the others are excellent and will definitely succeed. It doesn't matter whether they succeed or not, I'm just afraid that some people will suddenly have a mental attack. Kana gave Fuyu a helpless look. Sometimes Fuyu would say some strange things. She was silent for a moment. Are you leaving? Yet. Fuyu nodded and said with a smile, I have to trouble you again here. However, after he finished speaking, Kana didn't answer him immediately, saying it wouldn't be a problem, but fell silent again. About a minute or two later, she smiled again, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she said softly, it's time to check your body. Okay. Fuyu nodded and quickly took off his clothes. It's just a body check, clean and pure, do the work cleanly. Why are you blushing? This is a serious matter. The war continues. Even in the face of attacks from multiple countries, Konoha still held on. Especially something that happened some time ago that shocked the entire ninja world. The third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village didn't know what was wrong with him. He suddenly crossed such a long front line and took the rest of the ninjas deep into the land of Earth. Then, it's over. I heard that the fight was quite fierce. Facing 30,000 rock ninjas, he fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died of exhaustion. That's right. Dead of exhaustion. The strength of the third Raikage is so terrifying. Then, the third Raikage's son, Ai, became the fourth Raikage. The war continues. At this time, Iwagakure Ninja Village. Although the third Raikage was killed by the Ninja Sea War, the Iwagakure Ninja Village also suffered huge losses. After all, that was the third Raikage. Especially the prices of detonating tags and kunao have increased. While prices are rising, the war has to be maintained, and the internal tension of the Iwagakure Ninja Village is also quite tense. It's a pity that I didn't bring back the 600 million back then. There wasn't 600 million during the Chunin exam. It increased later. Does it matter? I didn't bring it back anyway. Who would have thought it would increase so much in such a short time? Now Konoha has 600 million in reserve funds. It has more funds than us, and it probably won't be as nervous as we are. Therefore, it is more confident than us. Alas! Konoha is so lucky. In the Rock Ninja conference room, many Rock Ninjas were complaining and complaining. If they knew it would increase so much, they would have really gone to steal people. The third Tsuchikage crossed his hands in front of his chin, his face was a little gloomy and helpless, and finally, looking at the major families who changed the topic, he sighed in his heart, what should I do now? It seems his intention to ask for money was seen through. Sure enough, they are all a bunch of old foxes. As for the daimyo mansion, if they continue to ask for it, it is estimated that the nobles will choose to surrender first. Onoki shook his head regretfully, gave up the idea of asking for donations from the major families, and was ready to think of other ways. Maybe we can try to get it from other people. Suddenly a voice came. All the rock ninjas at the round table looked at the thin-looking Jonin with displeasure. How dare a mere Jonin speak so arrogantly? Who to get it from? Could it be from these families? However, the Jonin smiled slightly and said confidently, Fuyu milk tea. Fuyu roast bar. This emerging businessman, maybe we can get it from him. Just as the words were finished, a woman who had been lowering her head suddenly raised her head, looking at the rock ninja with a serious look in her eyes, but quickly lowered her head. But in the originally calm eyes, a trace of worry could be seen vaguely. Fuyu 074 was discovered. After many days, Fuyu was also ready to go. His elder brother took on the mission of going to war for no reason. He was also quite helpless. He simply went back early to prevent him from taking Itaki away, and left Fugaku with a few more detonating tags. After all, no matter what, he is also his brother. When he was young unreasonable, he wanted to become a ninja and shine for Konoha, thanks to his elder brother's teaching. Later, when he went out to do business, Fugaku did not stop him. Opening a manjiki in the future, he is not that kind of person. Fuyu sighed with emotion, patted Nagato's shoulder, and said again earnestly, "Remember what I said. Stay away from a psychopath." Nagato hesitated, but after thinking about it, he decided not to leave. Anyway, Fuyu was leaving too. And Fuyu, after giving another warning, he looked at Yahiko, "Take good care of everyone, don't be impulsive when encountering things, calm down and think about it, maybe there are other ways." "Okay, Brother Fuyu." "No problem. Brother Fuyu." Zionin also said with a smile, "We are very smart. It's you, little girl, who is the most worrying." Fuyu rolled his eyes, "Remember, when you see someone lying down, don't be too curious, just throw a detonating talisman over, so as not to fall into the trap. Anyway, he is lying down, whether you save him or not, he will have to wait for death, it's better to help him transcend directly." Zionin stuck out her tongue and said unhappily, "How can I do that?" "Of course, it's better to smile more." Fuyu smiled helplessly and rubbed her head, "If you really feel bad, just throw a kunao, as for where to throw it, ask Nagato, he knows those weaknesses best, and he guarantees that the enemy can't pretend at all." "Don't ask me. I don't know." "Really?" Nagato rolled his samsara eyes, but did not speak. And Fuyu looked at Channa, was silent for a while, and then smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble. If you have something, please send a message. I will come when I have time." After the words fell, Kaneo smiled and nodded, and said softly, "Yes." After explaining everything, Fuyu also set off with the bodyguard ninja. The rain in the rain country will not be heavy today, it will still be a drizzle. Fuyu waved his hand to the people who were watching him behind him, and did not look back, and continued to move forward. He planned to go to Ant Cat first to see if there were any weapons to buy. As the weapon supplier of the Uchiha clan, Ant Cat was quite familiar with the habits of the Uchiha clan, so some special weapons could be bought from her. "I heard." Back then, his stubborn father had a special relationship with Ant Cat. Anyway, when he was young, Fugaku took him there and respected Ant Cat. And being able to sell weapons in various ninja villages, Ant Cat is also a big businessman in the ninja world. It's the senior. Whistling, Fuyu was thinking that when he returned, he would directly slap the weapon and detonating tag in front of Fuyu, and then pat his chest to promise that he would take good care of his sister-in-law and nephew, solve Fuyu's worries, and let Fuyu go with peace of mind. As for Itaki, it's better not to go to the battlefield, let his uncle take care of it. At the same time, on the other side, the rock ninjas got the news from somewhere and had already found out the route of Fuyu's milk tea boss. Although ninjas are not allowed to attack ordinary people without reason, for example, later Kato, even if he was so suicidal, Zabuza didn't really attack him, but instead grabbed the group of samurai and gangsters. But after the induction of a certain rock ninja, and now it's a war period, it's normal for one or two enemy merchants to die, and now they are not rock ninjas, but just a group of wandering ninjas suffering from the war. "Senior Yuto, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing." Nono came back to her senses, smiled at the Iwagakuer, hesitated for a moment, "It's just that our Iwagakuer suddenly for no reason. Now she is conducting intelligence activities, so she transformed into an ordinary Iwagakuer named Yuto. As for the identity issue when she took over, the root organization had already dealt with it." Nono sighed helplessly in her heart. She originally thought that as long as she investigated the important information of Iwagakuer village and handed it over to Danzo, her mission would be completed. Unexpectedly, It has only been a while since she came here, but she heard that the Uegakuer was going to take action against Fuyu. Helpless. She could only follow, she couldn't really watch Fuyu fall into trouble. Although ninjas would secretly borrow some money from nobles and merchants when they were in trouble, this time the Uegakuer took action against Fuyu, but it seemed particularly deliberate. Even the intelligence, the kind of milk tea recipe that you want to have when you pass by, and the collection of Fuyu's industry information seemed very deliberate. It seemed like someone was deliberately guiding it. As for that person, Nono secretly glanced at the nearby Uegakuer ninja. Ishigami. A civilian jonin from the Uegakuer ninja village. According to the information she collected, everything seemed normal. So he did this guy suddenly attack Fuyu? Competition among peers? Or did Fuyu offend someone? Nono lowered his hood, with some helplessness in his eyes. I hope Fuyu can receive the message I sent. You are so kind to Senior Tsuchiya. The Uegakuer ninja smiled embarrassedly. This mission must be forced. Hesitated for a moment. How about handing over? Give it to us, Senior Tuyu. Go and take a rest. After saying that, Nono's eyes seemed to have a light flashing, and he shook his head, covered with a hood, and said gently, I'm fine, after all, I'm just carrying out a mission. But we still have to investigate who attacked Fuyu. She exhaled lightly. Nono shook her head with a wry smile. Didn't Fuyu say he was doing a legitimate business? How could the rock ninja attack him? And at this time, just as she was sighing, suddenly the rock ninja not far away shouted. The target appeared. But he didn't pass by here, and took a detour. Just after saying that. What's going on? Isn't this road the closest to Konoha? But there's no other way. They looked at each other and could only hurry up. And the rock ninja behind them, his eyes flickered. Ah! Ah! Have we been discovered? But they still followed the rock ninja. They didn't run for long. Damn it! He took a detour again. Why did he take a detour again? We are ninjas. How could we not catch up? There are ninjas among them, and they are probably quite strong. The ninjas are carrying him. Keep up. After the words fell, the rock ninja gritted his teeth angrily and continued to chase. They were probably discovered. In that case, there's no need to hide anymore. All the rock ninjas rushed out. However, after a while, changing the road again, going around in circles. Damn it, are you kidding us? Kill him. The rock ninja with a bad mood circled back. It didn't run long. Damn it. Detonating talisman. Suddenly, a rock ninja shouted. Cover. After the words fell. Bang. After an explosion. All the rock ninjas were cursing. Although they were not seriously injured, they were also very upset. I thought it was just a businessman and it was easy to deal with. I didn't expect it. How was the secret operation discovered? How was it discovered? Is there a traitor? At this time, Nono behind them looked at the broken copper plate in his hand strangely, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he understood something, and then quickly put it away and shouted, We will split into 2 teams and surround him from 2 directions. After the words fell, immediately got the consent of the 7 rock ninjas. That's right, surround them. Let them see how powerful we are. Shouting like a bandit. That's right. At this time, they are not ninjas. On the other side, he took out a stack of detonating talismans with emotion, shook his head, and murmured, Why bother? After saying that, looking at his guard ninja. Come on. Each of you take some, bury them on the ground, and blow them up later. Take more. You're welcome. After saying that, the ninja here said timidly, Boss, enough. Enough. So many detonating talismans, they are a little panicked to take them. 075 I show my cards. At this time. Konoha. I'm back. Returning to the village after a long absence. Obito ran back home happily. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, he felt that he had misunderstood Lin again. At that time, he must have just finished eating barbecue and was full, so he didn't want to eat ramen. This was his Uchiha Obito's fault. I didn't think about what Lin wanted to eat. It's none of Lin's business. Lin must have a good impression of him, otherwise, how could she comfort him when he was down, help him cheat in the exam, bandage him when he was injured, and sadly tell him to pay attention to safety? So, it's not Lin who is wrong, it's him. He. Uchiha Obito. Because he didn't believe in Lin, he was really useless. After changing his shoes at the entrance, he muttered helplessly, "Grandma looks like she went dancing again, really I'm a little hungry. How about later?" His eyes lit up slightly, "Invite Lin to eat ramen." Took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and his eyes were determined. It's a good opportunity to confess my feelings when I come back this time. Last time, I had misunderstood Lin and planned to confess my feelings, but that bastard ruined it. It was really abominable. This time, it must succeed. He is no longer the Uchiha Obito of the past. Now he is the genius Uchiha Obito, who has developed terrible ninjutsu by himself, beats the enemy and makes him scream, and is very active on the battlefield. It's even better than Kakashi. By then, I will definitely become a jonin, marry a beautiful and rich woman, be recognized by the villagers, become the Hokage of Konoha, and reach the peak of my life as a ninja. Just when Obito was happily imagining that he and Lin had 3 boys and 2 girls. Is Obito back? A gentle voice came from behind him. Obito was stunned, turned his head and looked at his grandmother who was wearing an apron behind him, and immediately said happily, "Grandma, are you here?" "Grandma is always here. Why didn't you go dancing today?" "Don't worry about me, I'm awesome now." Obito looked at his grandmother's healthy face and said happily, "As long as Grandma is happy. Grandma won't go." Obito's grandmother looked a little cold, but still said happily and kindly, "Grandma just wants to see Obito get married and have a great grandson, she doesn't want anything else." "Oh, what is Grandma talking about?" Obito smiled awkwardly, "Rin and I are just friends." "Are you shy, Obito?" "No. Come on. You must be tired. Let's eat first. There is a dance hall in the village. Many boys take girls there." Grandma served Obito a bowl of rice and said kindly, "Obito can take Rin there to try." Dance hall. Well, men and women dance together. Many young people have successfully confessed their love there. After the words fell, Obito was suddenly stunned, then he smiled, as if he was imagining something. After a moment, he coughed twice in embarrassment, I will try my best." The determined flame in his eyes flashed again. He decided, "When the time comes I will confess to Lin there, and then dance with Lin. Let Kakashi watch. It will piss him off." Kakashi, who was walking on the street, suddenly shuddered, as if he had a bad feeling. But back in the village, how could he have a bad feeling? So, it must be because of the cold weather. He lowered his head and looked at Lin, who had been silent since Minato teacher left and invited him to eat ramen. He frowned and pondered for a while, unhappy. The words fell. Lin was stunned. She came back to her senses, smiled gently, shook her head, and said, "No." It's just her eyes were a little disappointed again, and she lowered her head again without saying a word. The atmosphere became awkward again. Just when Kakashi was puzzled and was about to continue asking, "Minato teacher said that you and Obito can both become jonin this time." Lin suddenly looked at Kakashi happily and said, "Congratulations. Obito and Kakashi are amazing." At this point, she pouted and said, "I was planning to let Obito come along, but he didn't listen to others and said he wanted to give them a surprise, and then he ran away suddenly. I don't know what the surprise was. He was so anxious. The words fell. Kakashi looked at Lin, who was happy with a slight surprise, as if he understood something. They were a team. Suddenly he and Obito were promoted to Jonin. Lin must be a little disappointed. And he didn't expect Obito to be promoted to Jonin so quickly. He graduated very early and became a Chunin before the Chunin joint examination. The examination was just a requirement of the Hokage. I didn't expect that the former tail end would catch up with him so quickly. There is no doubt. Obito is a genius. He has found his own ninja way, but this ninja way is a little. Kakashi's mouth suddenly twitched, and he sighed helplessly in his heart. Looking at the gorgeous lights in front of him, he seemed to remember the rich dance hall that the boss of Ichiraku just mentioned. You can go in and relax. Many ninjas will go to vent after returning, which is quite interesting. Suddenly there was a hesitation, wanting to go in but not wanting to go in. At this time, I'll go back first. Lin bent down, raised her fist with a smile, and said seriously, I have to work hard too. I will never be too far away from you. Obito has tried so hard, I will definitely not lose. She suddenly. There is a feeling very far away from Kakashi and Obito. Just like on the battlefield. The two can talk about ninjutsu very happily, one is looking for something to show off, the other is impatient, but she can only smile silently and stand behind and watch them. She. Is it redundant? Always protected. After saying that, turned around, lost for a while, cheered up again, and was ready to go back to train well. Suddenly. Wait a minute. Kakashi's voice came from behind again. Hey! Lin turned her head in confusion and looked at the hesitant Kakashi. What's wrong? Kakashi opened his mouth, and finally pointed to the colorful lights expressionlessly. Do you want to go in and take a look? Boss Ichiraku said that we can vent inside, so paused, we can train better. The words fell. Lin was stunned and blinked, as if she was surprised by what Kakashi said, but after a moment, she realized that Kakashi was worried about her, and she smiled again, very gently, and nodded, yeah. That's it. While Obito was having dinner with his grandmother, Lin and Kakashi walked into the dance hall with curiosity. At the same time, on the other side, after the unexpected success of the detonating talisman at the beginning, the rock ninja also became alert, so the effect of the detonating talisman began to decrease. Sure enough, ninjas cannot be speculated by common sense. The same method is useless for ninjas. Unless, ignoring the consequences, even oneself was blown up. So, here they can only do it themselves. After failing to defeat each one, seeing that they had suffered a lot of losses, and after the rock ninjas gathered together, they could only rely on detonating tags and ninjutsu. However, soon, the rock ninjas fell into a disadvantage again. They were originally here to capture a businessman, so they couldn't send all the elite jonin. Therefore, it was not as easy to deal with the rich man who had risen several levels as they thought. The only remaining rock ninja was panting, looking at the black-haired boy warily. He was also their mission target this time. But a mere businessman actually had such strength? Jounin? Elite Jonin? Impossible. One of the rock ninjas shouted directly, and then looked at Fuyo with a gloomy face. Who are you? Merchant. Which ninja village would let such a young Jonin be a merchant? And the terrible fire escape and chakra just now. It is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary merchant. The rock ninja stared at Fuyu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, I originally wanted to walk the ninja world as a rich man, but I didn't expect that what I got in return was greed. Fuyu sighed, looked at Nono who was hiding inside, and then nodded to her secretly, sighed, and said sadly, okay, I won't pretend anymore, I'm going to show my cards. After a pause, his tone condensed, I am Uchiha Madara. The words fell. Uchiha Madara? Everyone? White Zetsu. You are Uchiha Madara, who is Madara-sama? Liar. Suddenly, a kunao pierced through his chest. Hey! White Zetsu was stunned, he fell into the trap. He saw that his former companion Tsuchiya behind him was looking at him with cold eyes. There was something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. Besides them, there is an undercover? Why doesn't 076 give up? This guy is too cruel. It's really cruel, people died, and ashes were scattered. Looking at the continuous explosions, White Zetsu smiled and looked up, as if watching fireworks. Happy. Exciting. That's. I didn't see the capacity that Madara-sama said, that guy is quite rich. Why doesn't he become a ninja with this strength? Uchiha, there are some problems with his brain, who cares? What should we do now? Run away. Run away. Go back and tell Lord Madara. That woman is a spy. What does it have to do with us? The more chaotic the better. 2 White Zetsu died. I am very sad, but their death is worth it. Do you want to avenge them? Then I will go back first. Wait, I will go back too. Just like that. After an explosion, the hidden White Zetsu also ran away. Too brutal. What a miserable death. A huge pit. The giant fireball of Lord Madara is probably not that powerful. Rich man. At the same time. Aren't you going back with me? I am a ninja. Don't worry, I am rich. I'll leave the child to you. The words fell. Nono turned around without hesitation and slowly disappeared into the woods. Fuyu looked at the direction Nono left, and sighed helplessly in his heart, Hey, why are you so stubborn? Am I a person who is afraid of trouble? At most, he would spend another 2 billion. By then, Danzo would probably not be in the mood to care about other things. Even if the group of bounty hunters didn't come, I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to let Danzo mess around easily. Maybe he would even revoke Danzo's position as the leader of the route to prevent him from engaging in dangerous tasks, and find a place to worship him for emergency needs. But since Nono chose this, he had no choice. At most he could stuff more detonating tags and tell her to pay attention to safety. Anyway, as long as Danzo didn't commit suicide, he would be very stable. With a big wave of his hand, he shouted regretfully, Go back. This time. So many detonating tags were wasted, and it was a loss-making business. We have to make it back. The words fell. Okay. Defo responded and asked other ninjas to pack up. It was time to send Boss Fuyu back. But after walking a few steps, Defo hesitated, Boss, the female ninja just now. Before he finished speaking. Just ordinary friends. Fuyu interrupted him directly. It doesn't seem like it. She took such a big risk for the boss. How could they be just ordinary friends? Defo pondered for a while and said, Then Lady Chanel. Ordinary friends. I understand. So this is what is called an ordinary friendship. The Buddha nodded in understanding, and did not ask any more questions, and did his escort mission with peace of mind. Ninja. Never talk too much. Should I tell Nagato? If I tell him, what should I do when Nagato wants to kill the boss? Should I help Nagato kill the boss, or help the boss stop Nagato? The honest Buddha is also quite distressed. Time passed bit by bit. Soon. It was close to the forest outside Konoha. Although the Buddha kept he looked like he wanted to say something, but for some reason, he never said anything. Could he be planning to borrow money? Finally. Under Fuyu's puzzled face, Defo sighed and said, Boss, take care. Then he turned around without hesitation and left with the Akatsuki ninja. As for Fuyu, after considering whether to write a letter to Yahiko later and ask him to raise Defoe's salary or something, he also set off with the remaining bodyguards who could enter and leave Konoha. The next journey. It won't be too long, nor too far. The sky gradually darkened. Fuyu and his group finally saw the entrance to Konoha village. Boss Fuyu. You two are on duty. Fuyu smiled and nodded. Harmony brings wealth. He is just an ordinary rich man. Whether you know him or not, just call him. He was greeted by the two ninjas at the door. After making a simple registration, he walked in. Therefore, you still have to laugh too much. Of course, the arrogant laugh is not necessary. That's the same at night. Fuyu nodded with relief. He had not given Danzo 100 million points during this period. After all, if he continued to give more points, what would happen if a bad trend of speculating on Danzo's stocks was formed? So, he was ready to wait and see if anyone would take action. And according to the news from Konoha, it seemed that Konoha was short of funds due to the expansion of the war and the increase in equipment prices. Of course, from the information he got from the trip to Antcat when he came back. All the major ninja villages have encountered this problem to a greater or lesser extent, so many ninja villages have shifted their attention to the reserve fund Danzo, and perhaps there will be actions during this period. Let him pay attention. I wonder if I can put the advertisement on the ninjas if I donate some more money. Fuyu murmured to himself, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that there is a way. It doesn't need to be too exaggerated, just print the signs of Fuyu milk tea and Fuyu barbecue on the ninja vests and the tents on the battlefield. It would be even better if you could print a sentence: drink milk tea, refresh, and resist fatigue. This is not too much. As a merchant of AI village. Fuyu sighed with emotion, his mouth slightly raised. At this time, it is time for me, Uchiha Fuyu, to contribute my own strength. I will go to the third Hokage to talk in a few days. However, just as the words fell, suddenly, he stopped. The smile faded, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked ahead with a dull face. See. In front. Not far away. Under the colorful lights, at the door of the dance hall. A black-haired boy was clenching his fists tightly, looking at the door of the dance hall with a sad and angry face, and suddenly covered his eyes again. There seemed to be a strange red light coming out. No. 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 The voice was sad and angry, and he didn't believe the scene in front of him. Alone. Lonely and bleak. Standing in the autumn wind, it seemed as if the sky was about to fall. This must be another misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. Lin won't lie to me. The words fell. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes emitting scarlet light, and took a step forward resolutely. The expression was firm, angry, expectant and self-blame. Very complicated. Fuyu was shocked, his stomach didn't hurt, and his mouth didn't twitch, and he hurried to follow. This is it going to be a fight? 077 Don't fight. Time moved forward a little. Today. The weather is fine. In the afternoon of autumn, the breeze blew gently, refreshing the heart. Kakashi. Linear. Kakashi nodded, looked at Lin who ran happily in front of him, and said calmly, "Let's go." Okay, seeing Kakashi's usual cold expression, Lin pouted. Today. She wore a white skirt on purpose. What a pity. Originally planned to make an appointment with Obito, but I haven't seen Obito in the past few days, and I don't know where Obito went. You know, Kakashi has been awarded the title of Jonin, and Obito, from what Minato said, it seems that he has to wait a few days. But she was still very happy to come out with Kakashi. Although it was just training together. Lin followed Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi, you are already a Jonin. Yet. Then will you lead the team next time? Kakashi was silent for a moment, nodded, I or Obito. Just as the words fell. He raised his head again and said, we're here. Fuyu Dance Hall. It will open after 6 p.m., and now the colorful neon lights are on, indicating that it is open. Of course. He didn't come here to dance. Although he felt a strange feeling every time he passed by, he didn't have time to dance. It's just that he can practice physical skills inside. I was bored some time ago, so I went in with Lin to take a look, but was stopped by the old man inside, and then, I learned some physical skills from the old man. Although the physical technique looked strange, the body did become much more flexible. I heard that the old man was the elder of the Uchiha clan, and that physical technique was also a secret technique that the Uchiha clan did not pass on, so he brought Lin to train with him later. I had some doubts at first. After all, it really looked like dancing. Flexible and rhythmic. And following the music. But after seeing a chubby kid also training, he believed it in his heart. Uchiha, the child of the clan leader. Once, he had seen him when he was following Minato teacher. Although he was a little fatter, had chubby cheeks, and was a little older, he still recognized him as a ninja at a glance. It was indeed the secret physical technique of the Uchiha clan. The chubby body was so flexible. So, he planned to rest in Konoha for a few days and train himself for a few days. Go in. Kakashi said calmly, and when he was about to go in with Lin to buy a ticket at the door. Suddenly, he stopped, his hip muscles tightened involuntarily, and he felt a chill in his heart, and his eyebrows frowned. Lin saw Kakashi stopped, was surprised, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" After the words fell, Kakashi did not answer immediately, but was silent for a moment, looked around in confusion, and frowned until a moment later, shook his head, and said calmly, "No. Go in." Just now. There was murderous intent. He felt the murderous aura. But it flashed by and he felt nothing. I must have felt it wrong. This is Konoha. Thinking of this, he followed Lin and walked in. Today, we must train well. What are they doing together? Obito's eyes seemed to have tears flowing, his hands tightly grasped the telephone pole, bit his lower lip, and stared straight ahead. The moment Kakashi noticed it. For some reason, he was scared. He hid directly. But why was he afraid of being seen? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. He murmured to himself. After the previous 2 training sessions, Obito did not collapse immediately this time, but his eyes like a puppy holding a bone, coming back to his wife with a happy face, but seeing a scene he shouldn't see. Dumb, stunned, pitiful, unbelievable. Just dance hall. It's impossible for Lin and Kakashi to train in there. It's a lie. You know, Grandma said this is a place for dancing and confession. Thinking of this, Obito felt a pain in his heart again. He had been working hard these days to give Lin a surprise, but what did he see? He felt very sad. His eyes began to hurt again, and the Sharingan started to work automatically. The vision. It became clearer. He watched Lin happily follow Kakashi in, and that scene frame by frame became very slow and very clear. Finally, the two disappeared in front of him. He felt a pain in his heart, ignored the strange eyes of the pedestrians around him, and roared madly, "No! No! No!" The breeze passed by slightly, and the refreshing short hair also rippled in the wind. At this moment, a sentence popped up in his mind, and he seemed to realize something again. But the previous 2 misunderstandings still made Obito feel deeply guilty. Tangled. Woman. Ninja way. Maybe it's really a misunderstanding. After the words fell, his eyes seemed to brighten up again, and his scarlet eyes were filled with a hint of desire. I must have misunderstood Lin again. An ugly and self-deceiving smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The goddess must have her own reasons. Obito took a deep breath, and suddenly his eyes were firm and serious. This time, he no longer planned to escape. He resolutely took a step towards the colorful neon lights. However, he didn't notice the pair of eyes behind him staring at him with stomachache. It's been the second time. Still so good at licking. A certain toad who revealed his name is not so powerful. Tour. Inside the dance hall. At this time, it was already crowded with people. There were old people and young people. This claustrophobic space with music and colorful lights seemed to have become a place for everyone to vent. Many people were here, swaying around, venting their inner dissatisfaction. Kakashi looked at Lin in front of him. Her long eyelashes were so clear, and her cheeks were slightly red under the light, which was also cute. Lin is very nice. No wonder Obito likes her so much. The training goal today is tacit understanding. According to the grandfather who seems to be the elder Uchiha, only the bond can make a ninja stronger and more determined, especially tacit understanding. One look may be able to understand the meaning of a partner. So, tacit understanding must be trained. And training tacit understanding getting close is inevitable. Kakashi was silent for a while, looking at the nervous Lin, and said calmly, or just like this. After the words fell, Lin took a deep breath, smiled and shook her head, it's okay. But. No buts. Directly took Kakashi's hand. We are just training. Really? However. Suddenly. Just when Kakashi was stunned by Lin's action. Kakashi. I want to fight you. A roar came from behind. A raging rage. A familiar roar. Obito. The two quickly retracted their hands and looked at the angry Obito in surprise. Especially those eyes. Obito. You have 3 Megatama. Lin looked at Obito with joy. However, the angry Obito didn't seem to notice her, staring straight at Kakashi Shand. Straight? That look. That sight. Kakashi's hip muscles shrank again. What did Obito just say? One-on-one? Don't be kidding. No time. Kakashi said calmly, I still need to train. Obito was furious when he said this. You call this training? The little hand just noted he see it wrong? Liar. Liar. Are you still a man? Fight with me. Compared to other things, deceiving me makes me more angry. Who lied to you? Kakashi looked at Obito in confusion, and was about to ask. Obito. Lin said worriedly, you. Shut up, Lin. It's none of your business. He interrupted Lin and looked at Kakashi again, waste. You don't even dare to stand up. Obito shook his head disappointedly and angrily, I'm so disappointed in you, Kakashi. Do you dare to fight me alone? If you don't use that trick, I dare. Kakashi rolled his eyes and sighed inwardly, looking at the angry Obito and the others who stopped and looked at this side. It seems that there will be no training today. He said calmly, I'll go back first, calm down, and we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything. After the words fell. Just when he was about to pass Obito and leave. You coward, I misjudged you, Kakashi. You still want to escape? Obito roared and stopped Kakashi, his right hand seemed to be leaping with lightning, you can't run away today. Bang! Kakashi's face changed, looking at the big hole on the ground, he quickly dodged, you're crazy. Why did you lie to me? What did I lie about? Fight me one-on-one. No time. Coward. I must beat you up. Kakashi raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt a little pain in his stomach. He just came to train and didn't do anything. Why is this guy so angry all of a sudden? But when he saw Obito's eyes, his heart trembled slightly, as if he understood something. Obito. I'm serious. Okay. After the words fell. A lightning flash also appeared in Kakashi's right hand. Now Lin was anxious. What happened? She was confused. Why was Obito so angry? Hurry up and shout, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! There are ordinary people here." However, the two seemed to have forgotten Lin, and looked at each other, looking at each other deeply, as if there was only each other. The elder and the elder of the Hyaga family were also a little frightened when they saw this weird scene, and were about to stop it. Suddenly, "Stop!" A roar. The roar came from the speakers with the volume turned up. Everyone was stunned. What bastard! Even Obito and Kakashi were stunned and stopped. At this time, a handsome figure appeared, attracting everyone's attention, holding a microphone in his hand, with a faint smile, and said, "First, never act on impulse, second, never miss any bad thing, third, absolutely judge fairly and beautifully, referee the rich boss of the store owner to come to see you." Fight? What fight? Are you afraid that this place will be demolished? The two people who were stunned and seemed to be frightened by him, "You two are going to have a dance battle." The words fell. Everyone was confused. What's going on? 078 Kill this guy first? However, Fuyu ignored it. Holding the microphone in his hand, he looked at the two people present. Now Fuyu Milk Tea and Fuyu Grilled Bar sponsor the Fuyu Dance Hall in Konoha, and the first dance competition officially begins. Drink milk tea, refresh yourself and fight fatigue. Fuyu Grilled Bar. There is nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue. If there is, then have 2 barbecues. Fuyu, who temporarily acted as a referee, finished the advertisement in a very fast tone. "Please don't get close to the central dance floor, the competition is about to start. Milk tea, fried chicken and peanuts are sold in the front row." The words fell. Asshole! Obito, who was originally full of energy, suddenly lost his temper. "Who wants to dance? I am here to beat Kakashi. He likes Lin. But I hate being deceived by Lin and Kakashi even more." At this moment, Obito recalled that day in the barbecue bar again. He just mustered up the energy to confess. The result? Deflated. "I was so angry. When I become Hokage, milk tea will be banned." Asshole! Move away. I want to. Before he finished speaking, "It seems that our dancers can't wait." Fuyu interrupted him without hesitation. Since Obito didn't use the Manjiki right away, it means he didn't feel that bad after breaking up. So, why not dance? Lights. Play music. Let's cheer and applaud my dancers. After the words fell, "Pa pa pa." Applause rang out all around. "So you're here to dance? Young people nowadays. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? I don't know whether to say this or not." Obito was screwed stunned. Especially the sudden music and the lights shining on him. MMP. What the hell is this? He was so angry. And Kakashi was also confused, the chakra in his hands also dissipated, and he looked at Obito expressionlessly. "Are you here to dance too? What the hell are you dancing for?" Obito took a deep breath, his eyes turned cold again, and he looked at Kakashi. "I must beat you up. Why did you lie to me?" Kakashi was stunned. Before he finished speaking, Obito rushed up directly, staring at Kakashi with the Scarlet 3 Megatama, leaping into the air, and kicking him sideways. Dancing? Dream on! He came to beat people. Kakashi reacted quickly, crossed his hands, blocked Obito's kick, and was kicked several steps away. At this moment, he really understood Obito had indeed become stronger, not the kind of ninjutsu that became stronger, but the real stronger. Speed. Strength. All got stronger. No longer the last one in the past. Eyes focused, is this the power of the Sharingan? However, Obito didn't care. He held his breath again, and launched a crazy attack. "Why did you lie to me? What did I lie to? Kakashi was still confused. Look at you. You are still lying to me. Obito saw Kakashi's expression and got even angrier. I hate you lying to me even more. I didn't. You did. I'm not. You are. What did I lie to? You just lied. Drinking milk tea and eating fried chicken outside the venue, staring blankly at the weird scene in front of him. Are they fighting? But I feel something is wrong. But I can't tell what's wrong. Even Rin looked at the center of the dance floor in panic and confusion. What's going on? Why is Obito so angry? But no matter what, we can't just watch them fight like this. Anxiously shouted, stop fighting. Stop fighting. At this time, the one on the left is Uchiha Obito. His dance moves are very sharp, as if he is holding his breath and never stops. All at once. Swift as thunder. Fuyu, who is acting as the referee and host, said, the dancer on the right is Kakashi. His dance moves are a little more conservative, as if he is always on the defensive, but from his eyes that are always staring at the opponent, we can see he must be looking for a flaw. X2. The two of them paused. The inner momentum seemed to be suddenly stuck. Especially Obito, the momentum that he finally built up was instantly ruined by this wave of commentary. Damn it! Sooner or later, he will go bankrupt. Obito took another deep breath and stared at Kakashi coldly. Are you looking for my flaws? I'm not. I won't give you a chance. Obito didn't give Kakashi a chance to speak, and attacked again. No matter what, I will win this time. Another dance battle began. The audience outside the field, under Fuyu's commentary, became excited and looked at the two people in the field. It seems quite interesting. Both sides started a dance battle again, but Kakashi was still on the defensive, but his dance steps were very neat. What exactly did he want to do? Fuyu said again, now let's ask the dance master, Uchiha Shion, what does he think? Uchiha Shion, who was about to ask Fuyu what he wanted to do, was stunned. Especially when so many eyes were focused on him. Uchiha Shion coughed twice and his expression became serious. Kakashi. He has only learned for a few days, so his movements are a bit stiff, and there are traces of routines in his frame. Look at his backflip kick, the slight rotation is unique to Uchiha Taijutsu. On the other hand, Uchiha Obito, although he has always been the last one, his speed and strength have also increased since he opened his eyes. He paused. From this, we can see the explosive power. That is the explosive power of the Uchiha clan. Carrying momentum and moving forward. But I guess he didn't receive systematic learning in the early stage, so it looks rough. Then what do you think of the current situation? Who is more optimistic? Kakashi is, although he had just learned it for a short time, his movements were flexible and his reactions were quick. Although Obito was still relatively stiff, his movements were quick, and he had vaguely formed his own Uchiha dance. Uchiha Shion sighed and shook his head, now I don't understand. Thank you Shion for your explanation. It seems that they are evenly matched. Let's continue to shift our attention to the dance floor. Fuyu was very satisfied with the cooperation of Elder Shion. He said it as if it were true, and continued to look at the dance floor. At this time, Obito has used both hands. Kakashi seems to be a little afraid, and his brows are frowned. No. He moved. He moved. He didn't seem to want to defend anymore, and he turned sideways with one hand, and his feet. The words were not finished. Kakashi and Obito stopped their movements again, and glared at Uchiha Fuyu together. Shut up! They said in unison. The words fell. The two of them suddenly froze again, looked at each other, and suddenly fell silent. After a moment. You really want to fight? Kakashi looked at Obito with cold eyes. Obito clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and looked at Kakashi coldly. Why did you lie to me? However, This time Kakashi did not ask what he was lying about. At this moment, he couldn't stand it anymore. Especially since there was a guy outside the venue fanning the flames, he felt even more upset. The two stood in the middle of the dance floor, looking at each other. Opposite Kakashi was Obito, and opposite Obito was Kakashi. It seemed that there was only each other in their pupils. Even Lin, who was anxiously shouting "Stop fighting," didn't hear it. The atmosphere became heavy again. It was as if the air was still. Everyone stopped eating fried chicken and looked at the two people in the dance floor. Suddenly, the fierce dance battle is about to start again, and both sides are looking deeply at each other. Fuyu's voice sounded again. It seemed that there was only each other in their pupils, and they couldn't see anything else. The words were not finished. "Shut up!" Kakashi and Obito turned around again and glared at Fuyu. "This guy! How hateful! How about beat this guy to death first? 079 know any of your business." Soon, they turned their attention to each other again and ignored everything else. Obito's eyes with 3 Megatama turned wildly again and launched a fierce attack on Kakashi. The remaining wool prevented him from using the terrible forbidden technique on Kakashi. The two sides fought back and forth, relying entirely on physical skills. Fuyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart after seeing this. Obito's physical skills have indeed become much stronger. No longer like before. Ninjutsu can't be spit out, physical skills are easy to sprain, and now the physical skills are so smooth. Of course, it may also be that Obito is now in a dark state. Darkness is 10 times stronger. Even if I tease him twice in a row, it can be clearly seen that Obito is serious as the fight goes on. I didn't expect there is such a genius in Uchiha. Uchiha Shiin beside him suddenly looked at Obito seriously. His pupil power is constantly improving. Is he going to open the Manjiki? Fuyu was also a little surprised after hearing this, and frowned at Obito. The ability of the Uchiha Manjiki is based on the impression of the heart. This time Rin didn't die. Will Obito open the Kamui? Create a world where Rin only loves him and there is no Kakashi? Or pursue power to have the ability to cooperate with his forbidden techniques? Does the elder think highly of him? If it was before, I would let the clan train him well. The elder smiled slightly and said mysteriously, but now the second brother may. As for me, he glanced at the crazy Obito again and sighed, it's easy to offend people. Just wearing flowery trendy bell-bottom pants and bell-bottom clothes, he looked like a street kid in the 1980s, which really affected his temperament. Especially the stiff hairstyle. The elder? Where did you get the hair wax? Pa? No. That grey hair, you actually secretly got your hair done. At this moment. Looks a bit non-mainstream. Non-mainstream in the ninja world? Uchiha group? Fuyu's mouth twitched. As a junior, he said he had no right to say anything to his elders. He lowered his head and looked at Itaki, who was holding a milk tea, puffing his cheeks, and curiously watching the duel. He pinched his chubby face. Little fat Itaki feels good. Itaki raised his head in confusion. It's okay. Keep drinking. Fuyu patted his head and said kindly, go home early after drinking. As an uncle, he was still very worried about his nephew. Took a look at the little girl with Itaki. I remember that she was recommended by the Uchiha family. Her father died on the battlefield. She was an orphan and a widow, so they were asked to work. Unexpectedly. Little fat Itaki. It's actually your childhood sweetheart. Master Fuyu. The little girl said softly. Just call me uncle. Fuyu smiled slightly and touched the little girl's head. I'll leave Itaka to you. Obito is a dog, Itaki is a brother Khan, a brother supporting demon. Everyone in Uchiha has some problems except him. The little girl blinked her big eyes in confusion. But Fuyu didn't say anything else, and continued to watch the field and give an explanation. Kakashi stood on one leg and spread his wings, and his dance was full of proud temperament. At this moment he seemed to be the only one in the dance floor, the star here, attracting everyone's attention. Unfortunately, Obito was prepared, and he used a backhand move of Black Tiger digging out the heart and Monkey catching the moon, showing his cunning and grandeur. The two different temperaments merged into one, and he really deserves to be Uchiha. At this time, fighting! Fighting! A blonde ran in hurriedly. When he saw two people competing in physical skills, he was relieved. When he heard the sound coming from the speakers, he turned his head and looked at Fuyu, who was talking about something. His mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly and walked over. Fuyu. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought they were really dancing. What graceful figure, standard movements, extraordinary temperament, faintly following the rhythm. He paused for a while, as if he didn't know what to say. Finally, he shook his head. What happened? You know, he heard his subordinates fighting, but he put down Kushina and was in a panic. Came running over. Result. What happened? Even a jonin like him couldn't understand it. As you can see, they are fighting. Fuyu looked at Minato, smiled slightly, and raised the microphone in front of Minato. As the teacher of the two contestants, what do you think of the dancing skills of the number 1 dancer Kakashi and the number 2 dancer Uchiha Obito? Force. Minato was stunned for a moment, then said solemnly, Kakashi has a solid foundation and strong endurance, while Obito is more biased. If time goes on unless he uses. Before he finished speaking, his mouth twitched again and he didn't continue. Suddenly. Teacher Minato. Lin hurried over and said anxiously, hurry up and stop the two of them, so that they don't fight anymore. After the words fell. Minato also reacted, yes. Just when he was about to make a move. Wait a minute. Fuyu said, are you really going to stop it now? The two were puzzled. Obito is upset and is venting his anger. Fuyu continued, anyway, he can't kill anyone. Stop him now. If he doesn't vent his anger, it will probably be more serious later. Obito still cares about Kakashi and Lin in his heart. However, Lin puffed her cheeks and glared at Fuyu. This guy has been fanning the flames from the beginning. It's so hateful. Looking at him seriously, is it really not for selling milk tea, popcorn, and fried chicken? Haha, just a little money, do you think I care? Fuyu sneered disdainfully. It will probably be sold out in a while. Looking at Lin, why do you think the two of them fought? He sighed and said as if he was an experienced person, if you like it, you like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. Little girl, don't give people hope, especially a bootlicker. Tsunade handled it so well. If Jiraiya dared to talk nonsense, he would punch him and let him go. Of course. Jiraiya didn't go to extremes. It's possible that he was a scumbag. Tsunade was just a harbor in his heart. There were forests outside. And Sasuke, it was just that Sasuke hated women in the early stage. Otherwise, it would be another dog-blooded story. So, just refuse directly the first 2 times. And give him an explanation? Lin opened her mouth, but lowered her head, we are partners. She cares about Obito. It's just because various things, she can't look at Obito directly now. She raised her head nervously again, what if they get hurt? Maybe we can sit down and talk. You want to stop it? In that case, go ahead. You want to stop Obito? Fuyu shook his head, only you. You should make it clear. Lin was stunned, then, a firm look flashed in her eyes, I understand. We are partners. I should stop them. After the words fell, she turned her head directly, took a deep breath, and walked forward. Suddenly, Minato nodded with relief and sighed, they have all grown up. Grown up? Ah. Fuyu nodded with a complicated expression. At this moment, under all the audience, Lin also walked to the dance floor, then, with her hands hanging down, clenched her fists and shouted loudly, "Stop fighting! Kakashi! Obito! Stop fighting!" As expected, both of them stopped. Just when Fuyu thought it was going to end like this and just shook his head regretfully. "It's none of your business." Lin. Obito stared at Kakashi deeply. "I must beat him up now." "That's right. Lin, go away." Kakashi also stared at Obito expressionlessly, not even looking at Lin beside him. "I must beat this idiot up." "It's none of your business." Both ignored Lin and started fighting again. Suddenly, Lin blushed. "It's none of her business? So, what did she come here for?" At this moment, Lin remembered the two people who forgot about her when they talked about ninjutsu on the battlefield. This is the bond. The elder sighed with emotion, with memories in his eyes. What an amazing bond. Fuyu and Minato beside him also smiled. It was a bit unexpected. And suddenly, "Stop! If you don't stop!" Lin stubbornly held her neck, clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and seemed to shout out involuntarily, "I hate you! Stop it! Otherwise, I will hate you! Obito, ka!" Before she finished speaking, Fuyu and Minato's faces changed. However, it was too late. Obito seemed to have a terrible light all over his body. The jumping lightning came out from his fingertips. The three Megatama began to spin wildly. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi could no longer react. A loud noise. Boom! At this time, everyone stared at the dance floor tightly. The dust cleared. Two figures appeared in front of everyone again. 080 Get used to losing. The final scene was fixed on the two faces close together, and their right hands brushed past their ears. Kakashi made the most correct choice at the last moment, and he was worthy of being a genius of Konoha, and Obito gave up in the end. The two stood still, looking at each other face to face. Minato also came to the dance floor at this time, and he breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Lin, smiled slightly, "You are all tired. Go back early." After saying that, Kakashi took back his hand, put his hands on his head and left alone with a blank expression. Lin bowed to Minato later, hesitated for a moment, looked at Obito who was standing there blankly, and also bowed, "Sorry." Then he turned and left. Only Obito has been standing firmly. They have indeed grown up. Minato nodded with relief and patted Obito who was standing. Although he didn't know what happened, it was not a big problem. Obito. Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. Minato looked at Obito's face, his mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, Obito. Tears and snot flowed together. Standing there, biting his lower lip, looking at the door quietly. Fuyu also saw it. After arranging the next work, he sighed and came to Obito, patted his shoulder, "Don't be sad, let your Minato teacher take you to have fun, Dad will pay." After saying that, Minato said with a smile, "Fuyu, I don't know what you are talking about. How can you have fun at this time of night?" Really? He really didn't know. And Obito stared at Fuyu, "Get away." He couldn't even pronounce the words correctly. Fuyu understood immediately, and patted Obito again, "Your teacher is not free tonight, it seems he wants Dad to take you to have fun." Obito, number. Get lost. Who's going? Before he could speak. Fuyu, where do you want to have fun? A soft and sticky voice suddenly came from behind him. Fuyu trembled all over. He couldn't help but turn around and looked at Suzune who was smiling behind him and looking at him with curved eyes. "Why is Suzune here?" he said cheerfully, "Barbecue. I mean to eat barbecue." "Really? No lie. I just suddenly wanted to eat barbecue." And at this time, in the dark, Broken Heart. Broken heart. Broken heart just now. Broken heart just now. An old woman looked at the scene in front of her speechlessly. She had just increased her love a few days ago. How long has it been? Broken heart just like that? Should I tell Madara-sama? And that Uchiha Fuyu, why did I see him again? Go, go, you have to work hard. The ground was wriggling, and it seemed that several figures around disappeared, but no one saw it. The old woman also returned to a cheerful look and left with her hands behind her back. The next day, the dance hall dance battle incident was still widely spread, especially among a bunch of old people. It is said that that night, there seemed to be lightning and thunder, dragons and tigers roaring, which was quite exciting. Therefore, many people saw another kind of fun in the dance hall. Exciting. Wonderful. Of course, the dance hall will be temporarily closed for a few days because of renovation. Today, the weather is also good. Fuyu, who had a rare late sleep, got up. Uchiha will have to go out to fight in the future because of the third generation of Hokage's order. Of course, the guard mission in Konoha village cannot be put down. So, I learned a little last night. I heard that the Uchiha family is carrying out the task transfer during this period. Therefore, busy Fugaku has no time to take care of Fatatake, so Fatatake followed the elder to learn dancing. After a little cleaning, Fuyu also set off for the Uchiha clan. He didn't bring Suzune today. After all, he might talk about the war, so he didn't cause trouble for Suzune. Yawning, walking on the leisurely street, most of the shops are now swatting mosquitoes, and there is not much business. The atmosphere is still a bit depressed. He shook his head with emotion, and suddenly froze, looking at the two people in front of him who were looking at each other, and muttered, "What's the matter? Want to fight again?" Kakashi rested his hands on his head in boredom. The dance hall was not open today, and he didn't want to go to the back mountain for training. He just felt bored and walked on the street. Besides, I will go out on a mission in a few days, so just relax. Until now, he still hasn't figured out what happened yesterday. Why was that idiot so angry for no reason? But it ended in a mess. Kakashi walked slowly, as if he had a rare leisure in his heart since his father committed suicide, and walked aimlessly like this. "It's a bit depressed," muttered to himself, and continued to walk quietly. Suddenly, "Ah! Kakashi, let's spar. I'm stronger again." A voice that made his mouth twitch came. "You are worthy of being my lifelong enemy. You have become a jonin so quickly." Kakashi looked up expressionlessly at the guy who was all green, giving a thumbs up, with a gleaming light at the corner of his mouth. "I'm busy." He just wanted to take a break today. "Don't bother Kakashi." Hong next to him smiled helplessly and looked at Kakashi. "We all heard about what happened yesterday. It seemed very intense. You even dare to provoke Lord Tou." Asuma sighed with emotion. "Didn't you see that since Kai went to the hospital last time, I, the son of the third Hokage, have to bow and scrape when I see him? Especially when I heard that Obito was quite active on the battlefield. Record. A bit scary people." "It's not that Asuma is scared, it's just that ninjas from the same village should love each other more." Haha. Kai's expression froze, then he put his hands on his hips and laughed. "This is youth. No, 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 no." Everyone shook their heads expressionlessly. "And your smile just now was a little stiff. So, what happened?" Asuma walked to Kakashi's side curiously and lowered his voice. "Why did you start dancing?" "I know the dance hall. I went there last time. It was full of old ladies. It was quite eye-catching. The only pleasing thing inside was the chubby kid and the cute little girl behind the dance floor. Do you believe it? I nothing." Kakashi shook his head. "Just a sparring session." "You're pretty brave. You dare to spar. I have a pair of underwear specially made for the land of rain. Do you want it? I've never worn it. Buy 4 pairs and get 1 free. I have one too. Kakashi looked at Asuma with a strange look in his eyes. That's right. It's selling so well. You're on the same team with Obito, how could you not be prepared? Forget it, we're back for a rare time, let's go to Fuya milk tea for a drink. Asuma patted his chest generously, I'll treat you. Full of taro balls. Celebrate your promotion to Jonin. Don't worry, your uncle Asuma will catch up soon. However, as soon as the words fell, Hong twisted his ear helplessly, are you celebrating? After saying that, he frowned, looked ahead, and hesitated for a moment, Obito. When everyone heard it, they turned their heads in confusion, and they really saw the figure walking alone with his hands in his pockets. Of course. When he meets an old man, he will still help him cheerfully. Asuma and Hongwu sighed, it's really worthy of being Obito. After the words fell, turning his head, he was stunned. Where's Kakashi? Seeming to understand something, he turned back and saw Kakashi walking towards Obito not far away. Everyone's face suddenly panicked, fuck, are we going to fight again? Rush forward. However, at this time, are you here to laugh at me? Yet. Damn it. Obito clenched his fists and stared at Kakashi in front of him without any expression. This guy is the guy he hates the most after that bastard. Of course. Now he can't see that bastard, so he hates this guy even more now. After a while, he put his hands on his head, pretended to be indifferent, whistled unhappily, and turned his head away, forget it, yesterday sorry for last night. He also understood it. Ninjutsu is still more important. As long as Lin is happy. But it's still a little painful. Kakashi looked at Obito in confusion, but after thinking about it, he still didn't ask, and looked at Obito calmly. At this time, Obito also looked at Kakashi calmly. I don't know how long it took. Anyway, the people who came over looked at this scene a little confused. What are these two people looking at each other? And didn't so many people around see it? I don't know how long it took. Kakashi groaned slightly, do you want to spar again? I don't have time today. Obito looked at Kakashi in surprise for saying this for no reason. After the words fell, the two looked at each other again. The autumn wind blew over the two people. I don't know how long it took. Ha ha ha. Obito suddenly laughed while holding his stomach, and Kakashi rolled his eyes helplessly. This scene confused everyone in Asuma. Hey, hey! Can't you two see us? It's so disgusting. What are two grown men looking at each other for? Who looked at him, this expressionless guy? Obito yelled unwillingly. Kakashi rolled his eyes again, idiot. Damn Kakashi! Do you believe I will send you to the hospital? Idiot! The surroundings were filled with happy laughter again. Not far away, a slender figure looked at this scene, shook his head leisurely, showing a relieved smile of a father seeing his child grow up, and then continued to walk towards the Uchiha family. Broken heart 3 times. Obito should learn to give up, right? 081 Even if carrying darkness, my name is Itaki. I'm still just a child. I stayed at home today and didn't go out. Because the great elder didn't come today, and for some reason, my father, who usually goes out early, was also at home today. So, I don't really want to go out today. Itaka held his cheeks with both hands, blinked his crystal eyes, and was quietly looking at the courtyard outside. Has Itaka grown up again? The clothes have become a little small. Mikoto smiled distressedly, shook her head, and looked at the clothes she had sorted out this morning. I still have to change them later. Sure enough, children grow up fast. Itaki also grew strong. However, is he really fat? Itaka suddenly blinked his eyes and pinched his face without any expression. After a while, it does seem to be a little chubby. At a young age, he has begun to think about these slightly more complicated things. For example, why did the great elder take him to dance, and for example, when other people saw him, why would he pinch his face at first sight? For example, father always reminds him to stay away from Uncle Rich. Actually, Uncle Rich is quite good. It's just that he always gives him too much food, so he can't eat it. And he also gives him a lot of money, although every time he touches it, it's taken away by his mother, but he doesn't care. So, why does father say that? The young fat Itaka still doesn't understand, with a confused look on his face, and looks particularly cute with his chubby face. Sitting on the edge of the courtyard, supporting his chin with both hands, as if in a daze. At this time, Itaka, come here. It's father's voice. Itaka came back to his senses and walked towards his father, who was sitting on the tatami with his hands folded, with the same expression all the time. Then, sat opposite father and looked at father in confusion. What's the matter? However, come here. It seems that father has something really important to say today, and he actually asked him to sit over. Although Itaka was puzzled, he still walked over, and then, like a little fat groundhog, he knelt in front of Fugaku, put his chubby hands on his knees, tilted his head, blinked his crystal eyes, as if asking, "Father, what's the matter?" Suddenly, another hand appeared on his face, pinched it, and then retracted it. Father frowned, his expression was particularly serious. Just when Itaka was puzzled, Fugaku quickly hugged his chest again, looked at Itaka seriously, and said, "Now you must remember what I said." Itaka blinked his eyes and continued to look at his father in confusion. But he still nodded obediently. "After your father leaves the village, you must remember it." Fugaku looked at the young and sensible Itaka, a faint smile flashed across his mouth, and quickly returned to a blank expression, saying, "First, never follow your rich uncle." Itaka was stunned again. Why? But after a moment, still nodding his chubby head like a groundhog. Second, Fugaku saw Itaka nod, and his tone became more serious, and he continued, "Never follow your rich uncle." "Father, did you say this just now?" Itaka, who was still young, was stunned, just like a fat orange hamster whose melon seeds were suddenly taken away. Staring blankly in front of him. Not moving. It seemed that he didn't understand why his father said that. However, Fugaku didn't care, still looking at his child seriously, and was silent for a while. Third, after a pause, his tone became more serious, "Never follow your rich uncle." After saying that, looking at the stunned Itaka, he frowned again and said seriously, "Do you remember what I said?" Originally, he did want to take Itaka to the battlefield to avoid the rich. But what the rich said made some sense. Itaka was still young. Not suitable to see those. Besides, it was a battlefield there. If they encountered danger, it would be troublesome. So, it was decided to keep Itaka. After the words fell, Itaka blinked again and stared at his father blankly. "Father, I..." However, before he could ask the question in his heart, "Master Fuyu is back! Master Fuyu is back!" The voice of the Uchiha clan came from outside the door. Fugaku immediately folded his hands and looked outside expressionlessly. And the young Itaka could only temporarily suppress his doubts, pouting, putting his chubby little hands on his knees, just like a well-behaved hamster, and sitting obediently again. But, although he was young, Itaka, who could think for himself, was still very confused in his heart. "Father, why did you say it 3 times? At this time, brother and Itaka are here." Uncle Fuyu's voice came, "Come on. Itaka, look at what delicious food uncle brought you, the specialty of the rain country, dried sashimi, very delicious." "Uncle, it was not easy for me to buy it. Itaka looked at the paper bag in front of him, blinking his eyes. Actually, Uncle Fuyu is a good person. At the same time, Konoha. In the dim cave, Danzo, who had already decided to gain powerful strength and make those bastards who coveted his body out of reach, was looking at his subordinates below with sharp eyes. Today, he was going to set off for the Rain Country, seize the legendary eye, and then drive Hiruzen down, become the Hokage, conquer the ninja world, and from then on, he would reach the pinnacle of ninja life. Although it was a war period and no one should make trouble, he couldn't wait any longer. He found that his former best friend looked at him more and more strangely. The sincerity, smile, and trust in the past have faded. Now in Hiruzen's eyes, he only sees entanglement, greed, and possession. He wants to possess him. Friendship has deteriorated. Hiruzen changed. He has begun to covet his body. Although Hiruzen can still restrain his inner possession now, what if time goes on? What if his bounty increases again? Can Hiruzen still control his inner desire? Even if he can, what about others? So, he must gain power. Get the power to protect your body. Danzo knocked lightly on the stone handrail and said to his subordinates, "Are you ready?" "Already ready." The root subordinates bowed their heads respectfully and said, "The root ninjas who protect Danzo-sama have been arranged. When we encounter danger, we will definitely give priority to protecting Danzo-sama." "Where is Hiruzen?" "We didn't tell the Hokage-sama, nor did we register to leave the village in advance." "Very good. This time we go out to perform a secret mission to maintain the ninja world." Danzo nodded with satisfaction. "No one can tell. And the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. We must also pay more attention. Some time ago, he would write to invite him, but during this period there was no news at all. So, there is something strange. We must be extremely careful. Konoha. We can't be without him." Danzo sighed, and patted the handrail on the stone seat gently, his eyes showing emotion, looking calmly at the darkness in front of him. "Even if I bear the darkness and need to protect Konoha, I, Shimura Danzo, am still fearless." With a conceited smile on his face, he waved his hand. "Let's go. 082 Hiruzen, save me." At this time, outside Konoha village, in the forest, as a professional bounty hunter, he, Kakuzu, has been here for a while. Unfortunately, 600 million have not appeared yet. What about the hero of Konoha? What about the disciple of the second-generation Hokage? What about the close friend of the third-generation Hokage? What about being a coward? Bah! Trash! Kakuzu spat on the ground angrily, broke off a small branch, held it in his mouth, revealing his big mouth full of black lines, narrowed his eyes slightly, and muttered to himself, 600 million. Helpless. Konoha is heavily guarded. It is too dangerous to sneak in. Especially now that there is a war outside, the defenses in each ninja village are more stringent than usual, let alone Konoha. What a pity. The 600 million he put in Konoha. He rested his hands on the tree and closed his eyes again. During this period, he saw many Konoha ninjas coming in and out, but there were no 600 million among them. Prepare to stay for a while. If there is no way, go back to the black market to collect intelligence and wait until the flowers bloom next year. Come back to get your money back. Suddenly. Bang! A loud noise. Insects and birds are flying. Sand and stones are everywhere. Kakuzu suddenly opened his eyes, looked forward, and narrowed his eyes. Are there other ninjas raiding Konoha? Or someone is going to rob him of 600 million? But no matter what. Kakuzu quickly sat up, his mouth slightly raised, and said grimly and gloomily, opportunity. Here it comes. originally planning to secretly go to the land of rain. Unexpectedly, not far from Konoha, they were attacked by the enemy. Danzo, wearing a ninja vest, looked at the 7 people in front of them who surrounded them with strange weapons in their hands, and frowned and became serious. Mist Village. 7 ninja swordsmen. It seems these guys have been lying in ambush outside Konoha, waiting for him. Sure enough, it's not just the Uegakure village that has set its eyes on my body. Danzo looked at the 7 pairs of eyes that seemed to be staring at the prey, and his tiger eyes were shocked. He said lightly, "It seems after a long time of inactivity, many people have forgotten the reputation of the old man, the Dark of Ninja." After the words fell, "No." The man with short black hair, sharp teeth, and a notched big sword shook his head. "Shimura Danzo. It's like thunder in the ears. It's just that the Mizukage asked you to go to the Kirigakure ninja village to discuss the peace plan of the ninja world." "Bah! What do you mean by discussing the plan?" Danzo sneered disdainfully. "You are greedy for my body. You are greedy for my body. And you still make excuses? Despicable. I have seen many men like you. Really think. Is he called the Dark of Ninja for nothing? The darkness of the ninja world. The darkness of Konoha. He has seen too much. Juzo, I told you not to talk nonsense. He is not a simple student who just graduated from the ninja world. How can he be deceived so easily?" The ninja with long green hair next to him said sarcastically, "If he doesn't want to, then he doesn't want to. Anyway, we want his body, and the rest is irrelevant. We can knock him out and take him away. If that doesn't work," he licked his tongue, "just the head will do." "Ha ha ha. That's right. We are here to steal people. Why do you care so much?" The other 7 ninja swordsmen around also laughed. Danzo's face became colder and colder. He stared at the guys who treated him as prey and snorted, "If you want to take me away, let's see if you have the ability to do it." He had already considered that he might encounter trouble this time, and in order to get the legendary eyes, he would not give up no matter what trouble he encountered. Therefore, there were quite a few root ninjas who went out together this time. But he didn't expect to encounter the assassination special forces of the Hidden Mist Village. It was a bit unexpected. But this place is not far from Konoha. Once a battle breaks out, Konoha will definitely receive the news soon. When the time comes, he will retreat quickly, and Hiruzen will help him deal with it. Wind style? Vacuum wave. Danzo took the initiative, puffed up his cheeks, and spit forward. Suddenly, a stream of air-formed sickle rushed towards the 7 ninja swordsmen. The root ninjas, under the hint of Danzo, quickly launched an attack and confronted the 7 ninja swordsmen. "Are you a Konoha Anbu ninja?" The 7 ninja swordsmen were not afraid of this. They sneered, and each picked up their own ninja swords and rushed forward. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they were all the best in the Kirigakure ninja village, with extraordinary strength. How could they be solved so easily? What's more, assassination. It is the forte of the 7 ninja swordsmen, otherwise, how could the Mizukage let them sneak in secretly? Follow us obediently. 600 million. Humph. You sneaked into Konoha without permission, do you think you can still run away? Danzo snorted again, and made seals with his hands. Wind style? Vacuum wave. Several air blades rushed over. But should we say that he is really the top assassin in the Kirigakure ninja village? They were all bounced back one by one. I will never compromise. It doesn't matter, all we want is your body. These damn guys. Danzo's face was uncertain, and he seemed to be hesitant as he looked at the gradually thickening fog. At this moment, many root ninjas have already sacrificed. It really deserves to be the top assassination team of the Hidden Mist Village. Finally, he took a deep breath, sighed, and said to the root ninja who was protecting him, "Retreat." The root ninja was stunned and seemed a little hesitant. Master Danzo. Retreat? Didn't you hear what I said? Danzo looked at him gloomily, but still took a deep breath. The Konoha ninjas have almost received the news. We should retreat too. After that. Yes. As the loyal soldiers of Danzo, the root ninja also made a prompt decision without hesitation. They separated a group to stop the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the rest quickly changed their route with Danzo and prepared to retreat. Damn it! Hurry up and solve it. He's going to escape. The 7 ninja swordsmen also found it. These bugs are really annoying. I'll leave Rega to you. Hehe, it's really interesting. The 7 ninja swordsmen didn't seem to care. They controlled their terrible ninja swords and laughed crazily, harvesting human lives. Shimura Danzo. I don't know what you are capable of worth 600 million, but we, the Kirigakure Ninja Village, have accepted this money. Thank you very much. We will hold a grand funeral for you. Everything changed in a flash. Danzo quickly used ninjutsu again. Wind escape? Vacuum big ball. Stopped the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Information about the 7 ninja swordsmen. There is also information in Konoha. Bang! The big sword Samehada collided with the ninjutsu, and a huge explosion sounded. Ha ha ha! Your body Weezigwishin puffer ghost have taken it. What a fool! Danzo was not panicked, sneered, quickly retreated, shook his tiger body, and roared to the sky, even if I carry the darkness and need to protect Konoha with one hand, I, Shimura Danzo, am still fearless. Want to get me? Do you have the ability? You are worthy of being the hero of Konoha back then. The 7 ninja swordsmen saw the fearless Danzo and immediately exclaimed, but the same thing. All we need is your body. After the words fell, the two surrounded Danzo from the front and back. Shimura Danzo. The hidden mist ninja village has taken it. With a sneer. Suddenly, another figure descended from the sky, with a cold but firm tone, he belongs to me. The originally solemn Danzo suddenly changed his face, it was too late. He was surrounded. The root ninja was too late to support. Is it over? Is it really over? This sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. But a moment later, Danzo's eyes condensed, as if he felt something, and he couldn't help but say this, Hiruzen save me. After the words fell. Suddenly, Danzo. A familiar and angry roar came from behind. 083 All we want is his body. At that moment, he quickly recalled the past in his mind. He and Hiruzen. Chosen by the teacher. Study together, train together, sweat together, bleed together, laugh together, perform tasks together, and protect Konoha together. Finally, the teacher was attacked and they were surrounded. He hesitated for a moment. But his fate changed because of this. Hiruzen became the Hokage. And he. Finally, at Hiruzen's request, he became the Hokage's assistant, established the root organization, and took on the darkness of Konoha. To this day, he still vaguely remembers. That day, the weather was not as good as these days. Because he became the Hokage too suddenly and nothing was prepared, Hiruzen looked very tired during that time. He appeared in front of him. He held my hand tightly, with tired and helpless eyes, and said to me sincerely, "Help me. Old friend." After a moment of shock, I nodded calmly, "Okay." That day, it was still so familiar. Hiruzen looked at me deeply, and I looked at Hiruzen deeply. The two of us kept looking at each other, and then didn't say a word. But everything is self-evident. This it is Bond. Danzo stared blankly at the figure that appeared in front of him. The broad back and the flames that seemed to be burning on the divine robe made him stunned, and tears and snot could not stop falling. This was the feeling of peace of mind. He said tremblingly, "Hiruzen. I'm here. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the embarrassed look of his best friend, and his heart was full of emotion. Fortunately, 600 million his best friend is fine. Otherwise, Konoha doesn't know what to do. Konoha can't live without him. Turning his head and staring at the enemy in front of him. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village and the ninjas with unknown information. I didn't expect that Danzo had attracted the attention of so many ninja villages, especially the Hidden Mist Village. Some time ago, each ninja village declared that they wanted 600 million his best friend to go over as a guest, only the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village did not say a word. I didn't expect it. They actually sent the 7 ninja swordsmen to lurk here in secret? You should know that the 7 ninja swordsmen are specially responsible for the success of Mizukage to perform difficult tasks. It is said that the 7 people can conquer a small country overnight. You can imagine their strength. Caught in time. What a blessing. Thinking of today. When he was practicing calligraphy in the office. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the village, and he was suddenly panicked, as if something terrible was going to happen. Hurry up and let the Anbu investigate. Then, Danzo is no longer in the root base? He was so scared that he immediately put on his divine robe and ran out. His best friend is really something. He didn't even tell him when he went out. And why did he sneak out when there was nothing to do at this time? What if there is an accident? It's so dangerous outside, can he protect himself? Fortunately, he met Minato on the way, otherwise, that blow just now 600 million he would cry bitterly while holding the body of his best friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato looked at each other, nodded, and then stood up, looking at the 7 ninja swordsmen and the mysterious ninja, and said calmly, Kirigakure. You've crossed the line. Hehe, Konoha Hokage. Kuroki Rega smiled strangely, I didn't expect that even the Hokage came out, as expected we are still too slow. Having said this, he paused for a moment, looking at Danzo who stood up again and was protected by Konoha Anbu Ninja, Root Ninja, we in Kirigakure don't want anything else, hand over Shimura Danzo, we will retreat immediately, and even the war on the front line will stop. After that, Hiruzen frowned slightly, refused without hesitation, shook his head, and said, Shimura Danzo has belonged to me Konoha since ancient times, and is my best friend. How could he go to the Hidden Mist Village with you? The words fell. Before the Mist Ninja continued to speak. Seeing your forehead protector, I remembered the Konoha ninja who fought with me and was evenly matched. Kakuzu stood up appropriately and pretended, oh, I remember his name seems to be Senju Hashirama, that's the name. It's been too long, I can't remember it clearly. Everyone was shocked. The first generation Hokage of Konoha, the enemy of the god of ninja realm? This title is a bit scary. But Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at him. If Hashirama-sama could live to this day he should have someone to help him go to the toilet. And the ninja in front of him. He is full of energy and has a tall figure. He doesn't look like a guy who has lived that long. However, after pretending, Kakuzu didn't seem to want to reveal anything anymore. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly, hand him over. Konoha can't protect him. Even if I can't protect him, I won't let go. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give in, and said firmly, what's more, my best friend doesn't want to be with you in his heart, please leave. Hiruzen Danzo looked at the tall figure standing in front of him with emotion. It's worthy of that time. He carried the darkness of Konoha on his back. Humph. Biwachozo snorted coldly, whatever he thinks in his heart, all we want is his body. His body doesn't belong to you either. The third Hokage. Kuroki Rega smiled, it seems that Konoha will also choose a new Hokage today. After the words fell, he rushed up without any hesitation. Lightning release? Lightning strike. Instantly, Hiruzen and Minato also reacted quickly, and at the same time the 7 ninja swordsmen and Kakuzu also started fighting each other. The scene was chaotic for a while. Everyone started to fight for Danzo. At this moment, Danzo suddenly felt that the outside world was so dangerous. He wanted to go back to the village. Really? He missing home. But how could the 7 ninja swordsmen let him go back easily? And it was at this moment. A figure floated past. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot it with fire escape without hesitation, but his face changed immediately. Quickly retreat. Puppet. Sand Village. Have you been discovered? Several figures appeared. You are worthy of being the strongest Hokage. Sand Village Cho. Hiruzen's face became solemn. You Sand Village also want to get involved. Hand over Danzo. Sand Village and Konoha form an alliance. End the war. The old woman smiled slightly. I believe the Hokage should know how to choose. The words fell. Danzo's face changed, looking at Hiruzen who had fallen silent. Suddenly, his heart ached. Hiruzen, are you? The words were not finished. Konoha will not give up its partners. Hiruzen shook his head firmly. I will not give up anyone in Konoha. The words fell. Hiruzen, Hokage. Konoha looked at the third Hokage with emotion. He is worthy of being the Hokage. In that case. Chiyo's 10 fingers seemed to be dancing, and she sneered, you will die here. The battle resumed. The fighting power of Konoha was also at a disadvantage in numbers at this time. At this time. Suddenly. Kakuzu approached step by step, and was closer to Danzo than anyone else. From the beginning, his target was Danzo. Minato's eyes condensed, and he quickly reacted. A special kunao appeared behind Kakuzu, and he seized a free moment and stabbed him with a kunao. However, at this moment, his eyes were suddenly full of disbelief. No flesh and blood. Only a bunch of black lines. What kind of monster is this? How boring. Kakuzu tilted his head and looked at Minato, and after a moment, he turned his head and looked at Danzo. 600 million. I'll take it. The words fell. A bunch of black lines rushed towards Danzo. The battlefield changed rapidly. It's bad. Hiruzen and Minato's pupils shrank, and there was panic in their eyes, but at this time the Mist Ninja, the Sand Ninjite was too late. Just when everyone was looking at Danzo, ready to grab the body. In front of him. A white light. Directly cut off all the black lines. Then. Fire style? Great fireball technique. At the moment when Kakuzu had to stop his action, Danzo was instantly pulled back. 2 figures appeared in front of him with confident smiles. Obito. Kakashi. Minato was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. You are here. Teacher. The job of protecting Danzo-sama is left to me. Hearing Minato's words, Obito gave a thumbs up, pointed at himself, and said confidently, no one can grab people under my eyes. The words fell. That pervert from Konoha. The Mist and Sand ninjas also became serious and looked at the figure. Uchiha Obito. What the hell? Obito's smile froze. Who are you calling this? 084, are you here to make fun of me? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Can ninja things be called perverted? Obito glared at these guys. He was just learning from a senior of Uchiha. How is it perverted? They even attacked him personally. Of course. The Mist, Sand, and Keiku ignored Obito and looked at each other. As ninjas, they certainly knew what the arrival of these 2 brats meant. It can't be delayed any longer. If it continues, they may be surrounded by Konoha's ninjas. So, join forces. First take 600 million, as for the rest let's talk about it when we get out. Without any hesitation, the Mist and Sand took the lead. Let us hold a funeral for you. Protect the 6 Danzo. Hiruzen saw that the other side was not retreating, his eyes fixed, and he roared, and then faced the challenge, "We must not let them take it away." "Yes." Everyone responded. Minato smiled slightly. With Kakashi and Obito watching Danzo, his mobility was also brought into play. It was still difficult to kill the high-end assassination ninjas like the 7 ninja swordsmen with one move. But it doesn't matter. At this moment, Konoha is destined to win. And Kakuzu. At this moment, they are all enemies to him. And as the one who attacked Ba, fought with the god of ninja realm, he certainly knew how terrible Konoha was. Once the support arrived, it was inevitable that someone would discover the secret of the earth regret. So, his goal has not changed from the beginning. Rampage and run. On the verge of breaking out. Let me be your opponent. Uchiha's little devil. Cho looked at Uchiha Obito and sighed, Konoha has really produced an incredible genius. Although the ninjutsu is a bit disgusting, it is undeniable that the ninjutsu is indeed terrible. After the words fell. However, Obito raised his eyelids, looked at the wrinkled old face, looked at his slender fingers, and then pulled Kakashi over expressionlessly, "Your opponent is him." Kakashi. This idiot. Cho didn't expect that Konoha's genius would actually reject her, but frowned, looked at Kakashi, and was silent for a moment. "Kid, you look like a guy. That hateful guy. Hitaki Sakumo. I don't want to hear about that coward." Kakashi stood up calmly, "Since you know him, I'll let you know. I'm different from him." The words fell. Minato and Hiruzen's shoulders trembled slightly, but they didn't say anything at this moment and continued to fight the enemy. And Danzo. He sighed inwardly. Hinui's path to the pinnacle of ninja life had failed from the beginning. He clenched his fists in anger and stared at the mist and sand ninjas. "Today you are so rude to me. You covet my body today, but tomorrow I will make you unable to reach me." As long as he has absolute strength, who dares to touch him? So, he must gain strength. A flash of heat flashed in Danzo's eyes, but it quickly dimmed, looking at his best friend Hiruzen. "Everyone is the same. Despicable. Is there no one who really treats me now?" Then, he shrank his body and let the root ninjas keep coming forward to take charge of the whole situation. After all, Konoha still needs him. He can't die yet. At this time, both sides have chosen their opponents. "A kid from Konoha? Seeing your forehead protector reminds me of that unhappy thing." Kakuzu looked at Obito in front of him calmly, "That man Hashirama Senju, what a terrible opponent." After the words fell, Obito was really scared, staring at Kakuzu in a daze. "Have you ever fought with the first generation? Don't joke. Do you think I will believe it?" Obito came back to his senses and sneered, "Are you going to disturb my mind in this way? How ridiculous!" He opened his 3 Megatama eyes. "When I opened these eyes, you have already failed. Arrogant brat. Listening to what those guys said just now, you are still a genius." Kakuzu said in a low tone, "What I like to kill most is the so-called genius." Eyes condensed. Earth escape? Earth spear. But Obito, who had been prepared for a long time, reacted quickly, dodged with a backflip, and threw a few kunai with both hands, but they were all bounced away by Kakuzu. Is this the genius of Konoha? Kakuzu looked at Obito calmly, disdainfully. Konoha has fallen. However, Obito ignored Kakuzu's verbal attack and continued to cooperate with the kunai to launch an attack. But without exception, all were bounced away. Kakuzu frowned, "If that's the case, I'll take back my 600 million. What a boast." Hiruzen, who was facing the enemy, turned his head and snorted, "6 Danzo belongs to Konoha." Everyone was stunned. At this time, they were still distracted. What an admirable bond. Only Danzo had a dark face. The touching feeling just now was gone. Damn it! And Obito didn't give up, and used the shadow clone to attack. Kakuzu was really impatient. The longer he dragged it out, the more trouble he would have. He directly used the ability of the Earth Grudge. The body that could be separated and the black line surprised Obito. Although I just saw it, but this ability is really a monster. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's now. He made seals with both hands and roared, "Explode!" Even if the explosion that close could not kill him, it would definitely hurt him. Before Obito could be happy, the dust cleared and a hand suddenly grabbed him. Obito's face suddenly changed and he quickly dodged, looking at Kakuzu who only had his clothes blown away and had no injuries on his body. A cry of surprise. Impossible! After the words fell, Kakuzu frowned and looked at him. Is this the genius of Konoha? He paused, ridiculous. He turned his head to avoid the kunai shot at him, and attacked again, rushing over quickly and pinching Obito's neck. It's over. But the Konoha kid in his hand was not as panicked as he thought, but looked at him with a mysterious smile on his lips. It's really over, Obito said. In fact, he really promised his teacher and Master Jiraiya that he would not use this trick easily. But there have always been accidents. Maybe that man was the same back then. In the end, in order to protect Uchiha, Konoha, and the first generation, he was left alone. He got respect, but lost his friends. With a bang, Obito disappeared. Kakuzu was shocked, as if he felt something. He turned his head suddenly and saw a figure hiding behind him. Is it just now? That kunai is actually a transformation technique. What an interesting tactic. But why squat behind him? He had no interest in a boring war without money, so he only knew that this guy was a Konoha genius from just now. But he didn't expect it. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Obito bowed, put his hands together, and quickly thrust forward. Unimpeded. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The picture stayed at this moment. He said lightly, I won. However, Kakuzu looked at Obito, who was smug in front of him, expressionlessly, but he felt nothing. He was silent for a moment. Little brat, he paused, are you here to make fun of me? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Obito's face changed. Why are you okay? It was indeed smooth sailing. Why should I be in trouble? Kakuzu frowned and looked at Obito. Is this the genius of Konoha? How ridiculous! After saying that, he looked up at the direction of Konoha, where dense footsteps came from. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Is it here already? Turned his head again, took a step forward, and left the attack of the funny brat. What a pity! I'll keep these 600 million in Konoha first. Then I'll come to take it myself. After the words fell, in the eyes of everyone under a leap, directly disappeared into the forest. 085 Thank for saving me 600 million. That man's child? Hitaki Kakashi. I remember it. Retreat. What a pity. The funeral of 600 million was not successfully held. I'll leave it with you first. Next time. Next time? Stay. Do you really think that Konoha is a place where you can come and go as you please? Sarutobi Hiruzen made a prompt decision and summoned his own summoning beast. Minato also understood and quickly launched a fierce attack. At the same time, Konoha's support has arrived. However, an unexpected scene happened. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen suddenly roared, but the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost had disappeared. They were betrayed. Minato paused and acted mercilessly. He quickly launched an attack with the support of the Anbu and Obito. Konoha pervert. You have the guts, woo. Finally. Still let the few ninjas of Sand Village, Cho, and 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen escape. If Fuyu were here, he would definitely say Dai was delivering food, and 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen died. This is fate. At this time, he was about to leave Uchiha. Uchiha Fuyu patted the equipment and detonating tags in front of him with emotion, and said, "Take this. The kunao is basically a special kunao from Ant Cat. Be bold. Use it with confidence. You're welcome." Fugaku looked at the pile of equipment in front of him in silence, then raised his head and looked at Fuyu with complicated eyes. "Did you raise the price of detonating tags and kunao?" The current battle situation. Detonating tags and kunao are in short supply, and the prices keep rising. It turns out that this kid caused it. Nonsense. Fuyu shook his head and said seriously, "These are all bought at a high price during this period." He sighed and lowered his head with some disappointment. "If it weren't for you going to the battlefield, I would care about you. I didn't expect that I would be suspected by you now. My heart hurts so much." Fugaku saw Fuyu's disappointed expression, and his face froze, especially when Mikoto patted him helplessly from behind, and he immediately knew that he had said something too much. Hesitated for a while, with a stiff face, he said, "Sorry." "Forget it, who told you to be my eldest brother?" Fuyu resumed his cheerfulness and waved his hand casually. Seeing Fugaku, who seemed to be relieved, he sighed and said seriously, "Fugaku, go with peace of mind. Don't worry, I will take good care of Sister Mikoto and Itaki. Get out." "Okay." He didn't tease Fugaku anymore, pinched Itaki's chubby face, and then gave him pocket money and went out happily. After a long time, Fugaku will go to the battlefield, and then, he may open the Manjiki there. After all, Itaki doesn't go to the battlefield anymore, who knows what will happen in the future. But, with so many detonating tags, there shouldn't be much of a problem. And Fugaku looked at Fugaku's departing back with a complicated look, shook his head calmly, looked at his son, and his expressionless face changed to a serious expression. "Itaki, remember what I just said." After the words fell, little Itaki nodded his little head. His chubby face, coupled with those crystal eyes, looked very cute, and said softly, "Itaki remembers. Say it yourself. Stay away from Uncle Fugaku." Hee. Fugaku, who was walking on the road, suddenly sneezed, feeling weird inside, as if someone was plotting against him. But after a moment, "I didn't remember what it was, so I ignored it." After a while, Fugaku will leave the village. At that time, who can stop him from teaching Itaki? He kept thinking about the rules for raising fat weasels in his mind, and tried to train him to be an excellent young man with morals, ideals, love for parents and family. How could an uncle harm his nephew? Uchiha Fuyu just wanted the child to eat more and get fatter. Is it too much? I'll go to the Akimichi clan to learn from them in a few days. Fuyu touched his chin and said to himself, the Akimichi clan's fattening shouldn't be considered a family secret technique. If it is, I don't know how many danzos it will take for the Akimichi clan to teach it. Anyway, he doesn't need anything else, no secret techniques, no butterfly transformation, just the fattening chapter. When he thought of danzo, he remembered the information he got a few days ago. It's been so long. Why don't those guys take action? Do you still want the 600 million? Uchiha Fuyu sighed helplessly in his heart, walking and walking, looking at the village that suddenly became heavily guarded, especially the Konoha guards who were running around frequently. He quickly pulled an Uchiha over and asked, "What's wrong? The atmosphere has become so tense." "Enemy attack. Master Fuyu." The Uchiha guard was stunned when he saw that it was Fuyu who was pulling him, and said respectfully, "There is an enemy invasion in the forest outside the village. Master Hokage has already gone there. We don't know what the situation is now. It's really an enemy attack. Master Fuyu, if there is nothing else to tell you, we still need to carry out the mission. Go." Do you need to arrange someone to escort you? No need. Fuyu waved his hand, looked at him curiously, and muttered to himself, could it be that they have already let's do it? I was shocked all over. Danzo-sama. I was still not sad enough. Hokage-sama is back. They are all back. There was a commotion in front. Fuyu was stunned for a moment and walked over, only to see Minato, Obito and other ninjas. It is estimated that because there were too many people, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other ninjas left first. After all, the forest outside Konoha was attacked, and the third Hokage probably had a lot of things to deal with today. I pulled Obito, who was smug and proud, over directly. Still so arrogant after a breakup? Do you want to open a manjaki? What are you doing? What are you doing? I want an autograph, wait a minute. Obito clapped his hands, looked up, and his originally happy face suddenly collapsed. Go away. Why is this annoying guy here? I'm not in the mood. However, Fuyu ignored Tuer's disrespect and asked seriously, where's Danzo? Why are you asking this? Obito looked at Fuyu in confusion, then raised his head triumphantly, of course it's okay since I took action. Nothing. He raised his voice. Nonsense, what's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Although Fuyu has been in business, he still cares about Konoha. Minato also came over at this time and looked at Fuyu with a smile, as expected, Fuyu can write my Naruto, my Konoha. Haha. Fuyu rolled his eyes. What do those guys do for a living? 600 million just give up like that? Don't worry, Hokage and Danzo are fine. Minato didn't seem to notice Fuyu's stomachache. He spoke calmly and vividly, at the critical moment, I and the Hokage arrived in time, but there were too many enemies. The Sand Ninja even sent Cho. Both sides were anxious, this and that. Fortunately, in the end, Obito and Kakashi arrived and stopped the mysterious ninja. He is worthy of being the eldest disciple of the great writer Gama Sage. He speaks so well. Immersive. It made Fuyu tremble all over. It turned out to be you two idiots. Fuyu, what's wrong with you? Minato looked at Fuyu, whose eyes were a little scary, and was stunned for a moment. He seemed to understand something and said happily, are you concerned about Konoha? Don't worry, it's all right now. Then he sighed, what a strong will of fire. Haha. No. It's just. Fuyu's mouth twitched, thank you so much, you too. Save me 600 million. 2M so thankful. 086 May I ask, 3000 words long chapter. It's been a few days since Danzo was attacked. Tor was officially promoted to Jonin, and then, not long after, he went out on a mission with Kakashi. And the village seems to have become more strictly guarded because of Danzo's attack. I guess now, Danzo-sama is safer. Fuyu sighed and felt endless relief in his heart. The son has grown up. Save dad 600 million. Hee hee. Fuyu. Ling Yan's hesitant voice came from the side, what's wrong with you? When he smiled it was a little gloomy. Do you need me help? Nothing. It's just that the child has grown up. No, next we still focus on publicity, and we will make sure that we make a profit in those places. Fuyu didn't seem to want to say more. He came back to his senses and said with a smile, it's just to occupy the market. Don't worry about them. Peace will eventually come, and then it will be time for Fuyu industry to go out. Understood. Ling Yan nodded, and saw Fuyu returning to normal, and smiled slightly, I will notify them, but winter is coming soon, and this year's winter warm drinks I'll arrange it later. Every time a limited time comes, the milk tea industry will automatically generate limited drinks, so it's not a big problem. The store is open. The rest depends on the system. Fuyu stretched and stood up, I'm going out for a while, and I have some things to do. I'll trouble you here. Do you need help? No. Fuyu shook his head, smiled and said, and then pondered for a while, I'll give you the promotional posters later. I guess I have to make more this time. Although it is not clear why the amount is not the same as the previous times, since it is Fuyu's intention, Ling Yian was puzzled for a moment and nodded, I understand. I will do what Fuyu asked. Then I'll go first. Wait a minute. Fuyu turned his head doubtfully and looked at Ling Yian, anything else? The day after tomorrow. Ling Yian blushed slightly, anything the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow. Fuyu was stunned and thought for a while, it should be fine. What else is there to do after returning to the village? As for other things? Raising a weasel? No other meaning, just wanting his elder brother to be at ease and have no worries. However, as soon as the words fell, Ling Yian seemed a little happy and nodded, yet. Fuyu, take care. After saying that, he hummed a little tune with a smile and continued to do his work. After walking out of the door, Fuyu was still confused, Sao Hate happened the day after tomorrow? It's really strange. After walking out of the office door, I saw Uncle Sato, the owner of the Konoha main store. The weather was cold. In addition, the number of ninjas going out increased. Business has decreased a lot during this period. Of course, when doing business, it is inevitable to encounter various factors such as seasons, so those who open stores are mentally prepared. What's more, there is a system. Break the capital. Boss. Uncle Sato still had that cheerful expression. Since he retired from the ninja team due to injury, he has lived a very easy life and does not have to run around for mission rewards. Boss, are you going out? To the Hokage building. Hokage building? Is it for a commissioned mission? Almost. Fuyu didn't say much. Things are still uncertain, so don't make boasts. Who knows, the strongest Hokage will not bow down for money. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. Sato felt that he had asked too many questions. He was the boss and he was just an employee. He scratched his head embarrassedly, it's just that the winter festival is in a few days, and this year's winter limited drinks haven't been released yet. Oh, is that it? The winter festival is similar to the summer festival. There will also be floats, temple fairs, and fireworks. It is a rare holiday and time to rest. Fuyu nodded and said casually, just now, Suzuan. He was stunned and seemed to remember something. Winter festival when? The day after tomorrow. It's this time every year. Sato said happily, I guess it's just a casual thing this year. After all, the village is so busy, and Danzo was attacked a few days ago. At this point, he sighed, it seems that the situation is getting more and more tense, otherwise, how could the Mist and Sand ninjas come to attack Konoha directly? They came for 600 million. Fuyu smiled helplessly. So the day after tomorrow is the festival? Of course, Konoha would just spend some time here. Waved his hand, I'm going out first. If you have anything to say, we'll talk later. Understood. Boss. Sato smiled as he watched the boss leave. After the door was closed, he shook his head helplessly, boss is also a fool. After that, he started to do his own thing again. Today, the weather is clear and refreshing in autumn. It's a good time to practice calligraphy. After practicing calligraphy for an hour, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the words written on the table today with satisfaction. Will of fire. 3 points into the wood. As graceful as a startled dragon. It seems that his calligraphy has improved a lot during this period. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled calmly, like a master of calligraphy, put down the brush in his hand, and nodded, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. 3 consecutive not bad. It seems that he is also very satisfied with today's words. Since his best friend was attacked last time, he has learned his lesson. In order to avoid future tragedies, Danzo was captured. After that, he strengthened the protection of the root organization by the Anbu. Second only to the protection of the Jinkraki. Must protect his best friend from getting hurt again. Now Danzo is not only the Danzo of the Shimura family, but also the Danzo of Konoha. He belongs to the entire ninja village. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, took a sip of hot tea, and just put down the teacup. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu wants to see you. The voice of the Anbu ninja came from outside the door. Fuyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. What is he doing here at this time? He lowered his head and glanced at the will of fire on the table, then raised his head expressionlessly and said calmly, "Let him in." After a while, under the guidance of the Anbu ninja, he entered the Hokage's office. Then, come, come, come. Fuyu. Come and sit here. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly, as if he saw his own junior. What do you want to see me for today? What a pity. He sighed regretfully, you are obviously very talented. But you gave up becoming a ninja, and what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and sit down. What is he trying to do? Fuyu trembled all over and looked at the third-generation Hokage in front of him. What's going on? I'm flattered. I'm flattered. Anthy's look is a bit scary. He took the hot teacup with trembling hands, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a face of panic and excitement, and said with a touching tone, Hokage-sama. Don't be nervous, relax a little. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled indifferently, and seemed to be very satisfied with Fuyu's expression, just treat me as an ordinary grandfather. He sighed slightly, you are all excellent young people in Konoha. Yes. Fuyu held his head high. Tell me, what's the matter? Hiruzen took a sip of hot tea, looking down from time to time. It's just I heard that the village is surrounded by enemies, and a certain ninja village is despicable and shameless, and carried out that sneak attack. But Konoha wants peace. Although under the leadership of the Hokage, the ninja village is becoming stronger and stronger, prosperous and strong, and the village is rich and the people are safe, it is still no match for four hands. When I heard it, my chest was full of anger, and I wanted to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but I had no choice. I was just a fancy fist and a weak hand. Every time I think about it, I regret it. Why did I give up at that time? Otherwise, I would definitely sacrifice my life for the will of fire. Shed blood. He roared passionately and excitedly. After seeing the third generation's thoughtful face, he calmed down his regrets, and then smiled calmly and excitedly, but Fu thought that even if he was not a ninja, as a part of Konoha, I can also contribute my own strength to Konoha. Really a strong will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and put down the teacup in his hand, you are worthy of being a part of Konoha. After saying that, the tone changed again, and the smile became more kind, looking at Fuyu, Konoha thanks Fuyu for your help. So, how do you plan to let Konoha assist you? Is it so direct? Shouldn't it be the two of them fell into emotion, and then, the villagers were a family, interpreting the will of fire? Fuyu was stunned, and after coming back to his senses, he quickly said, I heard that the village is now short of funds to protect the villagers and maintain peace, and Fuyu still has some spare power for this. Oh? What's the plan? So. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's originally expectant eyes suddenly became a little hesitant, this is not appropriate. After all, they are all ninjas, and they are still on the battlefield. 100 million. Not right. Not right. Konoha also needs to save face. 180 million. Fuyu. Since you are not a ninja anymore, don't get involved in these things. Just be a businessman. 280 million. I have always known that you are excellent, but you have to consider other ninjas. For Konoha. Fuyu's face condensed, and he gritted his teeth. 380 million. Your will of fire is really. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled, and he looked at the outstanding villagers of Konoha in front of him. His face became kind again, and he said happily, "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. It's rare for you to come to my place, so let's talk about something else." At this point, he directly pulled over a piece of white paper next to him, with the 4 words Will of Fire written on it. "I have recently fallen in love with calligraphy, come and see." Tinjian said that you are very knowledgeable about calligraphy and painting. What do you think of my writing of these words? After the words fell, looking at Fuyu with a smile. Fuyu. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he stared blankly at the 4 words on the table. "Excuse me, how does the calligraphy of the current Hokage, the strongest Hokage, the light of Konoha, Shinobi Hiroshi, compare to the white paper landscape painting of the first Hokage?" 087 Two old men. Finally, after feeling the strong will of fire of the merchant of Ai village, Uchiha Fuyu, as an old man of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to give the young man a chance. After all, he is old. The future of Konoha belongs to the young after all. Then, coming empty-handed to show the selflessness of the third Hokage, Uchiha Fuyu carefully held the will of fire written by the third Hokage himself, which was given by the third Hokage because he was moved by his will of fire. That's right. It didn't cost a penny. What's a penny? It can't express his inner respect for the third Hokage at all. This is something that can be used. Can money measure it? Vulgar. Fuyu, who returned to the store, carefully handed the handwritten calligraphy of the third Hokage to Sato, and told him to frame it and put it in the most conspicuous place. This is a priceless treasure. You must be careful. Otherwise, is he worthy of the will of fire of the third Hokage? At the same time, in the Hokage's office, after listening to the words of the Anbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly, shook his head, waved his hand, and let him go down. He was very satisfied with Fuyu's hurried practice of having it framed after he returned. He was worthy of being a guy who would spend 5 million to buy the landscape painting of the first Hokage. He was an excellent villager who loved calligraphy and painting. He felt the strong will of fire in Fuyu. Then what's next? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, shook his head helplessly, remembered the guy's request, and laughed and scolded a few words. Stinky boy. Such a method can be thought of, no wonder the business is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that there are more than a dozen milk tea shops and barbecue restaurants now. Sure enough. As expected of the guy who started a business on his own after graduating from the ninja school. And the milk tea and barbecue are really good. Every time I pass by, I feel itchy and want to go in and try them. As for illusion? Don't be kidding. Whose illusion can confuse the Hokage? Is it the legendary figure of the Uchiha family? So, the milk tea and barbecue must taste good. It makes people want to taste it again. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a piece of paper next to him, pondered for a while, and then started writing. Uchiha Fufu donated 300 million. After a while, after writing, looking at the densely written paper on the table, he sighed, if there is no real shortage of funds, how can I stop here? What village still has 600 million? 6 ba. Danzo is that's his best friend, how could he do such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen took the bounty order that was still the same as before, looked at it silently, and shook his head. I don't know what Danzo is doing now. Has the Anbu outside not withdrawn yet? Danzo looked at his subordinates with a gloomy face. Didn't I say it's not needed? Replying to Danzo, the Hokage said he was worried that Danzo would be in danger again, so the root ninja bowed his head respectfully, hesitated for a moment, and said, the Anbu will allocate some of their forces to protect Danzo. After the words fell, Danzo snorted coldly and said coldly, protect me? Ridiculous. Are you worried that I will be in danger again, run away secretly? Is it a bit sad to say this? Since when? He found that he was almost out of friends. The eyes of his former companions changed when they saw him. Friendship. I don't know when it started, it has begun to deteriorate. What a pity. The method of going out to find power failed. Otherwise, do they dare to look at him with such greedy eyes now? After a moment, Danzo sighed helplessly, shook his head, with determination in his eyes. One day, I will make you unable to reach me. Yes. He never gave up. Even though he failed last time, he still didn't give up. Since he couldn't find power outside, he would look for it in the village. Compared to the illusory samsara eye, the most powerful power is still in the village. Would release. The first generation of Hokage. The power of the god of ninja world. What a pity. At the beginning, in order to restrain the Nine Tails, the village believed that they could not rely solely on the group of Sharingan, and Hiruzen did start the research on wood release. Later, the consumption was too great, too many people died, and there was still no gain, so it was terminated. Stupid. Without a huge capacity, how can you inherit that powerful power? Danzo snorted coldly, let me bear this darkness. That's right. He was going to restart the wood release research. Anyway, he had a backup of the research data, and now he only needed funds and test materials. What a pity. For various reasons, the village didn't have much money now, and the funds on the root side were also reduced by Hiruzen. So, no money. There are 600 million, but whoever mentions it, he will be anxious. As for funds, the root ninja heard the distress of Danzo, and seemed to remember something, and said, according to the information. Just now, Uchiha Fuyo went to see the Hokage, and it seems that he invested 380 million to advertise something. We don't know the specific situation. Waste. The root ninja lowered his head in shame, but seemed to remember something, raised his head, and continued, the Hokage seems to have sold a calligraphy, the Will of Fire. The specific amount is not clear. After a slight pause, he sneered and muttered to himself, Hiruzen. Have you fallen? He thought of the landscape painting Yan sold. He suddenly felt sad. Has the partner who once fought for his dream become vulgar? He is the only one left. Always keep the original intention in mind. He was full of emotion and sadness, sighing from time to time, and feeling sad from time to time. He felt that Konoha was decayed. It must change. And he, Shimura Danzo, is the one who can lead Konoha to the future. I don't know how long it took. Just when all the root ninjas were terrified, I saw Danzo stand up, turn around with a look of soberness, sighing, and his back looked particularly sad in the dim cave. Walking forward. The whole cave became silent. I don't know how long I walked. Suddenly, he stopped, and a faint voice sounded in the cave. Bring me the 4 treasures of the study. Even in calligraphy, he must be better than Hiruzen. After saying that, he walked forward again. Leaving behind the masked root ninja, the look in his eyes seemed a little confused. Time passed quietly. After Fuyu arranged the advertising banners and posters these days, he sent the ninja away. In the blink of an eye, it was already the night of the winter festival. At this moment, the second half-price event is here again. Fuyu looked at the Suzune who seemed to be dressed up in front of him, and was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Suzune's cheeks were slightly red, and she lowered her head to look at her outfit. Doesn't it look good? Looks good. The lavender sweater matched with the elegant white eyes, and the loose hair was still pretty good looking. Fuyu smiled and said, what should I do now? After saying that, ramen. Ling Yin couldn't help but say it, and lowered her head a little embarrassedly. I'm a little hungry. Let's go. Eat ramen first. Fuyu didn't care. It was normal to have a dozen bowls of ramen in the evening. He smiled and said, it's a rare festival. Let's go for a walk after eating. Yet. Ling Yian smiled happily and nodded, followed Fuyu, feeling the sudden light snow tonight. It won't be big. It's a little. There was some hesitation on her face. Finally, she took a deep breath and seemed to have mustered up the courage. Fuyu Yushi suddenly raised her head, suddenly froze, and turned her head to look at Fuyu, who stopped behind her. What's wrong? After saying that, she looked at Fuyu's side in confusion. Suddenly, when she saw two figures not far away, she was also slightly stunned. Elder Beiwa? And Elder Xian? 088 is a lone fat rat in front. Aren't the Uchiha clan going to the battlefield? You old guy still have so much free time. What's the matter? I'm already old. Can't I go out for a walk during the winter festival? This guy. Still asking for a beating. Beiwa glanced at Uchiha Xian, who was getting stubborn again, and rolled his eyes calmly, and continued to walk forward without saying anything. Although it was a festival, the village was still very deserted at this time. However, the entrance of Fuyu Barbecue Bar was quite lively. Winter Festival. 20% discount. And Fuyu Milk Tea Winter Limited, the second cup is half price. Line up. It was a bit lively at the festival. Of course, other izakaya and Ichiraku ramen were also crowded, and on the street most of the people coming out now were young people. It seemed a bit strange for two old men like them to walk on the street. Bai Hua smiled helplessly and shook her head with emotion. I am old after all, and this wind is a bit biting. Old? Humph. Uchiha men are not old. Uchiha Xian said proudly, this wind is blowing so refreshingly. Are you still a child? Humph. What do you care? Boring. The two old men walked slowly in the cold wind and light snow. Fuyu behind them felt a little toothache, gasped, and shivered all over. Is the love of the elderly like this? Or Uchiha's unique pride? You underestimated the elder. As expected, he is an old man who has experienced the chaos of the Warring States period and witnessed the legend of Konoha. Awesome! The Uchiha family is now in the process of mobilizing troops. After the battlefield troops are redivided, they will go to the battlefield. I heard that Fugaku, as the head of the clan, led the Uchiha clan to the battlefield, so he had considerable power and could be considered the second in command on the battlefield. As for who is the first in command? It depends on which battlefield they go to. Anyway, now the ninjas in the Uchiha clan are all holding back their anger. They plan to make military achievements and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, and then re-enter the Konoha hierarchy and let Konoha accept them again. Especially the second elder. Old but still strong. Ambitious. When he heard that the Uchiha clan was going to the battlefield, he became excited and was very optimistic about this war. He was supervising the deployment of the Uchiha clan ninjas, and he kept a straight face and didn't let anyone relax. I heard that because he sent 1 billion detonating talismans, the second elder's impression of him was much better. Anyway, most of the Uchiha clans were very nervous and worried that they would not seize this opportunity. And the first elder? Good guy. He's still out to pick up girls in the middle of winter? He's not an ordinary old man. Aren't you afraid that the second elder will find out, and he will be so angry that he will open his kaleidoscope and shout the world is not worth it? Of course. The second elder is a stubborn old man, Brother Khan, and his eyes are naturally beautiful. I guess he is sad in his heart. My eldest brother worked hard for Uchiha, lost his face and made friends with Hyuga, but Uchiha Fuyu is lazy and wastes money, making my eldest brother run around for him. He is really a thief. Or something like that. Fuyu shook his head helplessly, and did not disturb the appointment with the eldest elder. He ate a mouthful of hot ramen and specially added a portion of barbecued pork. It tasted good. Although the current Ichiraku ramen restaurant is still an open-air stall, it is quite warm to sit inside. He drank the soup base in one gulp, wiped his mouth, turned his head to look at the stacked bowls, his eyelids slightly raised, but he didn't care. I'm used to it. I chatted with the boss of Ichiraku for a few words, mostly about business topics. After a while, I'm full. Ling Yian's soft voice sounded. Fuyu turned his head to look at Ling Yian, glanced at the bowl, and said with a smile, "Have you finished eating?" "I'm finished." Ling Yian's face seemed to be slightly red, and she whispered, "I'm a little hungry today. Do you need more?" "I'm full." Haha, Ling Yian's appetite is still so good. Boss Yul took the money and looked at the two people in front of him. Enjoy the festival tonight. Although it's a little quiet, there are still fireworks in the evening. He waved his hand and watched the two people leave. After they disappeared from his sight, his eyes were filled with memories, and his eyes suddenly became hazy. It's good to be young. After the words fell. Dad. Someone ordered ramen. The little girl who was helping behind looked helplessly at her dad, who was in a daze. How rude. Ha ha ha. It's a rare festival. Yum, relax. Do you want Dad to take you to watch the fireworks later? Sorry. Going to watch fireworks with an uncle will make people laugh. Although the festival seemed quieter than usual due to the war, there was still Temple Street. It's just that there were fewer people. Already full, Ling Yian bought some roasted rice sticks, roasted meatballs, fried noodles and so on. Don't ask. If you ask, it's these are snacks, and snacks are stored in another stomach. Anyway, eating makes you fat, and it grows where it should grow, so it doesn't matter. Fuyu also ate it together. Today, Ling Yian was a little happy. Holding the roasted meatballs, humming a little song, with curved eyes and a smile. Walking on Temple Street. During the period, I saw the elder again. Playing kunao throwing. It's just like the shooting game in the amusement park. As long as you throw a kunao and hit the balloon, you will get a gift. Uchiha's throwing skills are unparalleled in the world. The old man who showed off became complacent immediately. But the look of the white flower elder was quite perfunctory. Sure enough. For ninjas, this game is simply cheating. Didn't you see that the stall owner was about to cry? It seems that the elder failed to show off. No. I underestimated him again. Just when Fuyu was wondering if he should teach the elder some advanced techniques to pick up girls later, he saw the elder Beiwa directly pulling the elder away from the stall owner. And the elder kept yelling arrogantly, ready to let the stall owner see how powerful his throwing skills were. Therefore, there were some surprises in the tug-of-war. Sure enough. Old people are always better. The elder has lived for so long and has seen more than him, so why would he need an ordinary person with only a little money to teach him? Shenjian, who was standing next to him, also watched, and her eyes seemed to become a little crystal. Wouldn't he feel that the eyes were a little hot and tears were about to flow? Fuyu thought for a while, estimated the time, and said, "The fireworks should start soon, let's go find a place. After watching the fireworks, go home and sleep. Get enough rest to raise the weasel." After the words fell, Ling Yian smiled softly, nodded, and finished the roasted rice stick in her hand. After finding a trash can to throw it away, follow Fuyu and walk forward. However, after walking for a while, Fuyu suddenly stopped again, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the weird smile on the corner of his mouth made Ling Yian feel a chill. What happened? Did he see Elder Beiwa again? Why is he smiling so strangely? Looked over in confusion and was slightly stunned. See. Not far away. Under the dim light. A chubby little man, holding a roasted rice stick in his chubby little hands, eating it with his little mouth. Just like a chubby hamster. Cute. 089 You must go. Itaki, I'm full. Yet. He nodded calmly, but his chubby cheeks looked quite cute. Chuanjing couldn't help but stretch out his hand to rub Itaki's face. Yet. Puffy. soft, very comfortable. When she saw the doubtful eyes staring at her, she immediately smiled. Yes, yes, there is dirt. After a panicked sentence, her eyes suddenly lit up again, and she said seriously, yes. It was stained with dirt, I helped Itaka clean it. Thank you. Itaka nodded, didn't say much, and still had that calm expression. It was originally winter. The heater was very comfortable. Curled up and wanted to sleep. At that time, Itaka, Omega, Then, Omega? He didn't want to come out. But in the end, his mother grabbed his collar and pulled him out, asked him to accompany Chuan out, and gave him pocket money? Was it the money he left with his mother? Today he gave a big one. Although it was cold outside, there were many delicious foods today. That's it. Itaka held the roasted rice stick and ate it expressionlessly, with bulging cheeks, which made Chuan, who was standing next to him, feel particularly interesting. It was chubby, but not too fat. It felt soft and warm when held. It was like a doll. It was very cute. But my mother said that children should not be too fat. Chuan struggled for a moment, looking at Itaka chewing the roasted rice stick like a hamster, with a hint of determination in his eyes. I still have to watch Itaka. It's fine now. It can't get fatter. Suddenly. Just when the little girl made up her mind. Itaka stopped for no reason, and then, under Chuan's doubts, turned around very flexibly. It seemed to want to slip away. Chuan was stunned. What's wrong? The words fell. Itaka. A peaceful voice came. Itaka stiffened his body, knowing that he had been seen, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Sorry, father. Itaka was discovered. Then, turning around calmly, as if nothing had happened just now, he said obediently, Uncle Fuyu. At this time, Chuan also saw the handsome figure, and quickly imitated Itaka, bent down, and said, Uncle Fuyu. The two boys are on a date. Not bad. Fuyu nodded with satisfaction, pinched Itaka's face, and the flesh was indeed comfortable. He looked at Itaka with a smile, Little Itaka. Why did you run when you saw your uncle just now? No. Itaka's crystal eyes looked around, a little embarrassed to look at Fuyu, and said weakly, It sits quickly pointed to the meatball shop next to him, I want to eat grilled meatballs. After the words fell, Fuyu didn't keep asking the child, and nodded with a smile, Not bad. Children should eat more to grow up. After the words fell, he stuffed some money into Itaka and pinched him again. He pinched with the same curiosity, and Ling Yian left with brighter eyes. I won't disturb the two little ones on their date. It just looks like that. Did his elder brother say something to fat Itaka? Really? That's his nephew. Will I hurt him? However, after the two of them walked away, Itaka is afraid of Uncle Rich. Itaka wanted to slip away just now? Chuan blinked his eyes and looked at Itaka in confusion. If I remember correctly, Uncle Rich seems to be Itaka's uncle. However, Itaka shook his head and said calmly, No. Then, without saying much, he lowered his head to look at the money in his hand, scratched his head, and then carefully put it away. Put it at Mom's place later. Mom said. I will save it for him and give it to him when he grows up. After putting it away, he raised his head and said calmly, The fireworks are about to start. After the words fell, Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses and hurriedly pulled Itaka forward. Oh! I almost forgot, let's hurry up. It's almost time, no need to rush. What to do? Chuan didn't seem to hear, so he pulled Itaka in a panic, and Itaka could only follow helplessly. After a while, bang! Fireworks appeared. The winter festival was about to end. The two old men hunched over, one with his hands behind his back, and the other put his hands on his waist with reserve, looking at the fireworks in the sky. "It's so beautiful." After the words fell, the old woman next to him glanced at the old man calmly, and continued to nod expressionlessly, "Yet, it's quite beautiful." Not far from them, Fuyu also watched the fireworks, glanced at Ling Yian who was watching the fireworks quietly beside him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he continued to watch the fireworks. After the fireworks ended, he couldn't help but stretch himself, and moaned comfortably. "It's over." "Yet," Ling Yian replied softly. Looking at the two old men going away, Fuyu also took Ling Yian back. A quiet night passed like this. That's it. Finally, when sending Ling Yian to the door of the Haiga family, he received a gift. A simple winter festival. It's over. The next day, Fuyu, wearing a red scarf, came to the milk tea shop. "Boss, there is a package for you." Sato called him. It was sent from outside the village. Fuyu looked at the exquisite paper bag in confusion. "What's it from?" "I don't know." Sato hesitated, glanced at the boss's scarf, and still chose not to know. "Boss, you should see it yourself." After the words fell, he stuffed it in quickly. Then, Fuyu still pinched it in confusion. The package outside was probably sent by the rain country. The three little ones sent it. They also gave him a gift. Not bad. The baby has grown up. It's soft and feels like a piece of cloth. Then, opened it with relief. When he looked inside he was stunned. This. He had it. It's also red. He guessed who sent it and was about to take it out. "Fuyu." A soft voice came from behind. Did someone send Fuyu a gift? Soon. Fuyu shivered. But he recovered quickly. The female secretary just watched the boss receive a gift. What's the matter? Open and aboveboard. Clear and innocent. He smiled slightly, put the bag away, and said, "Nothing. I've rested enough. It's time to work." Boss Fuyu is also very busy. In the blink of an eye. It has been a while since the winter festival. The war is still going on. A few days later, Fugaku also took his people to the battlefield. "I heard that there are some small moves in the sand village, so be careful and vigilant. Perhaps because a lot of ninjas were sacrificed last time when they brought people to take 600 million, so the situation in the sand village is also a little unstable. Therefore, the offensive against the rock ninja increased. The war became tense again. At this time, in the Kanabi Bridge, the rock ninja troops raided Konoha without caring about sacrifices, and successfully forced Konoha to have only 4 people left. The situation in Konoha was tense. In order to cut off the supply of the rock ninja, Kakashi and his team had to blow up the bridge. But something unexpected happened in the process. Their partner, Rin, was caught. Priority mission. Kakashi looked at Obito coldly. Only stupid ninjas would give up the mission at this time. After the words fell, bang! Obito punched him directly and looked at Kakashi angrily. In the world of ninja, people who violate the rules will be called trash, but people who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash. I think Konoha White Fang is a real hero. Although I gave up, I will definitely see Lin happy. You Kakashi looked at Obito in a daze, his heart trembled, and then calmed down. Idiot! Who are you calling? Obito raised his eyebrows. You really don't want to go? No. You must go. Why? Kakashi rolled his eyes and looked at Obito calmly. I'm a ninja. Humph. Obito stretched out his hands, made a tiger seal, and sneered, if you don't go, I will challenge you every day. After the words fell, Kakashi. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his legs were slightly clamped. This guy is such a bastard. 090 WHAT is this? My name is Kakashi. That day maybe I really shouldn't have come back to regroup. Kakashi was speechless and rolled his eyes. He had no time to treat the injury on his left eye, and looked at Obito not far away with his right eye. He didn't care about the injury. Since he became a ninja, he was ready for it. But he sighed helplessly in his heart, looked at the short sword in his hand, and muttered to himself, "Hero," with memories in his eyes. After a while, he looked bitter again. Thinking of taking when he saw the plan of the soil, he felt his stomach twitching. If he had a choice, he would refuse it. But now there is no other choice. Just as Obito said. This is their only chance. Even Obito, who originally wanted to restore his reputation, decided to use that ninjutsu again. What else can he say? That's right. Because of Konoha's reputation as a pervert, Obito vowed to change himself, but it seems that accidents happen every time. It was during the Chunin joint examination, and later on the battlefield. This time it's again. I guess Obito can't change. So, since it's all decided, as a ninja, you should strictly execute the mission. Kakashi sighed and put the short sword behind his back. Looking at the destination not far away, he looked at Obito. Then nodded seriously together. Action! Konobe Bridge must not be in trouble. This is something all the rock ninjas know in their hearts. Once something unexpected happens at the Konobe Bridge, the rock ninjas will be cut off from support and logistics. If Konoha launches a fierce attack and they can't hold it, they will have no way to escape. So, by the order of Lord Taoshi, even if it means death, they have to defend this place. Rock Ninja Daishi looked at the captured girl and said solemnly, "Team Kakashi. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Since they can make a name for themselves in the three wars at the age of a teenager, as a ninja, you must never look down on others just because they are young. This will cost you your life. Especially just now I used the secret technique of ninjutsu, camouflage, to make my body transparent, but I couldn't successfully launch a sneak attack, and only injured the eyes of the silver-haired kid. Then you know. Those two kids must not be underestimated. Daishi, do you really think those two brats are coming back?" asked his companion Huo Guang. "No matter how you look at it, they're just going to die. No matter what. We must pay attention," Daishi warned seriously, "even if they don't come." Before he finished speaking, suddenly his eyes condensed. "Kunao! They're coming!" Daishi turned his head suddenly and made seals with his hands. "Earth escape? Earth flow wall technique." Sure enough. Even if they are Konoha's genius, a famous young genius in the three wars. After all, he is just a child. Because of feelings they actually came. Stir tear tear tear. The sound of several kunao being inserted into the rock, but Daishi seemed to see something, and said in a low voice, "It's a detonating tag." After the words fell, boom! The explosion sounded. Kunao, detonating tag. It's a very common combination, so they were not surprised. And using detonating tags here is not a good decision. If you are not careful, you may even be killed by the rocks. Sure enough. After a while, the explosion disappeared, and even the kunao disappeared. It seems that the enemy should not continue to use the detonating tags. Of course, it may also be gone. After all, the price of detonating tags is not simple nowadays. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, their Iwagakure ninja village cannot use it as usual. Even if Konoha is rich, it will not exceed their Iwagakure ninja village by several times. No. I almost forgot. Konoha still has 600 million reserve funds that have not been used. The dust has settled. When the Iwagakure ninja was about to disperse the earth flow wall, suddenly, another wave of kunao. Damn it! All the Iwagakure ninjas were cursing. Where did Konoha get so many detonating tags? Could it be that the 600 million were really used? But it is not impossible. You know, the war lasted for so long, and coupled with the rising prices, each village was a little overwhelmed. It would not be surprising even if they were used. Then, maybe Konoha has another 600 million? The rock ninja was suddenly uncertain. The message must be passed back. However, unexpectedly, there seems to be no detonating tags on this wave of Kunao. We've been fooled. Keep an eye on the captives. Oishi yelled, the rest of you divert the enemy's attention and rush over. I'll use invisibility to go over. With a cold look in his eyes. Konoha genius? This time, he will definitely get rid of that Konoha genius. After getting everyone's response, Oishi didn't hesitate anymore and quickly made a seal. Ninja technique? Camouflage invisibility. The whole person seemed to merge with the rock and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. At this time, all the rock ninja looked at each other. Disperse the earth flow wall. Quickly change defense to offense. At the same time, Kakashi also noticed it, according to his and Obito's plan. The first wave, Kunao plus detonating tags to attract attention. In the second wave, use Kunao to confuse them, and keep using it until they take the initiative to attack. No other way. Nowadays, detonating tags and Kunao are really expensive. Thanks to Obito's rich father, he can waste so much now. And then, Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. It's time for him to take action. Seeing the rock ninja rushing over, his face did not change. The place he chose was still quite far from the rock ninja. Quickly took something out of the ninja tool bag. After returning, make sure to let Obito re-buy me a ninja tool bag. While the rock ninja was puzzled, without hesitation, he threw it forward with force. Suddenly, be careful. The rock ninja did not dare to be careless. When they did not know what was wrapped in the cloth, they must not be careless. But why throw it into the sky? At such a high place, even if it was a detonating tag, it would probably only cause some minor injuries. Just when they were puzzled, they quickly divided into teams. One team paid attention to the attack, and the other team continued to attack. Suddenly, several more Kunao appeared in Kakashi's hand. Kunao with detonating tags. The rock ninja's face changed, and he roared, "Be careful! It's detonating!" Halfway through shouting, he looked at the Kunao shot into the sky with strange eyes. What on earth does this guy want to do? Shouldn't he shoot at the enemy? That won't blow them up at all. Everyone was stunned. At this time, boom! The detonating tag in the air exploded. Although there was some impact, the rock ninja didn't care and continued to rush forward. However, what is this? A sticky thing hit in rock ninja's face, and he cried out. A moment. What is this? What is this? What? Warm. A little bitter. The rock ninja finished speaking. Suddenly. Damn. It's shit. Konoha throws shit. Just as the rock ninjas cried out in anger, Kakashi's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said lightly, "It's done." The words fell. The face of Dashi, who was forced to disperse his invisibility by a certain substance, changed. Regardless of the filth on his body, he suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Prisoner!" However, it was too late. Ha ha ha! A loud and arrogant laugh came from the sky. A figure. When Lin looked up, he appeared in front of her, facing the falling dirty rain. With a confident smile, he landed in front of her. Like a hero, with a flash of light and a pile of black at the corners of his mouth, he gave himself a thumbs up and looked at her. "My lord. Uchiha Obito is here." "It's Obito." Lin, her face was full of surprise. 091 passed through. Obito quickly dealt with the enemies behind him. At this moment, the light jumping on his fingers was his only belief. Under the rotating 3 megatama, his face, head, and body were covered with filth, but he still didn't mind. He quickly dealt with the 2 rock ninjas. At this time, Kakashi rushed over. 3 people. Kakashi's team reunited. The rock ninjas also knew that they had lost this time. But 3 people. Only 3 people. It's not so easy to rush out when surrounded by them. Dashi, who was forced to disperse his invisibility, wiped his face and twitched his mouth. This was the most pungent war he had ever encountered in all his years as a ninja. Didn't he see that there was an Uegaku ninja next to him who was holding the rock and vomiting? It was probably the guy who said it was a bit bitter just now. He raised his head and fixed his eyes, changed to a serious expression, staring at the Konoha ninja. Although I have told myself to be vigilant, I didn't expect I was still careless. Really? I really didn't expect there was such a way of fighting. Although it smells a bit strong, I have to admit it's really an amazing tactic. In a solemn tone, Konoha genius. Hitaki Kakashi. He paused word by word, and... But for some reason, he suddenly paused when he said this. He hesitated for about 10 seconds. Konoha pervert. Uchiha Obito. Just when Obito was complacent and thought he would also be called Konoha's genius, his face froze and he stared at the Uegaku ninja. Damn! Who are you talking about? He, Uchiha Obito. What's wrong with that? And did he pause just now? What does that mean? Asshole! Do you believe I can kill you? However, Oishi ignored the yelling Obito. This kid has created such a terrible ninjutsu at such a young age. His mind is definitely not what he shows on the outside. He's just a kid. So, do it. We must not let them leave. When the support comes, they will definitely not be able to escape. The words fell. The rock ninja didn't hesitate at all, his eyes were fierce, and he rushed over directly. Careless. Konoha's too mean. Even meaner than using spies. Throwing shit? And Kakashi, although he smelled a little bit, this was not the time to think about anything else. He had to leave here as soon as possible. The 2 sides were on the verge of a fight. I've wanted to get rid of you for a long time. Obito seemed to have changed into a different person, with a cold look all over his body. How dare you sneak attack? The words fell. He rushed over. Kakashi used his most powerful ninjutsu without any hesitation. Taro balls. What a pity. There is no Sharingan. The high speed brought by the lightning chakram made it impossible for him to catch the enemy, so he could only bombard randomly. As for Obito, the 3 Magatama Sharingan combined with the Uchiha's physical skills has accurately caught the enemy. The 2 boys. Flashing with light, they rushed in like wild wolves. It forced Oishi and the others to quickly parry. That the terrible ninjutsu is not so easy to resist. I couldn't help but sigh again in my heart. Konoha is really the cradle of geniuses. 2 such young jonin appeared. And they are powerful jonin. Soon. With the help of the detonating tags, the Chunin was quickly solved. Of course. Obito and Kakashi were also panting. But now, we can break through. However, Oishi and the others were livid and would not let them go easily. It's a pity. Obito with the lightning release and the 3 Megatama Sharingan is not something that ordinary ninjas can capture. Unconsciously, the former tailender also shone his own light on the battlefield, and even the reputation of the genius Kakashi may not be as good as him. That is, the reputation is a bit bad. Chidori sharp spear. Bang. The last rock ninja. Daishi calmed down instead, with blood on the corner of his mouth, looking at the ninjutsu that pierced his abdomen. Ahem. I underestimated you. Konoha's change. Before he finished speaking, Obito's face was dark and he stuffed it in again with his hand. This bastard. Seeing the rock ninja lying on the ground, he spat angrily, "Who are you calling perverted?" After he finished speaking, "Break out! Break out now!" They succeeded. Obito couldn't help but turn his head and look at Kakashi, and at this time Kakashi couldn't help but turn his head and look at Obito. The two looked at each other, and suddenly they all smiled happily. Ha ha ha! And Lin on the side. She found that she seemed to have been forgotten again. Looking at the two of them disappointedly. Since when did it start? Kakashi seemed to look at Obito more than her. And at this time, just when the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, just when they were about to break out, suddenly, Earth-style, rock collapse. Oishi was not dead. After making a seal with difficulty, a cold voice sounded. A huge rock rolled down from above. It seemed to be caused by the detonating tag and ninjutsu just now. But at this time, it was too late. Obito's 3 Magatama Sharingan was the first to react, his face changed, and without any hesitation, he pushed Kakashi and Lin out. Obito! X2! Rin and Kakashi's eyes changed. Bang! The huge rock fell straight down. The two looked at the huge rock sadly, but after a while, Kakashi stood up firmly, wiped his eyes, and pulled Lin up with a firm look. It's time for them to break out. They can't wait any longer. They can't waste the opportunity given to them by Obito. However, a figure suddenly appeared. It came out of the stone. Obito! X2! The two looked at Obito in front of them in surprise. You! Obito himself was also confused. How did the boulder pass through? But now was not the time to think about this, so he threw the remaining pile of stones at the shocked face of the Uegakuer. Asshole! He actually faked his death and attacked. Then, without any hesitation, he looked at Kakashi again and nodded to each other. Retreat! He quickly took Rin and ran towards Konoha. At the same time, that kid actually survived on his own. There was a little bit of an accident. What kind of ability is that? Space-time ninjutsu. Ah! So amazing! Forget it, go back and tell Lord Madara. In fact, I think that kid Kakashi is more important to that kid Obito. Didn't you see that when he was free, he looked after Kakashi first? Me too. If he wants to fall into darkness, I think that silver-haired kid may be useful. Bond? Very similar to Lord Madara. The continuation of the love between Senju and Uchiha. You are a little abnormal. And my last name is Hitaki. What should we do? Bonds between men, Lord Madara understands this, let's ask Lord Madara. That's right. That's right. We can't even poop, how do we know this? 092 Once upon a time. A few days later. In a cave somewhere in the ninja world. The old Madara slowly opened his eyes, looked at the white Zetsu in front of him, and said calmly, Bond. After the words fell, the cloudy eyes were filled with memories. Once upon a time. It was the same with Hashirama, but later Hashirama got married, and later Hashirama changed. No longer listened to what he said. Finally, betrayed him. When they were young, they swore to support each other by the river. However, he got married. Has a child. He started to change. And I have always been the same person, and have never changed. So, he will definitely prove to Hashirama that he is right. Humph. Madara's eyes were no longer cloudy, but sharp. After a cold snort, he said calmly, Women. They will only affect the speed of performing ninjutsu. Hashirama was disabled because of this. It seems that the kid has understood. Then Madara-sama, let's. It doesn't matter. Madara raised his eyelids lightly and said casually, when we enter the darkness, he will join us. And the bond. can make him fall into the darkness better. Should we do it to that white-haired guy? XN. The white Zetsu looked at Madara and said eagerly, then Madara-sama, should we change our method? It seems very interesting. However, Madara did not answer them immediately, but slowly closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he opened his eyes again. There is the shadow of that guy behind Obito and Nagato. White Zetsu was puzzled for a moment, and nodded suddenly, Madara-sama, are you talking about the guy who opened the milk tea? What's his name? Uchiha Fuyu, and he is also very powerful. Last time, he pretended to be Madara-sama. Uchiha Fuyu, Madara muttered to himself, and then looked at White Zetsu and said calmly, does he have love? Love? It seems that he is entangled with many women. Does philanthropy count? Master Madara. What the hell? Is this what the Uchiha are like now? Madara raised his eyelids and twitched his mouth, do you have a loved one? This White Zetsu was distressed again. Several White Zetsu looked at each other, and finally, hesitantly, he seemed to have said that he loved Konoha the most and respected the Hokage the most. Yes, that's it. I heard that this time he actually took out 380 million to support Konoha. Where is 380 million? It seems to be only 300 million. What about 80 million? How should I know? But it seems to be 380 million. Why? Why? Humans are so childish. The White Zetsu started arguing again. Madara seemed a little impatient. These guys were quite useful, but most of them were brainless and liked to talk nonsense. Enough. Shut up. The turbid eyes focused again, and after seeing that the White Zetsu were all well behaved, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, has Konoha decayed to this extent? All the Uchiha clan members need to donate. He sneered, shook his head, opened his eyes again, and seemed to think of something, wealthy. Powerful. Good talent. If we can fall into darkness, it would not be bad. He admitted. I looked down on this guy after seeing all those messy wills. But was it intentional? Or unintentional? Anyway, no matter Wathi's plan must not be disturbed. This is for him to prove himself to Hashirama. Hashirama, he murmured, his eyes became cloudy again, and he seemed to be full of stories. However, after a while, Madara recovered and closed his eyes, continue to follow my plan, use the bond to guide him into darkness, and paused, sent by Zetsu to keep an eye on Uchiha Fuyu. At this point, his eyes became sharp, once we find someone who interferes with our plan, we will get rid of him. No one can interfere with his plan. Hee. Fuyu rubbed his nose and frowned. Why does it feel like someone is after his money? Who? The third Hokage? But after thinking about it, he didn't know who it was, so he ignored it. Anyway, he estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not openly fleece the merchants of his village. As for the one who came secretly, wasn't it Lord Danzo who came secretly? This is even simpler. Just raise his value a little. No big deal. Fuyu stretched and stood up. Fuyu is going out. The female secretary beside him asked, is there something wrong? Nothing. Fuyu said with a smile. Fugako left the village and thought about going back to the tribe to see if there is anyone who needs help. I heard. Itaka hasn't come out recently, he's been staying at home, and hasn't gone to the dance hall to exercise. It seems to be related to the Great Elder. The Great Elder hasn't been there during this period. I don't know what happened, so I'm going to go back and take a look. After a slight pause, have the promotional posters been sent out? The words fell. Suyin looked at Fuyu with strange eyes. I arranged for someone to send it out a few days ago, but hesitated for a moment. This is not good. Why is it not good? Fuyu's face was shocked. This is allowed by the Hokage. It's a fair publicity. The Hokage also gave a painting of the Will of Fire written by him, and it's hanging outside now. I don't mean that. Suzuian still had a strange look on her face. Although she was very surprised why the Hokage agreed with Fuyu to do this, since it was Fuyu who decided it, she would only support Fuyu's arrangement, but she pointed to the sample poster for this promotion next to her and hesitated slightly. Will this not be good for Obito? After the words fell, Fuyu looked at Suzuian in confusion. Will it? This poster is so good. It will definitely attract people's attention. Time moved forward a little. After successfully rescuing Lin and escaping from the Kanabi Bridge, the little three also welcomed rescue. With the help of Minato teacher, they successfully cut off the logistics of the Iwagakure ninja village. Laid the foundation for defeating the Iwagakure ninja village. At the same time, it also affected the situation of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Then, after a big battle, they gathered again. The Minato team also had a rare short break. The four of them came to the garrison near the battlefield, ready to take a break and replenish supplies. When everyone entered the garrison, after hearing a burst of cheers and seeing many familiar figures, the irritability of the war in their hearts was reduced a lot. Especially Obito. He was attacked again. He was also very angry. No, we may understand a little bit why the legendary Uchiha ninja left alone in the end. Because. Not understood. This is a road destined to be lonely and full of abuse. With sadness in his eyes, he shook his head with emotion, and muttered to himself with a firm tone, Uchiha Obito. I will never take this road. I will definitely change. I will definitely make others understand me. He even suspected Rin might like Kakashi because she didn't understand him. It must be like this. After the words fell, Obito, who had regained his spirits, walked towards the camp in high spirits. However, as soon as he walked in, suddenly, the whole person stood there in a daze, standing stupidly outside, motionless. Minato and the other two looked at him and walked over in confusion. What's wrong with Obito? As soon as he finished speaking, I saw. Uchiha Obito pointed to the front with a face of shame and anger. Who did it? Bastard! What, who did it? Everyone still looked in the direction Obito pointed with a puzzled look. Suddenly, all the corners of their mouths twitched. Where did this thing come from? I saw in front a vertical billboard. On it, a young man was making a tiger seal, looking ahead with sharp eyes, as if looking at an enemy. Next to it was written, "Rich in milk tea. When I drink this cup of milk tea, you have already lost." 093 Famous Ninja World. Drink milk tea. Refreshing and anti-fatigue. Why am I so strong? It's because I drank this rich milk tea. With rich milk tea, Mom doesn't have to worry about my ninjutsu anymore. Everyone was stunned. Full of handsome pictures of Obito. Even the combat tent is hung up. But with the milk tea and words, it's really embarrassing. Minato's mouth twitched, and he probably guessed who made this. Except that guy. It's estimated that ordinary people can't do such a thing. But how did he do it? Hokage actually allowed him to advertise like this? The will of no fire. And at this time, Obito, who came back to his senses from shame and anger, rushed up directly, took down the vertical billboard, threw it to the ground angrily, and stepped on it. Until the billboard was completely destroyed, he turned his head angrily and turned to the one on the other side. Just when he was about to continue. Hey, ninja over there, what are you doing? A senior ninja came over and stopped Obito. How dare you destroy the billboard? As soon as he approached, he was stunned and looked at Obito. Kid. Looks familiar. Just as he finished speaking, he trembled all over, as if he remembered something. He looked up at the billboard, then looked down at Obito, and said happily, "It's you." Konoha transformation ahem, Konoha lightning finger, Uchiha Obito. What the hell is that name? Obito's mouth twitched, and he yelled, "And did you recognize me just now after seeing this thing?" "No. Lord Obito. As famous as thunder. I heard that it was you who destroyed the Konoha bridge. It blocked the attack of the rock ninja and bought enough time for Konoha." The Jonin shook his head and said seriously, "And wherever you pass, there are wailing everywhere, unpredictable. Even the Konoha genius, Hatake Kakashi, can't compare to you. Now your reputation is spreading in the ninja world, saying that you don't talk about ninja virtues, have no morals, and are a low-level genius ninja who will do anything to get what he wants. If you meet, you protect yourself first, and give up the mission depending on the situation." Kakashi. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the Jonin. "Thank you. This reputation doesn't matter." The Jonin turned around complacently, pointed at the back of his vest, and said, "See? There is also an advertisement for Lord Obito on my back." "Shut up. Let me die." Obito was already kneeling on the ground in despair, gritting his teeth and saying, "That bastard. His reputation. It's all over." Now Uchiha Obito even doubted in his heart, was it because of that guy that his bad reputation spread so quickly? For example, the underwear of the rain country. This Minato also had a headache, smiled awkwardly, looked at the Jonin, and asked, "When did this start? Why are these hanging?" "Oh, wasn't Konoha's funds a little tight some time ago?" The Jonin said happily, "After all, the detonating tags are really expensive. It has increased several times, and the expenditure has increased. Then, the rich boss is also a businessman who loves the village. When he heard that the village was in trouble, he directly gave 300 million. Advertise." Minato seemed to understand something and nodded. "However, no way. How could Lord Hokage be so vulgar? Lord Minato, please stop talking nonsense." The Jonin seriously corrected Minato's nonsense. 300 million in funding, no advertising. It's just that the third Hokage was moved by the kindness of the rich boss and couldn't bear to see the rich boss suffer. That's why he did this. It's love. It says so above. Is it love again? Minato's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. "Rich, I admire you." And at this time, Obito jumped up again in anger, reached out to take the billboard, and shouted loudly, "Ah!" hitting his knees and breaking it directly. "Take them all down, I'll blow up with a detonating tag." Has Konoha really decayed? There was determination in his eyes again. "I will definitely become the man of Hokage." It seemed like a raging fire. "The day I become Hokage, that bastard will go bankrupt." Hee hee. Hee hee. Fuyu rubbed his nose again, and his brows tightened again. "Why do I always feel that someone is thinking about my money? Who is it?" But after a while, after entering the Uchiha, he ignored it. It's just money. He Uchiha Fuyu never cares much about it. Treat money as dirt. After a while, the new store in the rain country will be able to open, and then there will be new modules. Come to the Uchiha family. Itachi was not seen at Fugaku's house. There was no fat hamster basking in the sun in the courtyard corridor. So, where did he go? Date with Chuan? Fuyu was confused for a while, and pulled the Uchiha clan member next to him. "Where is Itachi? Are you asking about the young clan leader, Master Fuyu?" The Uchiha clan member was stunned for a moment and said, "The young clan leader is with the great elder today. The clan leader has ordered that after he leaves the village, the young clan leader must go to the great elder for training every day." Fuyu's mouth twitched. Fugaku doesn't believe him. As Fugaku's brother and Itachi's uncle, Fuyu felt very disappointed. How could he possibly harm Itachi? With a melancholy sigh, he patted the clan member's shoulder, then, with a shudder, he regained his confidence again. He decided he must teach Itachi well. When Fugaku comes back, he will make him understand. He misunderstood his brother. So, with a confident smile, Fuyu walked towards the mansion of the great elder again. Back then, he was a diligent and studious genius of Uchiha. So, he still knew where the great elder lived. The road was smooth and he passed by without any obstacles. Soon, I heard exciting music. It came from the speakers. And at this time, he was the only one selling speakers in the village. And it was an advanced stereo surround speaker. It was so exciting. Dancing? Fuyu was slightly stunned, then, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and walked forward. Without being disturbed by the tribesmen, he walked directly to the courtyard. Sure enough, a chubby figure followed the hunchbacked old man and started dancing. He didn't fall behind at all and kept up with the old man's rhythm. The chubby body stepped on the beat and twisted flexibly, just like a chubby little hamster doing gymnastics. Is it you? Hamtaro. Although one is young and the other is old, they are still full of vigor. Uchiha's confident and proud momentum. Fuyu watched quietly, an old and a young doing gymnastics. It was really a pleasing scene. Soon, the music stopped. The two stopped their movements in unison. Pa pa pa. A burst of applause suddenly rang out. The great elder is still as strong as ever, and his sword is still sharp. That unrivaled momentum perfectly presents the pride of Uchiha. Sense of superiority. Especially the rhythm of the feet, the deafening sound, it can be seen the elder's flexible control, the control of the body and the soul, and then from the colorful bell-bottom pants. The elder is still at the forefront of fashion. It makes people forget everything when they see it, as if there is a voice saying in the ear, "Do you want to dance?" Which is thought-provoking and addictive. 094 How about borrowing some money? Ha ha ha. Although you are no longer a ninja, you have some eyesight. Uchiha Shiin smiled heartily, stroked his long beard, and looked like a worldly master. Then, he patted Itaki. Remember what your rich uncle said, the most important thing about Uchiha's physical skills is momentum, an unstoppable momentum. Let the enemy fall into your momentum and dance with it. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, thinking for a moment, the second and eighth beats, the rhythm is a bit slow, you should practice it yourself first. Yes. Grandpa Elder. Itaka nodded with a serious expression. And the great elder took a sip of tea, walked over, and looked at Fuyu with a smile. Tell me. What's the matter with you today? Haven't you been to the dance hall recently? Fuyu went straight to the point. Busy. Uchiha Shiin sighed. Fugako led the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how can I run around at this time? I have to watch the clan. After the words fell, I saw Fuyu leaning over and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, the second elder won't know. This has nothing to do with the second elder." The great elder was shocked and said righteously, "This is the responsibility of every member of the Uchiha clan." However, virtue. Fuyu ignored what the elder said and continued to whisper, "I heard that the elder hasn't been there recently, and Elder Beiwa doesn't dance very well. He looks listless." Of course. Shi Yan snorted proudly, "It's not that I'm modest, only I can keep up with the old stubborn guy. That guy won't change at all." Really? The Hyuga clan is full of rigid guys. It's always been like this. Is this a special speech for Uchiha lickers? I didn't expect you to be such a great elder. So, when dancing, you followed Elder Beiwa. And do you dare to say the last sentence in front of Elder Beiwa? Looking at the complacent Elder Shiin with strange eyes, he continued to lower his voice and said, "But I heard that a handsome guy invited Elder Beiwa yesterday." Before he finished speaking, I must have refused. The great elder interrupted directly, "Beiwa can't do without me." However, Fuyu sighed, glanced at the elder's pale hair, shook his head and said, "No. Elder Beiwa accepted it. Last night, the two had a beautiful rhythm, luxurious movements, and serious expressions. They cooperated perfectly, just like blooming white flowers, spotless, which attracted everyone to applaud and shout, better than that old guy Shi Yan. That's all. There's no need to continue. Fu looked at the elder, whose face turned green, blue, and red, and whose cloudy eyes turned scarlet, and hesitated for a moment. Elder? Is he exaggerating a little? But last night, it was indeed him, the handsome guy, who replaced the elder and was invited by Elder Beiwa to come and talk about some things about the Hyaga family. Will he be beaten to death if the elder finds out later? And at this time, the elder shuddered all over, his eyes fixed, like an eagle staring at its prey, exuding a terrifying aura. He waved his hand, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "Take me to take a bath, do my hair, and change into a battle robe first." Fu Yu looked at the elder with a dazed look on his face as he walked into the house with a high-spirited temperament. "Elder, Uchiha." He didn't finish his words. "You kids should take responsibility, wait for Fu Yu to come back, and don't let anything happen to you." "Hat, Uchiha's man." He was still putting his family first in the last second, and he ran away in the next second. Fu Yu pursed his lips, looked in the direction of the disappeared figure, sighed with emotion, then turned his head to look at the little figure who was seriously training Uchiha Taijutsu, raised his mouth slightly, walked towards Itaki, and touched his head lovingly. "Itaki. Tired? Hungry? Let's go eat something. Meat? As for the Uchiha family? No time. It's delayed him from making money. And it's estimated that the family doesn't want to rebel now. Just keep it the same as before." At the same time, the Konoha root organization. Since the last time that the important figure of Konoha, Danzo, who was worth 600 million, was attacked, the third Hokage has attached great importance to the safety of his best friend. Decide immediately. In the current situation of insufficient troops, a small team of Anbu was still sent to the root base to protect his best friend. Anyone who comes in must be checked every 3 steps and every 5 steps, and the life and safety of Danzo must be protected. It can be said that friendship is sincere. At this time, Shimura Danzo, sitting on the central chair with a cold face. It seems that he can't drive away the Anbu at the door, but he doesn't care now. He won't go out again. So it doesn't matter whether the Anbu is at the door or not. Just research. We have people, information, and materials. Now we can start with money. What a pity. It's hard to be a heroic ninja with just 1 penny. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo's face was uncertain, his voice was low, and his right hand tightly grasped the armrest. He felt a dull pain in his heart. A few days ago, he asked Hiruzen for money. But he was rejected. He had hidden 80 million, but he still said he had no money. And last time, he reduced the funds of the root organization for Konoha, and he didn't say anything. This time, he refused to give him even 40 million. Bah! And you still want his body? Shameless! It was a wrong payment after all. Danzo sighed, disappointment in his eyes. Money. Of course. He didn't raise the price during this period. This was the only thing that comforted him. He shook his head with emotion. Where can I get the money from? After saying that, he lowered his head. He saw the root ninja who was looking at him calmly. His face turned green immediately. These bastards! He snorted coldly, and after they lowered their heads, he pondered for a moment, and remembered the incident of the third Hokage's calligraphy copybook, Will of Fire, some time ago. His eyes narrowed slightly. How about? Go and borrow some from that guy? On the other side. As an uncle, Fuyo looked at Itaki, who was brought out by him to eat secretly and was holding milk tea in both hands, and nodded with relief. Before Fugaku came back, he must raise the child to be fat and white, so that Fugaku would understand as an uncle, How could he treat his nephew badly? He actually let Itaki avoid him? Wouldn't the elder brother feel guilty? Fuyue stroked his chin and said he would send him to the dance hall to accompany his girlfriend. Later, he and Ling Ian would go to the dance hall to pick him up for supper. It just so happens that Ling Ian would be very hungry at night. Perfect. He smiled and patted the fat Itaki. Itaki blinked his crystal eyes and looked at Uncle Fuyue in confusion. Why did Uncle Fuyue sigh and smile? Is he worried? But at this moment, Itaki, who was still young, felt helpless. I had already promised my father to avoid Uncle Fuyue. Why was he pulled out by Uncle Fuyue again? Damn it! Fat Itaki looked at the milk tea in his hand and was secretly vowing not to be found by Uncle Fuyue tomorrow. Suddenly, a figure with a strange mask appeared in front of them, blocking their way, and said in a low voice, Boss Fuyue, Lord Danzo invites you. Remarks on the listing. Finally listed. It has not been on Sanjiang for a long time, and this one was actually listed. Of course, I won't say how it performs for now, maybe I will know tomorrow. To be honest, it is really hard to write fan fiction. It is easy to be scolded. The more I write, the more sad I feel. I don't have this feeling when writing original works, but there are all kinds of readers when writing fan fiction. For example, a while ago, when I was pushing the book, a reader saw that the system was introduced in the first chapter, and he was so happy that he posted there is a system. Ha ha ha, there is actually a system, everyone run. It was posted in the chapter push, but he still posted it outside. What's the matter? What's wrong with having a system? Why did he let others run? There was also someone who said after reading more than 60 chapters, it's a waste of time, there's nothing good to see. After reading more than 70 chapters, he said again, it's a waste of time. Xianyu is really speechless, you have a lot of time. Even it clearly says in the personal signature if you don't like it, don't read it, don't leave a message, but he left a message. During that time, I really didn't feel like reading comments, so I deleted them casually. Writing novels is not pleasant in the first place. If you don't think it's suitable for you, just leave. There's no need to kill the author. What good will it do you? I really met all kinds of weird readers. I will read some suggestions, and I will vote for them by the way. It's really uncomfortable to see those who are just white female votes and find excuses. A few months ago, I finished my original work. I couldn't think of any good ideas to continue writing original works. I cut off a few books, sorry for the investment, Xianyu has finished some books, and I was idle for a few months. I almost starved to death. I couldn't even pay my own social security. I encountered the epidemic. I really couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and had a headache. I wanted to find a stable job. Then, I sighed and started a fan work to get through it. Before 100,000 words there were only a few readers. I really wanted to cut it at that time, but I thought I probably wouldn't have to write it if I cut it again, so I insisted on writing it down. I pushed the first inference, and I was desperate. I kept asking for votes and comments, until now I went to Sanjiang and put it on the shelves. It's really a blessing. I hope you will support me more. Xianyu will work hard to update it after it is put on the shelves. I wish you all a happy life, and I hope the epidemic will pass soon. How about 095 words? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information about the Anbu in his hand and was slightly surprised. What does a close friend want Uchiha Fuyue for at this time? One is an indispensable part of Konoha, and the other is a Konoha merchant. Could he be here to borrow money? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and couldn't help but recall that Danzo came to him for money a few days ago. He felt that this was very likely. But Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, he knew very well what kind of person his best friend was. He loves the village, and is able to dedicate everything to Konoha, even himself. He always believed that he must be like this. Although he acted a little unscrupulously, it was precisely because of this that he could bear the darkness of Konoha. But a few days ago, Fuyou just donated 100 million to Konoha, and if Danzo killed someone because of the money, would he still have face? I'm afraid that other merchants would suspect that Konoha was greedy for their money. Besides, the amount of funding is only 300 million. If that guy is too proud and talks about 300 million, what if people think that he, the third Hokage, has embezzled money? You know, he is the light of Konoha, how could he do such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, took off the pipe from the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself, for the sake of Konoha's beloved village merchants it seems that I have to go there in person. That's right. He, the third Hokage, loves talents the most. There is no other reason. At this time, Itake was sent to the great elder who had just taken a bath, dressed in colorful clothes, and combed every strand of his grey and sparse hair neatly. It seems that the great elder's heart for dancing has begun to burn. Although the dance hall has not started yet, he has put on his battle robe and is ready. Fuyou could only hope that Elder Beiwa could continue to maintain his noble temperament. Whenever the great elder asked, he would slap him and snort, "Why should I ask you, Uchiha, for a dance partner?" No. He was afraid that when he went to pick up Itake at night, he would see the great elder suddenly open the mangekyo and invite him to dance. It was terrible. After handing Itake over to the great elder and sending a message to the milk tea shop, he followed the root ninja to the root organization. Although he was not worried that the 600 million would do something to him in the village in broad daylight, after all, he was not joking about the hundreds of millions he had spent in the past few years, but he still had to be careful. Moreover, seeing that the root ninja was so patient waiting for him, Fuyou felt more stable in his heart. It seemed it was not a bad thing. Otherwise, the root ninja would probably put a kunao on his neck. He was asked to go with them immediately. So, it shouldn't be a matter of killing people and stealing money. Fuyou was slightly stunned. Could he really come to borrow money? The root of Konoha, the man who carries the darkness's life, becomes so hard? The impact of the price increase of detonating tags? After a while, turning around, they entered a forest, and the root ninja opened a cave with a secret method. It seems that this is the base of the root organization. Later sell this information to the black market? Maybe there will be brave guys who are not afraid of death to steal people? Fuyou's eyes turned secretly, and soon recovered, and followed with a calm face. It was dark, gloomy, and damp inside, with rock cliffs and some steel pipes everywhere. After all, it was the place that carried the darkness of Konoha. The atmosphere must be suitable. But this is a maze with many connections and traps everywhere. It's a bit exaggerated. It's really worthy of being the root of Konoha. It's stable. If you are not familiar with it, you will get lost very quickly. After turning so many corners, he was about to get dizzy, and the root ninja stopped. Then, under Fuyou's puzzled eyes, he bowed, "Boss Fuyou. Master Danzo is waiting inside, please." "So, I'm going in alone?" Fuyou's eyes were puzzled and sneaky. Although he didn't look like he was going to attack him, it looked so troublesome, and he didn't look like he wanted to borrow money. After hesitating for a while, he still walked in. After all, he was just an ordinary rich man. How could he run away when the Anbuletin came to invite him? He must be guilty. Through the stone door, soon it was clear. There was a large space inside, surrounded by grey stone bricks. Although there were a few oil lamps, it still looked grey and gloomy. And in the center, a staircase. On the staircase was a platform half his height. On the platform, a figure, wearing a grey kimono, barefoot and with his back to him. This was the leader of the black market bounty list, worth 600 million, Konoha hero, carrying the darkness of Konoha, and the root of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Fuyu could tell at a glance. But what does this mean? It doesn't look like he's here to borrow money. Fuyu was silent, and Danzo didn't speak either. So, what exactly did he come for? There was a silence for a few minutes. Suddenly, "You're here," a low voice sounded. Then, Danzo didn't continue to speak, but jumped into the air, like an eagle, with a cold and sharp aura, and a huge brush appeared in Danzo's hand. At this time, Fuyu only noticed it. On the wall in front of Danzo is a piece of white paper. A huge piece of white paper. But soon, bold brush words appeared on the white paper. "It's Danzo. It's Danzo writing." Fuyu's mouth twitched, as if he thought of something. Could this guy be preparing to? He looked at Danzo on the stage. Should I say he is worthy of being the Dark Lord of Konoha? The exquisiteness of his physical skills is breathtaking. The writing is smooth and flowing, the pen moves like a dragon, and the force penetrates the back of the paper. After a while, the pen stopped and the person stopped. Danzo stood with the pen on his back, still with his back to Fuyu. "And Fuyu? Good handwriting." He clapped his hands without hesitation. "I have heard of the reputation of Danzo-sama for a long time, the hero of Konoha, who has protected Konoha all his life, is conscientious, honest and upright, and does not seek fame and fortune. Although he is not well known, Konoha is what it is today, and it is absolutely inseparable from the contribution of Danzo-sama. As the saying goes, the handwriting reflects the person, the root of Konoha, like wandering clouds and startling dragons, vigorous and powerful. His handwriting is 3 points deep into the wood, with great ambitions. But it is also free and unrestrained, ethereal and free, with great ambitions in the heart. Just like the roots of Konoha silently supplying nutrients to the trees, but not praised by the world." He sighed with emotion, his eyes blurred with obsession. "Good handwriting." The words fell. Danzo's right hand trembled slightly. "How much is that worth?" "More than Hiruzen, right?" But as the dark ninja, he quickly adjusted his mentality, did not look back, and wrote lightly, "How about my handwriting?" Sure enough, Fuyu's mouth twitched. "I'm here to sell calligraphy." "Excuse me, how does the calligraphy of the Konohagakure's secret ninja, the third Hokage's best friend, and the leader of the root compare to the third Hokage's calligraphy?" However, at this time, swoosh! A figure ran in. "Danzo-sama, the Hokage-sama is here." X2 096. "How about me? Higher than Sarutobi Hiruzen, doesn't that mean he looks down on the Hokage? Lower than Sarutobi Hiruzen, doesn't that mean he thinks Danzo is inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Same as Hiruzen, my goodness, he might have offended both sides? Look at the time when the second Hokage chose the Hokage." Danzo hesitated for a moment, and then the position of Hokage was passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation by Tobirama. Therefore, he wanted to prove that he was no worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he made so many messes. Konoha has a tradition. Behind every man who pursues power is a man. So why do these guys like to sell words so much? Fuyu felt a little sick, looking at the scene in front of him. On the left was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and on the right was Shimura Danzo. The two of them were looking at each other, and he Uchiha Fuyu, as if forgotten. "Are you still selling calligraphy? If not, I'll leave first." Like a light bulb, "I'm also embarrassed. If it's okay, I'll go back first, there's something else to do in the store." After the words fell. "Sit down." X2. The two said in unison, and then fell silent again. I don't know how long the silence lasted. "I didn't expect your handwriting to be better than before, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, chuckled, and showed that kind smile again. "Not bad. Not bad. Humph. It's okay. Not as good as you who practiced for so long." I heard that you also wrote a will of fire. Well. Danzo snorted coldly, you sold it for a lot of money. Not a penny. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was serious. How could I be such a person, but Fuyu has the will of fire, and I am very pleased. I feel that Konoha has a successor, so I gave it to him. Tears of emotion. Ridiculous. Danzo ignored Fuyu's words, and still looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. Speak. What are you doing here? If you and me, love relatives, brothers, old mans, but just come with you to drink a glass of tea. Oh. Don't believe in you lie. Itake was waiting for me to invite him for supper. Just looking at each other quietly. I don't know how long it took. Alas, I thought you understood me. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in disappointment and shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Turning his head to look at Fuyu next to him, he smiled indifferently. Fuyu, why are you here? Fuyu didn't finish his words. Of course I invited him here. Danzo snorted again and looked straight at Hiruzen. He didn't even want to give me 40 million. I'm almost starving, so I can only borrow some money from this kid. You don't sound like you're borrowing money. X2. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, frowned slightly and looked at Danzo. I said no. All the money was put into the war, where can I get 40 million to give you? If you don't believe me, ask Fuyu, how much did he donate that day? This is all accounted for. Of course it's 300 million. Definitely 300 million. However, Fuyu still didn't finish his words. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Danzo shook his head again, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with burning eyes. Hiruzen. I'm disappointed. Listen to my explanation. Explanation is a cover-up. Bah. You are a cheap person. You are greedy for my body. And you don't want to spend money. Fuyu looked at the two people who were arguing again. My stomach felt even worse. What on earth did he do to have to encounter such a thing? However, I don't know how long it took. Alas. Konoha has never forgotten what you did for Konoha, Danzo. You are Konoha's hero. You belong to Konoha. You must protect yourself well. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, said something from the bottom of his heart, and then looked at Danzo seriously. Tell me. What are you going to do when you suddenly want to borrow money? After the words fell, Danzo also became serious, looking at Hiruzen, and said gloomily, for Konoha. Of course, he couldn't tell Hiruzen about his plan. After all, the plan had already been abandoned by Konoha, so what was the point of him picking it up again? What a pity. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's student, is still on the battlefield, otherwise, that guy would still be quite useful. For Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his cigarette with melancholy, with a sigh in his eyes. After about 10 seconds, he looked at Danzo. How much do you need? Are you really just here to borrow money? As for why Danzo knew so clearly that the amount of funding was 380 million, he was not surprised. After all, he also knew about the ninjas with roots around him. 80 million. Danzo snorted coldly. You can take it out. I can't take it out. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. I've said that the village doesn't have that much money anymore. Had. Danzo sneered. However, Hiruzen ignored it and pondered for a moment. He had roughly guessed what Danzo's actions were recently. After all, this was Konoha. As a Hokage, if he really wanted to know, how could he not know? Especially there are many Anbu at the door. But he refused. Because he is the Hokage. But Danzo. There was a moment of silence. Turning his head to look at Fuyu. Fuyu, what do you think? Fuyu smiled bitterly, as if hesitant. Hokage, you know that business is not good recently. I just took out 300 million a while ago, so now. He stopped talking here. He sighed and shook his head in disappointment. If Danzo was here he might borrow it, and then go down to ask for it, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was here. What did it mean to suddenly take out a few hundred million at this time? Why didn't he add a few hundred million at that time? So, he just kept silent. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. 100 million. Just borrow 100 million from Danzo. Now Konoha is in trouble. It has been a long time since we have issued funds to root Danzo. It is indeed inappropriate. This Fuyu was entangled. If you are worried about problems, I can be a guarantor. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and looked at Fuyu. You should believe in me as a person. Of course I believe it. In this case Fuyu gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision, for Konoha. Even if I sell everything I have, I will raise this 100 million and lend it to. The words were not finished yet. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, his tone was cold but seemed to hide a hint of arrogance, and he interrupted Fuyu directly, no need for your guarantee. Hiruzen. After that, he looked at Fuyu and said calmly, I am now worth 600 million, how about it? Am I qualified to borrow 100 million from you? After the words fell, everyone was shocked. The cigarette in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand also trembled slightly and almost fell off. Looking at his best friend in amazement. No. Best friend, you belong to. No. That's it. Danzo ignored Hiruzen, looked at Fuyu with cold eyes, with a gloomy smile. Boy, what do you think? 097 The Way of Ninja, A Strong Heart. Sky. It's dark. Fuyu, who was sent out by the root ninja, looked at the moon in the sky with emotion. After a slight silence, he sighed melancholy. Excellent. Using his money to borrow money from him. It's worthy of being the dark of ninja. I have ideas. If I raise Danzo's reward to 1 billion, will Sarutobi Hiruzen come over to help Danzo pay it back? But after a moment, he shook his head and didn't think much about it. He was a businessman in Konoha AI village, and the black market bounty had nothing to do with him. Now, Fuyu's mouth corners slightly raised, it's time to go find a take for dinner. And Danzo sighed. He coldly pinched the note in his hand, his eyes full of disappointment, and fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, he muttered to himself, Hiruzen. Although the Shimura family can get a lot of money by being stingy, but that will affect the operation of the family. And I didn't expect that Hiruzen still refused at that time. After the words fell, he shook his head again with melancholy, grabbed the letter next to him that Hanzo of the Rain Country invited him to eat salamander a few days ago, and his eyes became cold again. Today you are greedy for my body, tomorrow I will make you unable to reach me. The eyes condensed. Fire escape technique? Refusal to answer the call. Burn the letter directly. As for the IOU signed by the head of the Shimura family in front of Hiruzen, no hurry. Then. Stand up calmly, let's start. The war continues. Although the Konoha village is still peaceful, the outside is still in the war. A few days have passed. At this time, the station of the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village. Konoha Thunderfinger, Rich Milk Tea spokesperson, Uchiha Obito. The fourth Raikage looked at the information on the table with a gloomy face, his eyes were uncertain, as if thinking about something. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at the Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village. Do you know this Rich Milk Tea? He knew Uchiha Obito. To this day, he still hasn't forgotten that day. That day. It was drizzling. They were in the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village. Wailing everywhere. But, since a few days ago, Konoha has been hanging advertisements for Rich Milk Tea and Rich Grill, with that guy's arrogant smile on them. Is it provoking their Kumagakure Ninja Village? Also, according to intelligence, Konoha seems to have more money these days. After fighting for so long, the 5 major ninja villages should be about the same except for the poor guy in Sandgakure ninja village. Where did Konoha get the money? Did the reserve fund spend money? Did the daimyo send money? Or is it related to this rich milk tea? According to intelligence, this Fuyu milk tea and Fuyu barbecue bar are businesses founded by Uchiha Fuyu himself. The milk tea and barbecue taste good. From the information provided by the ninjas who participated in the Konoha Chunin joint examination, every time they pass by and think of it, they will itch in their hearts and want to try it. A certain Cloud Ninja Coder pushed his glasses, stood up and said, Uchiha Fuyu. A former Konoha ninja, but after graduating from the ninja school, he stopped being a ninja and chose to go into business. The reason is unknown. It may be that he is not talented. There are rumors that Uchiha Obito may be the child of Uchiha Fuyu. As for this time, maybe the father is using the child to advertise. But according to the investigation, Uchiha Fuyu is not much older than Uchiha Obito. Compared with his father, he is more like a brother. This intelligence information is a bit big. The Cloud Ninjas were stunned for a while. But the Cloud Ninja Coder didn't care and continued to report. According to the information obtained by the spy, Konoha did not use the reserve funds in Konoha this time. Instead, he received financial assistance from the wealthy Uchiha clan. As for why he advertised on the battlefield, this may also be related to this. After saying that, he bent slightly, saluted, and sat back. The ninjas immediately started discussing. This boy is so cruel and ruthless at a young age. He is merciless and has no virtue of ninjutsu, but it is undeniable that he is indeed a genius. He has developed the forbidden technique of lightning escape and the extended forbidden technique at such a young age. According to the investigation of the Iwagakure ninja village, he may have mastered a very scary unfinished forbidden technique. And Uchiha Obito's teacher, Minato Namikaze, is also a genius. His space-time ninjutsu is hard to defend against. And Hotaki Kakashi, who has also developed at least A-level ninjutsu at a young age, but it seems that it is not complete yet. 3 heroes from one family. Minato Namikaze's teacher is also one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. They are all incredible ninjas. No wonder they developed such a ninjutsu that doesn't respect the virtues of ninjutsu. I heard that when the Konoha ninja Jiraiya traveled around, he would go to the women's bathhouse to peek wherever he went. There are clues. That Namikaze Minato can only attack by surprise, and it doesn't look like he is a good guy. But Konoha has now obtained new funds. We, Kumagakure, have asked the daimyo for it several times. I heard that some people in the daimyo's mansion are beginning to be dissatisfied and hope to end the war as soon as possible. There is no way. Who asked the detonating tags to be so expensive? The discussion became more and more intense. Finally, the 4th Raikage calmly slapped the table and looked at them. So, it may be that his father's Uchiha wealth made Uchiha Obito do this. That's right. It must be to humiliate us. My subordinates, many of them will feel a dull pain in their backs when it rains. Konoha doesn't respect the virtues of ninjutsu. Humiliating people like this? Compensation, at least hand over Shimura Danzo to us. A certain Cloud Ninja finished speaking. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the meeting changed. The crowd was indignant. That's right. That's right. Shimura Danzo belongs to us. We need compensation. Yoyutkaneo, Konoha ninjas have no patience. The 4th Raikage also felt that it made sense, and thought for a moment, in this case, if Konoha wants to end the war, let them pay compensation. His tone was condensed, with coldness in his eyes, his hands crossed in front of his chin, muttering to himself, Uchiha Obito. Obito, go out. Minato looked at Obito, who seemed to be abandoned by the whole world, and smiled awkwardly. Don't be sad, it's not a big problem. Obito, you are famous in the ninja world. Minato teacher Obito looked at Minato with lifeless eyes. Do you know what they call you? The perverted teacher of Konoha, Konoha Yellow Flash. Minato was still silent, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Finally, looking at the depressed Obito, he patted his shoulder with emotion and said earnestly, "The road of ninja is like this. You will be admired by others, and you will also be laughed at by others. Only when you are strong in your heart, you will be truly strong." For example, the third generation of Hokage with admiration in his eyes. During this period, many people have slandered him for embezzling 80 million, but is this possible? How could the third generation be such a person? He lowered his head again and continued to pat Obito. "So, don't pay attention to it. Don't you want to be a ninja anymore?" "No." Obito cheered up again. "I am a man who wants to become Hokage. The teacher is looking forward to it." "What is the mission this time?" "This time we need to sneak into the Kingdom of Wind." "Then let's go." Obito raised his fist and said seriously, "I will prove myself to everyone, and then, I will become Hokage, and then he. With a sinister smile on his face, he was about to go out. "Wait a minute." Minato smiled and rubbed Obito's head. "When you became a Jonin, the teacher didn't seem to give you a gift. Come on, this time the teacher will make up for the gift." After the words fell, took out a strange mask from the ninja bag and handed it to Obito. 098 White Zetsu's Observation Diary. We are White Zetsu, and we are now carrying out the secret mission assigned to us by Madara-sama. 7 or 8 White Zetsu hid their bodies and secretly looked at the figure that had just risen. This descendant of Yuyi is really strange. Obviously he is quite talented, why doesn't he become a ninja? The Uchiha family has problems with their brains. Is it strange to have an Uchiha who is a businessman? That's right. It's normal to have a pervert. Uchiha Obito? He looks a lot like Madara-sama. How is he alike? Madara-sama was also very powerful before, and that guy is just a fool. It's all not understood. Don't say this in front of Madara-sama, it's easy to get beaten. Of course. I'm not that whirlpool-faced guy. In fact, there's an idiot among us. Have you ever thought if he really becomes Madara-sama's substitute, using that forbidden technique it's easy to be discovered? After a moment of silence, he sighed. It's not easy for Madara-sama either. It's just what does it have to do with us? Hehe, that's right. By the way, where's Black Zetsu? The original said that the substitute hasn't been chosen, and Black Zetsu has to pretend to be Madara-sama's shadow, so he can't come out yet. It's really hard. Hey, this guy is finally going out. Follow me. Follow me. The originally idle Bai Zetsu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly hid his body and continued to follow. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, this guy is really lazy. How can he sleep until almost noon every day at such a young age? You know other ninjas at his age get up very early to train. Oh. That's right. He is not a ninja. That's fine. This rich man is so hateful. What a waste of time. Several White Zetsu said angrily, and then turned to look at another White Zetsu next to them. All of a sudden they all stared at him. Why is this White Zetsu holding milk tea in his hand? And that White Zetsu blinked innocent eyes and looked at the other White Zetsu. He just suddenly passed by Fuyu milk tea, and then, after entering, he had it in his hand. It's very strange. You know, they don't need to eat or drink, why would they suddenly want to go in and buy it? The second cup is half price, do you want it? The shame of the White Zetsu army. Everyone is performing the supervision task, but you actually ran to buy milk tea secretly. Buy only 2 cups? What does it mean? Just when the White Zetsu were glaring at this White Zetsu angrily. At this time, he left, let's catch up quickly. The White Zetsu came to their senses and almost forgot about the serious business. As for this White Zetsu, we'll deal with it later. After a while, They came to the Uchiha family. They knew that there was a white zetsu pretending to be an old lady living nearby, so if one white zetsu knew, there were thousands of white zetsu who knew. But this Uchiha cub is chubby, like a squirrel lying on a branch to bask in the sun. They have seen it. The white zetsu looked at the Uchiha cub lying on the porch with half-closed eyes and sleeping. Aren't Uchiha the most serious and solemn? What does that lazy cub mean? Sure enough, just as Madara-sama said, the Uchiha clan has fallen. It's fallen, it's none of our business. We just need to keep an eye on the rich guy, and can you stop drinking? Bastard! A certain white zetsu let go of the straw in his mouth and scratched his head. I don't know why. After buying it, he suddenly wanted to drink it. So, he drank it. How does it taste? Is it delicious? Oh! I don't know what's going on. We don't need to eat or drink it, but when I saw him drinking it, I wanted to try it too. Is it an illusion? No. So, why? All the white zetsu looked confused. At this time, follow. Follow. They left. The chubby Uchiha cub was taken out by Uchiha Fuyu. All the white zetsu ignored him and hurried to follow. Then, next, they watched Uchiha Fuyu take the Uchiha cub to eat, and after eating, the two of them made a cup of milk tea. The Uchiha cub held the milk tea in his chubby hands, sucking it until his cheeks were bulging. His small body and crystal clear eyes looked not to mention quite cute. What a strange Uchiha! Aren't all the Uchiha kids asking for a beating? Always looked very arrogant. But this one? It seems. This is another strange Uchiha. Just slurp. All the white zetsu looked at each other and looked at the milk tea in each other's hands. What's going on? A look of shock. Why are everyone holding milk tea in their hands? I don't know. I just walked over there and suddenly became curious, then, I went in and out and it became like this. Yes. Yes. Me too. Is it an illusion? I don't know. They bought it for us too, how scary. However, after a while, after finding that there was nothing else to do except for the extra cup of milk tea in their hands, they didn't care. Anyway, they weren't discovered, so who cares? 1 cup of white zetsu. Just like that, while drinking milk tea, they looked at that Uchiha Fuyu. In their hearts, they seemed to understand a little bit that he could make so much money. But why? When they passed by, they suddenly wanted to go in. At this time, Fuyu had brought a take to the residence of the Great Elder, and the music coming from the Great Elder could be heard from afar. It seems that the Great Elder started training early in the morning. But, in the eyes of a bunch of white zetsu, when they saw the old man in colorful clothes, white zetsu, biting the straw, staring blankly. Finally, I had to sigh, it's really worthy of being the Uchiha clan. Don't say that. Although the cub is a little chubby, it is still quite flexible when jumping. This is Uchiha's physical skills. It's just that the old man's jump is not as good as Madara-sama. He's gone. He's gone again, let's catch up quickly. This guy is so leisurely. It seems that he has nothing to do. After all, he is not a ninja. Next, they followed Uchiha Fuyu and came to the milk tea shop again. Hey? Is she from the Hyuga family? It seems her name is Hyuga Suzuan. What should she do now? They are giving a massage. Many white zetsu sipped their milk tea and looked at the leisurely rich man. For some reason, looking at him, he felt angry inside. They were hiding in the ground. The people above were actually giving a massage? They had peeked at so many ninjas, but this was the first time they had encountered such a thing. But they obviously wouldn't have any other feelings. The white zetsu looked at each other in bewilderment. If they had known earlier, they might as well apply to see that little brat Obito. At least, you can see his poop. I don't know how long it took. How long will they continue to massage? Why don't we go back and report to Lord Madara? This guy doesn't look like he did it on purpose. Slurp gurgle. Hey? What are you going to do? I've finished my drink. I don't know why, but I want to buy another cup when I stay here. 099 WHORU? A big sword. Refreshed. Fuyu stretched lazily and sat up. At this time, he didn't know that Baizetsu was observing him. During this period, the feeding plan was very successful. I believe that when his brother comes back, he will be very moved to see his son grow so white and fat. Of course. 2 brothers. This is what he should do. Now, the domestic industry is stable, and the industry of the rain country is also progressing steadily. It is estimated that it will be upgraded in a few days. During this period, it is said that Minato and his disciples have made a big splash, showing the power of Konoha and making the enemy terrified. It seems that many ninja villages have issued orders to their own ninjas: if you encounter Namikaze Minato or his disciple Uchiha Obito, you are allowed to abandon the mission and retreat. Protect your body first. A good teacher produces a good student. Uchiha Obito became famous, and therefore, Fuyu milk tea also became famous. It is estimated that many ninjas are already familiar with the brand of Fuyu milk tea. As for Obito, he is getting closer and closer to his dream. Want to become a Hokage? The first step is to become famous in the ninja world. So, seeing his child grow up, he is also very happy as a father. Fuyu shook his head with emotion, then looked up at Suzuan. By the way, how are the billboards recently? It's consumed a lot. Suzuan was stunned, wondering why Fuyu suddenly asked this, but still quickly said, after all, it's a battlefield. Oh, by the way. Someone sent a message saying that Obito destroyed a lot after seeing it, and seemed very angry. The child is still young, probably shy. Fuyu sighed and shook his head. How can I be embarrassed about such a famous thing? At this point, he waved his hand, showing the temperament of a rich man in Konoha, and said heroically, print another 10,000 so that all ninjas can see it. Whether it's Konoha or other ninja villages, they can see it. By the way, the same style. Don't forget Obito's picture. After the words fell, Suzuan looked at Fuyu with a strange expression, hesitated for a moment, and nodded, okay. Fuyu is sometimes quite mean. And Fuyu, his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a relieved smile. I think Obito is also very happy. This wave. Obito became famous. Fuyu milk tea also became famous because of Obito. This is a win-win situation. At the same time, hey! Obito, wearing a strange spiral mask, shuddered all over. For some reason, he suddenly felt a very dangerous feeling in his heart. But the place they were in at this time, it was quite special. And the enemies were defeated. Where could there be any danger? He raised his head and looked at Minato teacher. Minato teacher is really something. If you want to give someone a mask, at least choose a handsome one. The spiral stripes are really ugly. Ha ha ha, don't you like this? Seeing Obito become cheerful again, Minato was also much happier in his heart. When you go back, you can choose again, and the teacher will pay. It seems Obito should have come out of his sadness. As expected, if he is in a bad mood, it is good to go out for a walk, especially for this mission, which is really incredible. Minato sighed, looked at the blonde boy in front of him who was hesitant to speak, nodded with a smile, and said gently, I know you have a lot to say, but now is not the time. There will definitely be a chance in the future. After the words fell, patting the boy's shoulder, looking at the unfamiliar Konoha ninja in front of him, we must seal this memory. 4th generation. The short-haired ninja wearing a face-protecting ninja forehead guard was stunned, looking at the blonde sunny young man in front of him with a complicated look, opened his mouth, but finally didn't know what to say, so. He punched the dead fish-eyed little Kakashi on the top of his head, then looked at the little Kakashi who was covering his head, and said comfortably, "This is to thank you for your hospitality, senior, and what can Jack Balls, change it quickly, that's Chidori." After the words fell. What the hell? Kakashi was confused. Hey, Chidori was developed by me. The masked boy next to him shouted, Kakashi developed Taro Balls. Yamato's mouth twitched and looked at the boy with a strange mask. This journey is really amazing. Konoha actually has such a Jenny Yusenli. If possible. He hopes not to meet this senior in the future. But Senior Kakashi's eyes are not Sharingan yet, so now should be before the Battle of Konobe Bridge? And this kid 3 Megatama's Sharingan, then it can't be that hero. Senior Lin is here too? It's really rare. Yamato sighed, except for Kakashi, he had only heard of the other two, but he didn't expect to meet one of them here today. Oh right. And the 4th generation. Destiny. Is it really unchangeable? His eyes became complicated, he raised his hand, and was about to punch the masked boy on the head, but suddenly stopped, his kicube slightly clenched, and he said unhappily, Chidori was invented by Kakashi, and Reikari. Kid. Stop bragging. Why are you talking nonsense? Where did I talk nonsense? Chidori was invented by me. Hee hee. Yamato rolled his eyes, but after a while, he paused slightly, looking at the shouting masked boy and the expressionless Kakashi in front of him, his heart creaked, and he hesitated for a moment, really he invented it. Yet. Kakashi nodded with a look of disgust, and said calmly, mine is Taro Ball. What the hell? Yamato was shocked. But after a moment, seeing the pair of smug Sharingan, he seemed to have guessed something. After his best friend died, in order to commemorate his best friend, from then on, Kakashi Sr. renamed his Taro Ball Chidori. What a deep bond! It's really possible. It's just that the Sharingan doesn't match. Is there a secret? Was it deliberately modified by Konoha? Yamato raised his eyelids, looked at Obito suddenly, and asked in a serious tone, what's your name? Me. Obito heard that he was finally asked his name, and arrogantly put his hands on his waist and laughed, remember my name, I'm the future Hokage. He didn't finish his words. The 4th Hokage Minato-sama, the 5th Hokage Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama became Hokage. Everyone was slightly surprised. And Obito continued to ask, what about the 6th? I don't know yet. Then I am the man of the 6th Hokage. Uchiha. At this point, Obito paused, as if he remembered something, and said, Konoha pervert Uchiha Fuyu. The words fell. Kakashi's mouth twitched, Lin's eyelids raised, Minato almost drew the seal wrong. Looking at the complacent Obito, he was suddenly in tears and laughter, this Obito. However, Yamato was slightly stunned, recalling the ninjas in Konoha in his mind. Uchiha Fuyu? Who came? Just when he was about to continue asking. Okay. Minato clapped his hands and said with a smile, that's all. We should leave. As for the future, we'll talk about it when we meet. He glanced at the blonde boy and nodded, everyone come up. After the words fell. Before others spoke, he began to make seals. In fact, he had a lot of questions in his heart. But, seeing that the child had grown up, he didn't dare to ask easily. Smiled calmly, goodbye. Time passed in a flash. The Battle of Konobe put the situation of Iwagakure Ninja Village into a disadvantage. The Battle of Mount Kikyo broke out. Orochimaru commanded the Konoha ninja to stop the Sand Village. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. However, the Sand Village was no longer able to fight and could only give up the war and choose to form an alliance. The Cloud Village and the Mist Village kept asking Konoha to compensate Danzo, otherwise, they would never stop the war. However, Everyone knew that the war was about to end. At the same time, Fuyu looked at his system and smiled slightly, finally upgraded. Thanks. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resty. 100 eat me. When the industry of the rain country was put into use, the system was also upgraded. Although the overall income there was not as good as that of the fire country, it was also considered to take the Fuyu group out of the country. A slight upgrade, refreshed. As for the next industry, cinemas and related technologies, for example, the sound and lighting technology of the dance hall last time. In fact, the dance hall can be upgraded to a singing and dancing hall or a disco, but it looks a bit like the civilian dance halls in the 1980s. After get off work, the second-rate people will go to the dance hall at the entrance of the village to drink soda and relax. The decoration inside is not luxurious, only one floor, a bit ordinary. Especially the elder bell-bottom pants and hair wax the most handsome guy in the dance hall. Of course. This kind of game is like this, starting with a milk tea shop, catering, life, and then entertainment, and waiting at the end selling mobile phones and other technology products. After a quick look, Fuyu turned it off. Anyway, the industries that come out of the system can at least break even, and he has been recommended to be the richest man in the ninja world. Next, he just needs to lie down obediently. Wait until peace comes. It is the key moment for economic development. After all, selling underwear will not make a fortune. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Fuyu stretched and walked out, ready to find a place to build an electric cinema. What about movies? In the original game, you only need to build the cinema, and then wait for the money. But now it is only the end of the Third World War, and movies have only appeared after Naruto graduated, and they are not common yet. This don't you have to make it yourself? Otherwise, when the time comes, the system guarantees to attract customers, and they go and just watch the big screen and eat popcorn? Fuyu's mouth twitched. Too troublesome. You still have to make a movie? But after a while, he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he won't lose money after building it. Maybe it will be like a dance hall after it is built, there will be songs, and after the cinema is built there will be movies? That's it. The cost of building a cinema is a little high, equivalent to 2.5 dance halls. If you want a bigger piece of land, you can only find a slightly more remote place. Ling Yan beside him pondered for a moment and selected a number of suitable places, but some places are in the village. If you need them, you have to discuss with the village first. Of course. This is just a small matter. I'll go to Maidamanyan later to see if there are any first-generation calligraphy and paintings. Finally, I chose a place closer to the commercial street. Fuyu smiled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. I'm going to arrange for people to start construction after I go back. As for now, it's time to have dinner with my nephew. However, suddenly, you bastard! Take my poke! A familiar roar came from behind. It made him stop immediately. Time moved forward a little. After the Sand Village surrendered, announced an alliance with Konoha, and ended the war with Konoha, although the Third War had not yet ended, the Minato team also ushered in a long-awaited shift. Received permission to temporarily return to the village for a rest. So, Minato's team also returned to the village today. Originally, Obito had already planned. This time back I must relax and forget all the unpleasant things on the battlefield. They have also agreed that after Minato-sensei reports the situation to Hokage-sama, they will go to Fuyu barbecue together. As for why they chose to eat barbecue at the restaurant opened by the guy he hates the most? No way. When he thought of barbecue, Fuyu barbecue appeared in his mind, and then his heart began to itch, and then, they had already made a decision. It's really hateful. Obviously, he was ready to make him lose this high-quality customer. But I didn't expect it. In the end, he couldn't help it. It's so hateful. But even though he went to eat, Obito was still determined in his ninja way. When he becomes Hokage, he will definitely make that bastard bankrupt. However, I didn't expect it. In front of him. In front of him. That leisurely figure. As soon as he entered the village, he saw that abominable figure. Obito was immediately furious, shaking with anger. He was sweating all over in the hot weather, his hands and feet were cold, and his hands unconsciously closed. Then, as if he couldn't control himself, he rushed forward directly. "You bastard! Take my stab!" If it weren't for this bastard's fame probably wouldn't have spread so quickly. However, when he was right in front of him. But he didn't expect to be dodged by this guy? Isn't this guy no longer a ninja? How did he dodge? Even if he didn't use lightning release, it's not so easy for ordinary people to dodge under his 3 Magatama Sharingan. Before Obito came to his senses. "Evil creature! How dare you kill your father?" Fuyou roared, "Get out of here quickly!" If it weren't for the upgrade of his spirit, he would have almost exposed his ninjutsu. "Shut up!" Obito came back to his senses. Hearing that this bastard wanted to be his father again, he was so angry that his tiger seal stood up again. "I'll stab you to death." However, a blonde figure appeared, holding Obito's hand directly, and smiled helplessly. "Calm down, Obito. Teacher. Let me go." Obito struggled angrily. "I'm so angry, you actually tricked me like this. This is all for your own good." You Obito looked at Fuyou in a daze. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? "Fuyou, don't tease Obito anymore." Minato shook his head with a bitter smile. "He's mad." "Okay." Fuyou smiled slightly and didn't tease Obito anymore. "Why did you come back this time? The war isn't over yet. Take turns, take a rest. The Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth have retreated, so the situation in Konoha will not be very tense now." Minato laughed loudly, and then looked ahead with a smile and melancholy. "Peace is coming soon." "Yet." Fuyou shrugged, also with a look of emotion. "Strictly speaking, the Third War still has a continuation." After Minato died, the Uegakure and Kumigakure attacked Konoha again. At that time, Nono collected important information from the Uegakure, and Danzo was about to use it to attack the Kingdom of Earth and seriously injure the Uegakure, but in the end it was used by the third generation to exchange for peace and negotiate with the Uegakure again, which made Danzo very angry at that time. And after Kumigakure came in to steal people, the third generation hesitated for peace, and then, Niji lost his father. Speaking of it, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as long as he hesitated, he would definitely. There are tragedies, such as Kakashi's father, Uegakure Ninja Village. Danzo asked Kabuto to kill Nono to keep it secret, Niji's father and Uchiha. After Shisui died, Fugaku discussed with Itaka that the two of them could achieve a bloodless coup and control Konoha by cooperating. As a result, Itaka nodded and agreed, and then turned around and sold out the Uchiha clan. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, "Give me a little more time, maybe there will be other ways." The result, can you imagine? Basically, as long as the third generation hesitated, it would be over. Of course. Some time ago, when the 4 ninja villages asked for Danzo, they were tough.